I had a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news was that I had traveled 200 years into the future to a post-apocalyptic era. Civilization was shattered, resources were scarce, and radiation-mutated monsters were everywhere. But I had a cheat code, a powerful ability called Time Still. The bad news: I could only use it for 1 minute. Yes, just 60 seconds. That wasn't even enough time to soak a bowl of instant noodles. The only silver lining was that this minute could accumulate. If I didn't use it today, I'd have 2 minutes after midnight. Bang! The roar of a gunshot shattered my thoughts, followed by the wild cheers of a barbaric crowd. I looked up. The central square of Grey Butcher Town was packed. Under the harsh glare of white lamps, the shadows of the crowd danced like demons. Another one dead. That's the third one already. The barbarians never seemed to get tired of the spectacle. I stretched my body and moved my stiff legs, making the iron chains around my ankles clank loudly. I was a slave to these crude savages. Grey Butcher Town was a settlement of about 800 people, just one of many scattered across the wasteland. In the center of the square sat a man in a floral shirt, puffing on a cigarette. Opposite him sat a corpse with a hole blown through its head. The dead man's hand still gripped a strange revolver made entirely of white bone. Winding blood-red patterns crawled across the bone like throbbing veins, extending from the gun and digging deep into the corpse's right hand. It looked like 5-4 needles were feeding into the arm at once. With a sickening slurping sound, the revolver literally sucked the corpse dry, leaving behind a shriveled husk. The people standing behind the man in the floral shirt erupted in joy. We won again. Magician Li Yao won 3 rounds in a row. A few more wins, and he'll meet the containment conditions for the forbidden item, Breath of the Sea Bone. It belongs to the West District now. While the West District celebrated, the people from the East District stood in grim silence. Their commander, Tanjia, scanned his men with cold, murderous eyes. Everyone he looked at turned away, too terrified to meet his gaze. Tanjia was fuming, but he was also desperate. He only had about 20 corps members left. 3 were already dead. If this kept up, he'd be a commander with no army, and he'd lose his grip on the East District commoners. Useless. You're all useless, he barked. The East District members hung their heads. Some cursed him silently, thinking, asterisk, if you're so brave, why don't you go up? You're just using us because you're afraid to die. Asterisk. The silence from the East District only made the West District more arrogant. They hurled insults and mockery across the square. At the back of the crowd, I stood with my feet chained, wearing tattered blue-green clothes. A small smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. My chance had come. A chance to stop being a slave and take control of a forbidden item. Yesterday, when I first crossed over, I was just a commoner. Then I used my Time Still ability, a small accident happened, and by today, I was a slave. I stared at the Breath of the Sea Bone on the table. A century ago, the Great Cataclysm destroyed the world. Plants, animals, and even inanimate objects mutated. Forbidden items were born from that chaos. The Breath of the Sea Bone was a mutated revolver. It wasn't a dead object anymore. It was a living entity with its own consciousness. To use it, you had to satisfy its containment conditions, essentially making it recognize you as its master. For this gun, the condition was simple. You had to gamble with your life. They were playing Russian roulette. 1 bullet, 6 chambers. You spin the cylinder, aim at your own head, and pull the trigger. You leave your life to fate. To win the Breath of the Sea Bone, you couldn't just win once. You had to keep winning until it deemed you worthy. Only the luckiest and bravest could claim it. I glanced at the clock hanging on the stone wall. It was 11:49 p.m. I needed to wait. My ability wouldn't reset until midnight. Tanjia, if no one from the East District dares to step up, the Breath of the Sea Bone belongs to us, sneered Wang Shi, the West District commander. The metallic prosthetic in his left eye socket flickered with an eerie red light. I found that item. Tanjia snapped, his face darkening. Don't even dream of taking it. So what? Wang Shi laughed. You've had it for days, and your people are too pathetic to claim it. Grey Butcher Town is being watched by mutated monsters right now. Without a forbidden item, how will we fight them off? Are you going to sacrifice the whole town just for your ego? The townspeople began to murmur. They didn't care which commander held the power, they just wanted to stay alive. Tanjie saw the shifting moods. He knew that if he tried to hoard the item now, the desperate crowd might tear him apart. But giving it up was just as bad. The East and West districts had been rivals for years. Once the West district had the gun and drove off the monsters, Tanjie knew he would be their next target. He took a deep breath. I won't destroy the town for my own sake. The forbidden item belongs to the capable. However, he glared at Wang Shi. The East District hasn't lost yet. Wang Shi gave a disdainful shrug. I guess you're fine with watching all your men die. Fine. Let's see who else is brave enough to step up. Tanjie turned around, his heavy gaze sweeping over his subordinates. They all shrank back, terrified. But his eyes didn't stop on them. He looked past his soldiers, searching for someone else. I turned my gaze toward the crowd of East District residents. I needed someone, anyone, to step up. People of the East District, I shouted, my voice booming across the square. I, Tanjie, make you a promise. If anyone among you can make the breath of the sea bone recognize them as its master, you will be my brother from this day forward. You will be the vice commander of the East District. The residents looked at each other. No one moved. No one spoke. The silence was deafening, and the air grew thick with awkwardness. I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They knew my reputation. I had sent plenty of brothers to their deaths before. Who would be stupid enough to trust me now? My face heated up with suppressed rage. My plan was simple. Even if my own elite soldiers couldn't claim the forbidden item, it was better to have it in the hands of one of my own district's peasants than to let the West District take it. But despite the massive reward, these cowards just stood there. Just as I was about to explode in fury, the sharp, rhythmic clinking of metal chains cut through the silence. Move aside, a raspy, arrogant voice called out from the back of the crowd. People will think the East District is empty if you keep standing there like statues. The crowd parted. People looked shocked. They couldn't believe someone was actually volunteering for what looked like a suicide mission. This wasn't a normal round of the Wheel of Fate. Usually, you just had to win once. But for a forbidden item, you had to win until the item itself accepted you. Liu, the magic hand from the West District, had already won 3 rounds and fired 5 shots without being recognized. The difficulty was insane. Who is it? Who's that brave? People whispered. A young man walked forward slowly. He was dressed in rags, his feet bound by heavy iron shackles that scraped against the ground. His face was caked in dried mud, obscuring his features, but his eyes were startlingly bright. They didn't have the numbness or the greedy cruelty of the people around him. There was a fire in them, a mix of civilization and wildness. It's Bai Yi, someone gasped. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be crazy? He has to be crazy to step up now, another whispered. I heard he touched something out in the wasteland while hunting. When he came back, he lost his mind. He kept shouting that he was the god of the new era, and that he would stand above the heavens. That's not all, a third man added. He was reciting weird poems. Something about being the wind at the end of the wasteland and standing on mountain peaks. Total lunatic. Hearing the whispers, Bai Ye's expression darkened. I saw him grimace as if remembering something embarrassing. The truth was, when he first arrived in this world, he realized he had the power to stop time. He had immediately declared himself a god, looking down on everyone like they were insects. When I had gone to collect protection fees from him, he had snapped. He called me trash, a mere district commander who was nothing compared to a god. He stood his ground against our guns, ready to unleash his divine power. Then, reality hit. His time stop only lasted 2 seconds because he had wasted the rest of his daily limit experimenting earlier. He realized he only had 1 minute of frozen time per day. After that, he was overpowered, stripped of his status, and turned into a slave. In this era, mental corruption was common, so I just figured he was another casualty of the wasteland and kept him for labor. I looked at him, feeling skeptical. Bai Yi, you're still alive? This morning you were still babbling about starting a new era. I'm better now, Bai Yi said, his voice steady. I ate some toxic mushrooms in the wild. I was having hallucinations. He lied with a perfectly straight face. I studied him. He seemed coherent, and he wasn't claiming to be a deity anymore. A wave of relief washed over me. I knew about those mushrooms. Some people even hunted for them just to escape the misery of reality for a few hours. Little Bai, I said, my voice suddenly warm and friendly. I thought your mind was corrupted, which is why I made you a slave. But listen, if you can contain the breath of the sea bone, I'll restore your citizenship. Better yet, we'll become sworn brothers. You and I will run the East District together. I was laying it on thick. Talk was cheap, and I was handing out empty promises like candy. Bai Yi gave a disdainful smirk. He had heard enough bosses give pep talks in his old life to know a scam when he heard one. He rattled the chains on his ankles. Unlock them. A flash of anger touched my heart at his tone, but I forced a smile. Haha, look at my memory. I almost forgot. Someone, get the keys and set Little Bai free. One of my men ran over and unlocked the shackles. Bai Yi stretched his stiff legs, walked up to the table, and suddenly kicked the dried corpse sitting in the challenger's chair. The corpse flew 3 feet and shattered into pieces on the ground. It was an incredibly arrogant entrance. He knew he should be low-key, but with the ability to stop time, he couldn't help himself. He couldn't be a god, but he could certainly be a menace. Across the table, Liu narrowed his eyes. He recognized Bai Yi as a lone wolf, hunter who used to survive the wasteland solo. Anyone who could do that was dangerous. He wondered if the poisonous mushroom story was true, or if there was something more to this boy. Bai Yi sat down. He was stalling for time. He checked the clock. It was 11:55 p.m. He had finally figured out how his power worked. It was all about time desynchronization. His soul belonged to the old world from 200 years ago, where a day was exactly 24 hours. But in this post-apocalyptic world, a day was actually 1 minute shorter, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Because his soul was still synced to a 24-hour cycle, he gained 1 extra minute of time every single day that he could move through while the rest of the world stood still. Let's begin, Liu said coldly. Do you want to go first, or should I? Bai Yi leaned back, trying to burn seconds. Wait, how does this work again? Liu frowned, his patience wearing thin. We play rock, paper, scissors to decide the order. Weren't you watching? Are you stupid? Bam! Bai Yi slammed his hand onto the table so hard the wood groaned. The sudden noise made everyone from both districts jump. He stared Liu in the eye, a wild grin spreading across his mud-stained face. The sudden silence was heavy. Some people instinctively reached for their guns. I stared Liu down, my expression darkening. What did you just say to me? I growled. You have the nerve to say that again? Liu looked baffled. I didn't say anything. What are you talking about? You're still talking back? I warred. I lunged forward, grabbing the collar of his flashy floral shirt. I pulled him close, looking like I was about to cave his face in. Click-clack, the sound of safeties clicking off echoed through the square. Wang Shi and his men from the West District raised their guns, aiming straight at my head. Behind me, Tan Jie and the East District crew reacted just as fast, drawing their weapons and aiming back. It was a standoff. One twitch, and the whole place would turn into a bloodbath. Let go, Liu hissed, his face pale with a mix of shock and rage. He was terrified a stray bullet would catch him in the crossfire. I didn't mean it like that. Oh, you didn't. I let go of his collar and flashed a wide, innocent grin. You should have said so sooner. I almost misunderstood you. I stole a quick glance at the clock. 11:56 p.m. Damn it. Only 1 minute had passed. Liu was trembling, looking down at the muddy handprints I'd left on his expensive shirt. He looked like he wanted to cry. Xiaobai. Tanjia's voice came from behind me, cautious and low. Are you sure you're okay? Maybe someone else should. I was looking for a way to kill time, and Tanjia had walked right into it. I whipped around, my eyebrows shooting up in fake fury. Maybe someone else. You want to do it? Go ahead then. I hate it when people talk behind my back. If you don't trust me, do it yourself. Tanjia's face froze. As the leader of the East District, being scolded like a child in front of everyone was a massive blow to his pride. I saw his finger twitch on his gun, but he forced himself to stay calm. He knew that if he couldn't find someone to contain the breath of bones, the whole town was doomed. He took a deep breath, clearly telling himself not to argue with a madman. Just start already, Wang Shi called out from the West District side, his gun still leveled. Everyone is waiting. Contain the forbidden object so we can get out of here. Liu took a long, shaky breath to steady his nerves. He stared at me, trying to figure out if I was actually crazy or just putting on an act. Eventually, he shook it off. It didn't matter. He was a professional. He had spent 10 years mastering the art of the gamble. They called him Magic Hand for a reason. He could feel the suits of cards just by touching them, and he could spin a revolver cylinder to stop exactly where he wanted. He knew he could control this game. All he needed was to win the opening toss. "I'm going to show scissors," Liu said, his eyes sharp. He was trying to play mind games, telling me his move to mess with my head. I didn't care about his games. I was staring at the clock. 3 minutes left. Why was time moving so slowly? I had to keep the act going. "Did you know," I said, leaning forward with a cold smirk, "that there's a way to guarantee a win in Russian roulette?" The square went silent. Liu blinked, caught off guard. "This is a game of luck and life. There's no such thing as a guaranteed win." I looked at him with pure disdain, like he was an idiot who had never seen the world. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I sounded so confident that Liu actually started to doubt himself. "Fine. What's the secret?" The corner of my mouth curled up. "The secret to winning is letting your opponent take the first shot." Everyone stared at me. They looked confused, waiting for the punchline. And then, Liu asked, "Is that a joke?" I shrugged. "And then, you take the gun and shoot them with it." The silence was deafening. 100 people stood in the square, and for a few seconds, nobody breathed. It was a terrible joke, but it worked perfectly to kill the mood. Then, someone burst out laughing, while others started cursing. "What kind of bullshit is that?" someone yelled. "Why not just shoot him 6 times and be done with it?" Liu let out a dry, cold laugh. "Your sense of humor is trash. Let's play." He held out his hand for rock, paper, scissors. I didn't move. 2 minutes left. The seconds ticked by painfully slow. Liu's arm started to ache from holding it out. The crowd began to whisper. "What is he doing? He's frozen again." "He's not crazy, he's just terrified. He talked a big game. But now that the gun is on the table, he's lost his nerve." Tanjia's face was like thunder. He had tolerated my behavior because I was his only hope, but if I wasn't going to move, his patience was gone. "If you're scared, get off the stage," Liu snapped, pulling his arm back. "Stop wasting our time." The insults from the crowd grew louder. But just as the pressure reached its peak, I started laughing. "Scared? No. I'm just bored." Liu frowned. "Bored? We're betting our lives here." "The breath of bones has 6 chambers," I said, my voice echoing. "Only 1 bullet. That's a 1 in 6 chance of dying. That's boring. If we're going to do this, let's make it interesting." "What are you suggesting?" "Add more bullets." A collective gasp went through the crowd. 1 in 6 was terrifying enough, but I wanted to increase the odds. Liu's heart sank. He was a cheat, and he had practiced this game, but he had always practiced with 1 bullet. Adding a second one dropped his guaranteed success rate significantly. It was risky. Seeing him hesitate, I pressed harder. "Do you know why you won 3 rounds and still couldn't contain the breath of bones? It's because you have no balls. You son of a..." Liu snapped. "Fine. Add them." He grabbed the revolver and jammed 2 more golden bullets into the chambers. He glared at me, his face flushed. "Happy now?" "Better," I said, my eyes locked onto his. Only someone with both courage and luck is worthy of owning a forbidden object. But it's still not enough. "What?" Liu shrieked. 3 bullets isn't enough? You want a 50% death rate." The crowd was losing their minds. At 3 bullets, Liu's tricks were almost useless. It was suicide. I checked the time out of the corner of my eye. 1 minute left. I felt a surge of relief, but kept my face cold. "If you're scared, get off the stage," I said, throwing his own words back at him. "Stop embarrassing yourself." Liu exploded. "I'm a professional. You think I'm afraid of a brat like you? Fine. Let's play." He slammed a 4th bullet into the cylinder. His hand was shaking now. He couldn't even look me in the eye. The pressure from the crowd was suffocating him. He wanted to back down. He wanted to run. But suddenly, he felt something cold and hard press into his spine. "If you don't get that forbidden object," Wang Shi's icy voice whispered from behind him, "you know what happens to you." Liu was trapped. Between a madman in front and a snake behind, he had nowhere to go. With Wang Shi behind him, Liu was completely trapped. Humans are strange creatures. When there's no way to retreat, a desperate kind of courage suddenly flares up. Liu grit his teeth, his emotions turning icy cold. His hands steadied as he loaded the fourth bullet into the cylinder. He took a deep breath, looking at me, the arrogant teenager standing across from him, and spoke in a low voice. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. I saw his do-or-die expression and smiled. That smile made Liu's heart skip a beat. An ominous feeling washed over him. He hoped he was wrong, but then the devil's whisper came right on cue. Still not enough, I said. Everyone lost it. 5 bullets. What kind of poison was I on? I was literally asking for death. Even the leaders of the East and West districts were stunned. They had seen countless rounds of fate roulette, and had even played it themselves years ago when they were weak, but they had never seen anyone crazy enough to play with 5 bullets. With 5 chambers full, death was almost a mathematical certainty. I see it now, Liu said, convinced he had finally figured me out. You're not here to play the game. You're here to commit suicide. He was certain I was insane. 5 bullets meant his survival rate was below 60%, and that touched his absolute limit. If you're too scared to bet, hand over the forbidden object, I said. Tan Jie's eyes lit up at my words. He immediately chimed in. Exactly. If you don't dare to bet, give it up. The East District leader's subordinates began shouting along, putting the pressure on. Liu looked conflicted, but Wangxi whispered coldly from behind him. Don't fall for it. The kid is trying to scare you into walking away. Keep betting. If you aren't confident, let him shoot first. He isn't a cheater. I don't believe anyone can survive a 5-bullet round of fate roulette. The hard object pressed harder into Liu's spine. The cold metal of the gun barrel seeped through his floral shirt, making his hair stand on end. Fine, Liu snapped. I'll bet with you. But, forget it. Let's just play. He had intended to follow Wangxi's advice and make me shoot first, but he gave up on the idea. He didn't like leaving his fate in someone else's hands. If my luck turned out to be legendary and I survived the shot, he would be a dead man. He preferred to trust his own right hand, the hand he had trained for years in magic and sleight of hand, to control his destiny. Liu loaded the 5th bullet. There were only 30 seconds left until midnight. In those final moments, I spoke again, dropping another bombshell. Still, not enough. The crowd went dead silent. People actually wondered if their ears were failing them. 5 bullets weren't enough. A revolver only holds 6. Filling every chamber meant a 100% death rate. Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you even hear yourself? That's not a bet, that's... Before he could finish, I stood up and walked over to him. I reached out with a hand covered in mud and gently took the breath of bones from his grip. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, I picked up the final golden bullet. 10, 9, 8, 7. I counted down in my head. My dark eyes scanned the entire square. My luck has always been pretty bad, I said casually. I don't think I can win round after round until the object accepts me. So, instead of dragging it out, let's settle this in one shot. I slid the 6th bullet into the last chamber. The cylinder clicked into place. The gun was cocked. Under everyone's watchful eyes, I slowly raised the fully loaded breath of bones and pressed it against my temple. The dark red veins on the gun's body began to wriggle like tiny snakes, burrowing into the skin of my hand. Everyone there thought I was a lunatic. This wasn't gambling. It was suicide. My luck is bad, so let's settle it in one shot. Who even says that? I looked at the faces in the crowd and let a smirk crawl across my face, full of youthful arrogance. 6 bullets, I whispered. I bet it misfires. The crowd was floored. They had never heard anything so ridiculous in their lives. Who told this kid that's how fate roulette works? My finger moved toward the trigger. Women and children in the crowd covered their ears. Others stepped back, terrified of being sprayed with my blood. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended. The midnight bell began to toll. Dawn. In the endless dark, in a dimension invisible to everyone else, a massive, magnificent golden clock face emerged beneath my feet. It spread across the ground instantly. I stood alone on that giant dial like a traveler abandoned by time itself. Simultaneously, the people, the trees, the buildings, and even the sky seemed to vanish. It was as if a god had wiped the world clean, leaving only various golden clock faces of different sizes. These were the manifestations of time for every living thing and object. The hands on the clock face beneath my feet read 12:01. This was my own time. I possessed 1 minute more than the rest of this world. Feeling my power return, I didn't hesitate. Time stop. A strange ripple of temporal energy vibrated through the air. The world hit the pause button. The noisy square went silent. Everyone froze like statues. The terror in Li Yu's eyes was locked in place. The second-hand smoke drifting from his nose stopped mid-air, unmoving. In this perfectly still world, I was the only thing that could move. The moment time stopped, I moved with lightning speed. I flipped open the cylinder of the breath of bones and started digging at the bullets. Fast, fast, fast. I couldn't waste a second. Time was literally my life. Ever since I realized I only had 1 minute of this power per day, I had become obsessed with saving time. I had done the math. 1 minute a day is 365 minutes a year, about 6 hours. In 10 years, that's only 60 hours. I was 16 now. In this post-apocalyptic era, living to 50 was a miracle. Even if I were that lucky, 40 years of power would only add up to 10 days. When I realized my entire life's worth of power amounted to only 10 days, the phrase, "time is life," took on a very literal meaning. My hands were covered in filth and my nails were short, making it hard to get a grip. I poked at the bullet several times, but it wouldn't budge. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Come on, move," I hissed. I hadn't panicked when facing the dangers of this wasteland. I hadn't panicked when betting my life on a gun. But now, knowing every wasted second was a piece of my lifespan disappearing, I was terrified. Finally, on the 4th try, the bullet popped out. I let out a long breath and shoved the bullet into my pocket. I only took one, the one aligned with the hammer. This way, the gun would click on an empty chamber. With the job done, I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and struck a pose. I pressed the gun back against my temple and adjusted my expression. I made sure my smirk was exactly the same as it had been before the freeze. Then, I released the tension. Resume. The ripple faded. The world's clock started ticking again. No one knew that time had ever stopped. Every eye in the square remained fixed on my finger as it pulled the trigger. Every eye in the square was still glued to me. In their eyes, I was the picture of calm, a man with unshakable confidence pulling the trigger on his own life. The metallic cold of the revolver pressed against my skin. I felt the trigger compress, millimeter by millimeter. The internal mechanism groaned as the hammer moved back, tensioning the spring until it reached the breaking point. Then, the release. The hammer snapped forward. The firing pin struck the chamber with a sharp, dry metallic click. There was no smoke, no flash, no bullet. There was nothing but the hollow sound of an empty chamber and my unchanging smile. Silence. A deathly, heavy silence washed over the crowd. Everyone froze, their faces twisted into masks of pure disbelief. It was as if time had stopped again, but this time, I wasn't the one who did it. The image of me smiling with a gun to my head seemed burned into their retinas. The gun had actually misfired. A long moment passed before someone finally gasped. "That's impossible." Li Yu bolted upright, his chair screeching against the ground. His eyes were wide, bloodshot from the sheer shock of what he was seeing. Then, the shouting started. "Holy crap, a 6-shot game of destiny, and he's fine. Does a forbidden object even misfire? Is the quality that bad?" "You idiot, it didn't misfire," another voice countered. "Forbidden objects have their own will. It must have recognized Bai Yi. It chose not to kill him. That makes sense. It's a gambler's game. It's all about courage. And who has more guts than him? Look, the gun. It's glowing." Under their terrified gazes, the breath of bone erupted with a blinding, blood-red light. The glow spread rapidly, crawling up my arm until it wrapped around my entire body. A strange sensation washed over me. I looked down at the gun, and for a second, it felt like I was looking at my own right hand. It felt like we shared the same blood. Containment successful. I wasn't surprised. If betting my life on 6 bullets wasn't enough to satisfy this thing, then the breath of bone would have been incredibly rude. As the light faded, the pulsating veins on the gun's surface began to move. They retracted from my skin, pulling back into the frame of the revolver until they vanished completely. The bone-white chassis began to darken, fading into a matte, charcoal black. Finally, the breath of bone looked no different from an ordinary revolver. I gave the gun a quick, practiced spin and raised an eyebrow. This forbidden object actually had pretty good taste. I twirled it one last time and casually shoved it into my pocket. "Looks like I win," I said. My voice was arrogant, but no one dared to argue. In this world, maybe only someone like me had the right to own something so dangerous. The crowd finally snapped out of their shock, but the way they looked at me had changed. It was as if I was covered in a veil of miracles. Ha! A booming laugh broke the tension. Tanjia, the leader of the East District, was beaming. "The forbidden object belongs to the East District. Wangxi, what do you have to say now?" Wangxi's face was like a stagnant pool of dark water. He didn't say a word. His cold eyes darted between Tanjia and me while his men gripped their rifles, waiting for a signal to open fire. Tanjia's smile vanished, and he gave his own men a sharp look. The air grew thick with the threat of violence. Then, Wangxi let out a soft chuckle. "Brother Bai Yi is truly a young hero. It's a shame he's been relegated to being a slave in the East District. Tell me, are you interested in joining us in the West District instead?" Tanjia's face paled. He stepped forward instantly, throwing an arm around my shoulder. "The slave thing was just a misunderstanding. From now on, Little Bai is my brother. He's the vice commander of the East District. Why would he ever join you?" "Right, Little Bai?" He looked at me, his eyes full of both pleading and a hidden threat. I smiled thinly and brushed his hand off my shoulder. "Before I contained the forbidden object, you called me Little Bai. I didn't hold it against you," I said calmly. "But now that I have it, tell me, what should you be calling me?" Tanjia's expression shifted through a dozen different colors in front of everyone. He forced down his rage and managed a strained smile. "Brother Bai Yi, I'm a blunt man. I don't always say the right things, but I keep my word. From today on, you're my blood brother. We rule the East District together." I tilted my head. "Old Tan, how many times do I have to tell you? Use my official title in public." Tanjia blinked. He was probably thinking he'd never heard me say that before, especially since I wasn't using his title either. But he didn't dare push back. He was terrified I'd defect to the West. Right. Tanjia laughed nervously. "Vice Commander Bai, you lot. What are you waiting for? Greet him." The dozens of lackeys from the East District shouted out in a messy, disorganized chorus. "Greetings, Vice Commander Bai." I nodded, satisfied, and gave a grand wave of my hand. "Boys, let's go home." The East District thugs looked at each other, hesitant. They kept glancing at Tanjia, whose face was still twitching. "What are you standing there for?" Tanjia barked. "Didn't you hear the Vice Commander? Move." We marched back to the East District in a massive group, leaving Wang Shi and his men standing there with sour expressions. "Commander," Liu started to stammer. "Shut up, you useless waste," Wang Shi hissed, giving him a freezing glare. "We're leaving." As the two major powers of Gray Soil Town retreated, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. Back in the East District, at the Tire Tavern, Tanjia and the others crowded around me. They were cheering, slamming down glasses of low-quality booze, and shouting crude jokes. The Tire Tavern wasn't its original name. The faded red wooden sign outside actually said Old Times. The owner, Old Wong, was a man in his 40s with graying hair who had supposedly read a few books back in the day. He'd given it a poetic name, though no one knew what he was reminiscing about. Since he didn't have money for real furniture, he'd hauled a bunch of discarded tires from the scrap yard to use as seats. Most people in town couldn't read anyway, so they just called it the Tire. "Now that Vice Commander Bai has a forbidden object, we don't have to worry about those mutated monsters outside anymore," someone shouted. "Yeah, those beasts have had us pinned in town for a month. If we didn't fix this, we were all going to starve. Those things are smart. Their IQ is almost human. They know a direct assault on the town would cost them, so they just sit out there and cut off the trade routes." Then, his face softened instantly as he turned to me. "Vice Commander, don't mind these idiots. A man's vitality is precious. Save your strength for the monsters." I wiped my greasy hands on Tanjia's shoulder, using his expensive coat as a napkin. "You've got a good head on your shoulders, Old Tan. Someone, get me another plate of meat." I watched him closely, my stomach finally feeling full for the first time in years. Vice Commander Bai, Tanjie started, his voice strained. The beast problem isn't solved yet, and our food supplies are critically low. Maybe you could pace yourself? How about you try one of these cockroach protein bars to fill the gaps? He pulled out a black, rectangular bar. I could see the faint outline of cockroach legs sticking out of the surface. This was the staple diet of the wasteland. The packaging was crude, sporting a cheap slogan. Cockroach protein bars. Taste is great. Nutrition for the day? I looked at that bar and felt a surge of pure rage. This thing occupied way too much space in my past memories. It was the main course for slaves. It didn't just look disgusting. It tasted like a nightmare. Imagine a man with sweaty feet wearing silk socks and snow boots, running 5 kilometers through the slush, then sealing those socks in the boots until spring. Now imagine taking those socks out and rubbing them against your tongue. That was the flavor profile. Before I was vice commander, I ate these every day, I said, my voice cold. Now that I've moved up in the world, you want me to keep eating this trash? What was the point of succeeding then? I flicked my wrist, sending the protein bar flying across the room. It landed in the crowd, sparking a desperate fistfight among the hungry onlookers. Tanjie's face stiffened. He forced a smile. But you used to eat them all the time. I acted like I didn't hear him. Old Tan, do you know what the first thing a man should do after he succeeds is? What? He asked, blinking. Forget his roots, I said flatly. If you don't forget where you came from once you've made it, then you haven't really succeeded at all. I leaned back, looking him in the eye. Don't worry, Old Tan. With me here, those mutated beasts are as good as dead. Once they're gone, we'll have more resources than we know what to do with. Don't be stingy now. Bring out the good stuff so I can build my strength. You wouldn't want me to run out of vitality when the monsters attack, would you? I had spent my previous life being fed empty promises, so I knew exactly how to bake a pie of my own. My manipulation skills were top tier. Right, Tanjie said, nodding quickly. The vice commander is right. Someone, bring more meat. He kept the smile on his face, but inside, he was already planning my funeral. He decided that the moment I dealt with the beasts, he would kill me. It wasn't just about reclaiming his power. It was about the forbidden object. It was worth a fortune. If I died from vitality exhaustion while shooting the monsters, even better. It would save him the trouble of getting blood on his hands. After I finished gorging myself, I headed to the private quarters Tanjie had arranged for me. There was no way I was going back to that slave shack. Like I said, forgetting your roots is key. Once I left, the Tire Tavern went silent. Tanjie's expression turned dark, his eyes shimmering with murderous intent. His subordinates felt the shift in the air and stayed quiet. Finally, one of his inner circle leaned in. Boss, the man whispered. That kid Bai Yi. He's got no respect for you just because he found a forbidden object. BM. Tanjie slammed his hand onto the table. Tanjie slammed his hand onto the table. A little respect? The brat doesn't even see me. Mountain boar Tanjie. As a person. His anger triggered a physical change. The hair on his body stood up, turning black and stiff like steel bristles on a wild hog. A primal, predatory aura filled the room, and 2 plumes of white steam puffed from his nostrils. The men around him scrambled to the floor. Boss, please calm down, they cried. You're a gene modder who's taken the serum. He's just a normal human relying on a tool. Once he shoots those beasts, he'll be drained. He won't even be able to lift the gun. Then he'll be at your mercy. Tanjie's breathing slowed. The logic made sense, but he had to maintain his image. I wanted to be brothers with him, he lied, looking solemn. I wanted to rule the East District together. But he's become arrogant and greedy. A man like that is a disaster for our people. For the sake of the brothers and the future of Gray Soil Town, I'll have to break my word and take him out. The boss is wise, the men shouted. We follow you to the death. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated red brick house, I stepped out of a hot shower. I stood naked in front of a mirror, rubbing my chin. I looked good. My messy black hair fell over my eyes, hiding a sharp, wolf-like gaze. A fresh scratch ran across the bridge of my high nose, adding a rugged edge to my pale, slightly malnourished face. This was the first time I'd actually seen myself clean. Water was a luxury in Gray Soil Town. Most people were covered in layers of filth. But with Tanjie footing the bill, I intended to enjoy myself. I knew exactly what Old Tin was thinking. He wanted my weapon and my life. But I wasn't worried. I had used 10 seconds of my safety window to contain the gun. I still had 50 seconds left. Killing him would be easy. Even with his genetic modifications, he was still a biological creature. Steel bristles wouldn't protect his throat, his eyes, or his groin from a bullet. I needed him alive for now, though. He and his men were the frontline defense against the beast swarm. If we didn't break the siege, everyone would starve. I lay down on the bed, spinning the breath of bone in my hand. A small smile played on my lips. The perfect containment was a lucky break. Most people only knew that forbidden objects could be bound, but they didn't know there were two ways to do it. Normal containment is like a contract. You meet the object's conditions, and it works for you. You're the boss, it's the employee. But you aren't one. Perfect containment is different. The object is completely submissive. It belongs to you, body and soul. The breath of bone's ability was simple. It drained the user's vitality to power the bullets. Normal guns couldn't pierce the hide of a mutated beast, but this revolver could shred them. Usually, the cost was lethal. If you fired too much, you'd turn into a husk. But with perfect containment, the rules changed. When the breath of bone killed an enemy, it plundered their vitality and fed it back to me. I wouldn't get weaker. I'd get stronger with every kill. I looked at the charcoal black gun and chuckled. I'd eat Tangia's meat, use his men as shields, and use the monsters to fuel my own power. Poor old Tan. He had no idea what he was dealing with. I couldn't wait to see the look on Tangia's face when he realized I was getting stronger with every shot I fired. He thought he was using me, but he was really just feeding me. While I was resting, things were much darker over in the West District. Inside a rundown two-story villa, a man named Li Yu was kneeling on the floor. His face was deathly pale, and his body wouldn't stop shaking from pure terror. Wang Shi, the leader of the West District, sat in a tattered leather chair. His expression was cold as ice. He looked down at the trembling man and spoke with a voice like a snake. Li Yu, you came here as a refugee from another town. I took you in. I fed you. And how do you repay me? You swore to me that if you couldn't contain that forbidden object, you'd bring me your head. Well, it's time to keep your promise. Li Yu's shaking intensified. He started to beg, his voice cracking. Leader, it wasn't my fault. If Bai Yi hadn't jumped in out of nowhere, I would have had it. I swear. Shut up, you useless waste, Wang Shi interrupted. I hate people who make excuses for their failures. Look at yourself. Bai Yi is a man, and you are a man. Why did he succeed while you failed? Are you even human? Leader, please. Give me one more chance. Li Yu cried out. I'm still useful. I've practiced with my right hand for over 10 years. My sleight of hand is perfect. I can run your casinos. I can win you a fortune. To hell with that. Wang Shi spat. Everyone in Gray Soil Town is a starving beggar. Where am I supposed to open a casino? Since you don't want to die with dignity, I'll help you along. Wang Shi gave his men a look. One of them immediately stepped forward and chambered a round into his pistol, pointing it straight at Li Yu's head. Li Yu looked like a leaf in the wind. Snot and tears streamed down his face as he wailed. Leader, please, I don't want to die. My mother is waiting for me to come home. I'm her only son. The gunman hesitated for a second, feeling a flicker of pity. But under Wang Shi's freezing gaze, he started to pull the trigger. Suddenly, Li Yu snapped. His right hand moved like a blur, a literal shadow in the air. In a heartbeat, he snatched the gun right out of the subordinate's hand and lunged at Wang Shi. Before anyone could blink, Li Yu had the barrel pressed against Wang Shi's forehead. He looked like a completely different person, vicious, desperate, and fast. Back off, Li Yu screamed. Move, or I'll kill him. The guards froze. Nobody expected Li Yu to have that kind of courage, let alone that kind of speed. Slowly, the sound of clapping filled the room. Wang Shi was laughing. Not bad, Wang Shi praised, though his eyes remained cold. The magic hand indeed. That was so fast even I didn't see it. Truly impressive. Stop talking, Li Yu barked. Tell your men to move. Wang Shi didn't look worried at all. He reached out with his free hand, lit a cigarette, and blew a cloud of smoke into Li Yu's face. You know, there's one thing I hate more than anything else in this world. It's someone pointing a gun at my head. You're still acting tough with a gun to your skull? Li Yu roared. I'm pointing it. What are you going to do about it? He jammed the muzzle harder against Wang Shi's temple. But instead of the sound of metal hitting bone, there was a sharp, metallic clink. Liu froze. His face went white. Alloy. Crack. Bang. The sound of shattering bone and a gunshot echoed at the same time. My hand. My hand. Liu screamed in agony. Wang Shi's right hand had shot out and crushed Liu's hand and the pistol together like they were made of paper. Only then did Liu see it. Wang Shi didn't just have a mechanical eye. Hidden under his sleeve was a cold, gleaming cybernetic arm. You've got a little bit of vision, I'll give you that, Wang Shi said, letting go of the mangled mess. He touched his temple, where the fake skin had been torn away. There was no bone underneath, just the dull glint of a metal plate. Like I said, I hate guns pointed at me. It happened once before, so I spent a fortune having an alloy plate embedded in my skull. Liu wasn't listening anymore. He was wailing, but not just from the pain. His magic hand, the hand he had trained for a decade, the source of his pride, was a pulp of crushed bone. His eyes went dull, filled with a gray fog of despair. He looked like his soul had been sucked out. As the guards grabbed him, he didn't even fight back. Just kill me, he whispered. Oh, Wang Shi smirked. You were begging for your life a second ago? Now you want to die? Liu gave a hollow laugh. I lived my whole life by this hand. Now I'm a cripple. What's the point of living? Tears ran down his face. Mom, I'm sorry. I won't ever make it big. My hand is gone. He collapsed into a heap on the floor. Wang Shi started laughing, a cruel, twisted sound. You want to die? Then I definitely won't kill you. I want you to live the rest of your life as a useless cripple. I want you to feel that pain every single day. Wang Shi loved destroying the things people cherished most. He waved his hand, and his men dragged Liu away like a sack of trash. They threw him into the town's garbage dump, where piles of filth buried his body. The guards covered their noses and hurried away. Once they were gone, the trash shifted. Liu poked his head out, looking around cautiously. The despair in his eyes was gone, replaced by a sharp, bright glint. Huh, Wang Shi? You idiot, Liu muttered. I knew a psychopath like you wouldn't be able to resist a chance to be cruel. He clutched his mangled right hand, hissing through the pain. He stood up and started walking away from the dump, his silhouette bathed in the silver moonlight. He looked up at the sky and smiled. Another day alive, he whispered. Not bad. He was ecstatic to be alive, but deep down, a shadow remained. Losing his hand hurt more than he let on. The next morning, back in the East District, Tan Jie showed up at my door early. He had dozens of armed men behind him. Vice Commander Bai, no time to lose, Tan Jie said. Let's go hunt those mutated beasts. I yawned, stretching my arms. You know what they say, old Tan. Sharpening the axe doesn't waste time for cutting wood. I've barely touched a gun in my life. I can't just go out there and wing it. Tan Jie blinked. He realized I had a point. Even if the breath of bone was powerful, it was still a gun. If I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, we were in trouble. You mean you want to practice? Exactly, I said. Fine. I'll train you myself. Tan Jie had been surviving in the wasteland for over a decade. He wasn't a professional soldier, but he knew how to shoot. So, I spent the entire day practicing. I had a blast. I got to shoot as much as I wanted, I ate plenty of meat, and I didn't have to lift a finger for anything else. Tan Jie, on the other hand, looked like he was bleeding. Bullets and meat were the rarest resources in town, and I was burning through his stash like it was nothing. But he sucked it up, thinking I was his secret weapon against the monsters. The second day, Tan Jie was back. Vice Commander, you've practiced enough. Those beasts are huge. As long as we get close, you won't miss. Can we head out today? I waved him off impatiently. Old Tan, I've told you before. There's an old saying. Hot tofu can't be eaten in a hurry, I said, leaning back. Yesterday was target practice. But monsters aren't targets. They move. Today, we practice moving targets. Tan Jie looked like he wanted to strangle me. His face twisted, but he forced a nod. He was desperate. By the third day, he was back at my door before sunrise. Vice Commander Bai, he growled. You've practiced moving targets. Today is the day. It's not that I'm rushing you, but the East District is out of food. We're nearly out of bullets. If we don't act, we'll starve before the monsters even touch us. I looked at him calmly. Old Tan, there's an old saying. Haste makes To hell with your old sayings. Tanjia exploded. His veins were popping out of his neck. I didn't blink. I just let the silence hang for a second before changing my tone. But there is another saying. Speed is the soul of war. Strike fast, strike hard. So let's get moving. Tanjia's chest heaved. He stared at me with those shifty, triangular eyes, probably wondering how many old sayings I had stuffed in my head. He looked like he wanted to split my skull open. What are you standing there for, old Tan? I called out, already walking past him. Double time. Let's go? When I think of the poor citizens of Gray Soil Town suffering from hunger, my heart bleeds like it's been cut by a knife. I was already several meters away, acting like he was the one holding us up. Tanjia took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with a murderous light. I knew what he was thinking. He'd let me kill the beasts, and then he'd kill me. We marched to the town wall. It wasn't much of a wall, just mud bricks, scrap metal, and barbed wire. It was ugly, but it kept the things outside from getting in. Brother Bai, 3 days and you look better than ever, a voice called out. It was Wang Shi, the West District leader. He was smiling, completely ignoring Tanjia. I had cleaned up over the last few days. In this wasteland, my youth and energy stood out, even in rags. I glanced at him coldly. Call me Vice Commander Bai. I didn't give him an inch of face. Surprisingly, this made Tanjia feel better. He realized I wasn't just being a jerk to him. I was a jerk to everyone. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes. He'd heard about my friction with Tanjia and liked it. He feared us teaming up. He probably thought the forbidden object had gone to my head, making me think I was invincible. Or maybe he thought I was hiding my true strength behind an arrogant mask. The truth? I wasn't hiding anything. I just didn't care about them. 3 days ago, they were threats. But today, my time reserve had reached 3 minutes and 50 seconds. In 3 minutes and 50 seconds, I could kill Wang Shi, Tanjia, and every single one of their men before they could even blink. To me, these powerful leaders were just trash. I didn't kill them yet because I needed them. The monsters outside weren't alone, they were a pack. If the town fell, I'd be in trouble too. Tanjia handed me a battered pair of tactical binoculars. The beasts are hiding nearby. The bastards stay at least 100 meters away. They just circle us. Anyone who steps out gets hunted. I looked through the lenses. The world outside was a graveyard of cracked yellow earth and howling dust. Twisted, mutated shrubs dotted the landscape. They weren't sentient like forbidden objects, but they looked poisonous. I scanned the horizon and stopped. About 100 meters out, in a patch of thick brush, I saw them. Red eyes. The wind flattened the bushes, revealing the monsters. They used to be hounds. Now, their fur was gone, replaced by gray-purple tumors and bulging veins. Their claws looked like jagged daggers. Why are there only a few? I asked, lowering the binoculars. Those are scouts, Tanjia explained. The king hound sends them to make sure we don't run. Smart dogs, I muttered. What's the plan? Wang Shi stepped up. We go out. Tanjia and I will take our best men. We'll draw them into a fight, and you use the breath of bone to pick them off. Why go out? I asked. Can't we just lure them to the wall and shoot down at them? Wang Shi shook his head. We tried. We sent out bait to lure them close, but they learned. Now they won't come within range of the wall. We have to meet them in the open. Bait. I didn't have to ask what happened to those people. In the wasteland, life is the cheapest currency there is. Then what are we waiting for? I shouted, waving my hand. Boys, follow me. Let's go kill some dogs. I walked toward the gate, eager to test my new power. Wang Shi and Tanjia exchanged a look and followed with 30 armed men. We stepped out of the gate in a tight circle. The soldiers were shaking, their eyes darting around, fingers tight on their triggers. We moved slowly, putting distance between us and the safety of the walls. The scouts in the brush didn't move. Not until we hit the 100-meter mark. Suddenly, a howl ripped through the wind. Then another, and another. On the horizon, the dust cloud exploded. Black dots emerged from the sand, growing larger and faster. 1, 2, 10, 20. At least 20 mutated hounds were charging us. They weren't dog-sized anymore. They were as big as bulls. The ground shook with the rhythmic thundering of paws. It sounded like a heavy drumbeat, vibrating through the dirt and straight into our chests. Tanjia's face went pale. Open fire, he screamed. He pulled his trigger first, and the rest of the men followed. 30 rifles erupted at once, weaving a wall of lead between us and the charging monsters. Nobody was saving ammo. Nobody was backing down. We all knew that if these hounds didn't die here, we'd starve to death inside the walls anyway. This desperation was the only thing keeping the East and West districts from killing each other. The hail of bullets slowed the charge, but I didn't join in. My aim wasn't great, and I couldn't afford to waste my blood. The breath of bone demanded a price for every shot, so I had to make them count. I watched them closely. These weren't just dogs. Their mutated flesh was dense, acting like natural armor. Normal bullets just shredded their skin, creating gruesome but non-lethal wounds. Unless a soldier got lucky and hit an eye, the hounds just kept coming. We didn't have the heavy weaponry to stop them. We only had my gun. As the men fumbled to reload, the hounds saw their opening. One leaped from behind a withered tree, its jaws snapping shut on a soldier's arm. The man's scream was piercing. Panic rippled through the line. The other soldiers, untrained and terrified, turned their guns toward the struggle. They missed the dog and riddled their own comrade with holes instead. Bai Yi, shoot them, Tanjia roared, his voice cracking. I calmly chambered around. I felt the cold iron of the revolver pulse against my palm. I locked my eyes on the beast. That's Vice Commander Bai to you, I said. I pulled the trigger. The breath of bone didn't just fire, it roared. A crimson streak of light tore through the air like a bloody meteor, trailing a tail of red energy. It slammed into the hound's head. The beast's skull didn't just break, it detonated. Brain matter and bone fragments sprayed the air like a shattered watermelon. Tanjia stared, his eyes wide with horror. He was a genetically modified fighter, stronger than any normal man, but he knew he couldn't survive a hit like that. I saw the flash of murder in his eyes, but it softened when he looked at my face. I was pale. I was gasping for air. He smiled inwardly. He thought the gun was killing me. I felt like an empty shell. My vision blurred, and my knees felt weak, as if I'd spent 3 days straight donating blood. If I hadn't spent the last few days gorging on meat, I would have blacked out right there. But then it happened. A surge of warmth flowed from the breath of bone back into my arm. It rushed through my veins, hot and invigorating. In an instant, the vitality I'd lost was restored. It didn't just heal me, it made me feel stronger than before. My eyes snapped open. I raised the gun again. I targeted a hound that had already been slowed by rifle fire. Another roar. Another explosion of red. The warmth hit me again, even stronger this time. The thrill of power lit a fire in my gut. I wasn't a slave anymore. I was a god. I kept firing. One shot. One kill. The 2 leaders finally joined the fray. Wang Shi tore off his shirt, revealing a mechanical arm that hummed with hydraulic pressure. The alloy plates shifted, hissing as they built up a charge. He threw a punch so fast it created a visible ripple in the air. The hound he hit flew back 5 meters, its head caved in. Even then, the beast tried to crawl back toward us. Tanjia let out a guttural howl. The hair on his body grew thick and rigid, turning into a suit of black steel needles. He dove into the pack, trading bites for punches, his mutation acting as perfect armor. Between the chaos, Tanjia kept glancing at me. He was delighted. He thought I was a fool, caught up in the bloodlust, literally shooting my life away. He figured he wouldn't even have to kill me later. The gun would turn me into a dried-up husk by sunset. But his smile faded when I didn't stop. I fired again and again, my face deathly white, but my eyes burning with a terrifying light. That's enough, Tanjia shouted, dodging a swipe from a claw. We've killed plenty today. We retreat now and fight again tomorrow. He thought I'd be grateful for the chance to rest. I turned to him, my expression feral. Retreat. I spat. The enemy is still standing. If anyone takes a single step back, I'll put a hole in them myself. Keep killing. Tanjia froze. He didn't recognize the boy standing before him. The killing intent rolling off me was suffocating. Vice Commander, look at the horizon. Wang Shi called out, his mechanical arm sparking. More are coming. The king hound is nearby. We can't push our luck. Old Tan, I said, my voice low and dangerous. If you try to shake my men's resolve again, you're the next target. I wasn't leaving. Every kill was making me faster, stronger, better. I could feel the evolution happening in real time. Tanjia was vibrating with rage. He was the leader of the East District, yet he was being threatened by a kid he'd promoted as a puppet. It was absurd. But he couldn't risk a fight with me while the hounds were still circling. "You're going to die, you idiot," Tanjia screamed. "Don't take us with you." A few minutes ago, he wanted me to shoot until I dropped. Now, he was desperate for me to stop. He stepped toward me, intending to drag me back to the gates by force. Suddenly, my legs gave out. I stumbled, the world spinning, and collapsed into the dirt. Tanjia's heart nearly stopped. He lunged forward, shielding me from a lunging hound, his steel hair bristling. He grabbed my shoulder, his voice filled with genuine panic. "Vice Commander, Bai Yi, don't you dare die on me yet." I grabbed Tanjia's arm. My face was pale, but my grip was like iron. My lips trembled as I forced the words out. "Pick me up," I growled. "I can still fight." I let out a roar, using his arm as a lever to pull myself back onto my feet. I didn't wait for his reaction. I raised the breath of bone and started firing. Bang, bang, bang. Tanjia went numb. He stared at me like I was a complete lunatic. The side effects of the poisonous mushrooms were clearly still in my system, driving me into a frenzy. "Vice Commander, Bai Yi," Tanjia shouted, his voice cracking. "Take it easy. You can't keep going like this. You're going to die." He realized words weren't working. He lunged forward, grabbing me by the waist to drag me toward the retreat. I thrashed in his grip, screaming at the top of my lungs. "Old Tan, let me go, damn it. I'm going to kill every last one of these bastards." "You can't kill them all," Tanjia pleaded. There was a hint of genuine desperation in his voice. "Just retreat. Please, I'm begging you." "Retreat? Where to?" I yelled back. "We're surrounded. There is no retreat. If we don't fight to the death now, we're finished. Everyone charge." "Bai Yi, what are you talking about?" Tanjia looked like he was about to cry. "Gray Soil Town is right there. It's only a few hundred meters away." He didn't care if I agreed or not. He threw me over his shoulder and started sprinting. I was furious. I started slapping the side of his massive face. His body was covered in needle-like steel hair, so his face was the only spot I could actually hit. Behind me are 800 residents of Gray Soil Town. I roared, my voice echoing across the wasteland. "I am their commander. If I don't carve a path through these monsters, am I supposed to watch them starve to death inside those walls?" Tanjia took several hard slaps to the face. He was turning red with rage, ready to snap, but then the ground began to vibrate. A low rumble like 1,000 galloping horses rolled through the sand. Dark, twisted shapes emerged from the swirling yellow dust, closing in at terrifying speeds. At the front was a massive, horrifying silhouette. The King Hound. Tanjia's face went white. He stopped arguing and put everything he had into his legs, running for his life while carrying me. I didn't stop performing. "Let me go? I'll fight the King Hound to the death," I shouted. The smoke from the town's chimneys hasn't faded yet. The cries of the children are still in my ears. The weapons in our hands are the last line of defense for humanity. Tanjia didn't say a word. He just ran. "They call me Vice Commander," I continued, my voice reaching a fever pitch. "That's not just a title, it's a responsibility. Even if I die today, my broken body will become a brick in the wall, a fortress of flesh to keep these hounds away." Tanjia felt his ears ringing. He was convinced I was broken. The mushrooms must have caused permanent brain damage. I was officially a madman. "Every inch of this soil holds the seeds of our people," I yelled. "Every plate of armor on my shoulders carries the light of 1,000 homes. We must fight." "Vice Commander, shut up. We're home." Tanjia slammed me down onto the ground. I kept shouting. Of course I did. We were home. That was the whole point. If I didn't shout now, who would hear me? How else was I supposed to win over the hearts of the people? To a civilized person, my words might have sounded fake. But the people of Gray Soil Town were wastelanders. They hadn't read books. They had never heard a speech this stirring in their entire lives. "Close the gate," Wangshi screamed. He was covered in blood, standing just inside the entrance. The residents and guards who had been waiting inside scrambled to pull the heavy doors shut. The gates were thick wood reinforced with iron plating and jagged spikes. The only thing that could stop a hound. Don't close it. Let us in. Boss, we're still out here. Open the gate. A few men had been wounded and couldn't keep up. They reached the gate just as it slammed shut. A moment later, the screaming started. It was followed by the sickening sound of crunching bone and wet tearing. The survivors inside turned pale, their faces twisted in horror. Some turned away, their eyes turning red. Those were their brothers, men they had lived with for years, and now they were being eaten alive just inches away. The king hound was still a distance off. There had been time to save them. But Wang Shi and Tan Jie weren't willing to take even a 1% risk. They had locked their own men out to die. The air grew heavy with a cold, bitter resentment. No one dared to speak, but the betrayal hung over them like a dark cloud. Open the gate, I said. My voice was like a golden sword cutting through the gloom. I'm going to save them. The guards and residents snapped their heads toward me. They looked at my face, searching for any sign of a lie. When no one moved, I didn't hesitate. I pulled out the breath of bone and walked straight toward the gate. Tan Jie panicked and jumped in front of me, blocking the path. Vice Commander, you can't go out there. The king hound is right outside. Move, old Tan, I said coldly. The brothers outside, whether they are from the East or West District, are people of Gray Soil Town. As long as I am Vice Commander, I will protect them. If anyone else had said this, Tan Jie would have called it a performance. But after watching me fight like a demon outside, he believed me. He truly thought I was crazy enough to do it. It's not that I won't let you. Tan Jie sweated, his voice urgent. It's that they're already dead. Listen, the screaming has stopped. Then I'll go recover their bodies. I snapped. Tan Jie, are you deaf? Wang Shi and the others crowded around, using every excuse they could think of to keep me inside. I let out a long, heavy sigh. I made sure to look like a man whose heart was breaking for his fallen comrades. Then, I turned and walked away. They watched my silhouette disappear into the town. For some reason, I looked incredibly lonely to them. After a long silence, Tan Jie spat on the ground. Madman. The kid is a total lunatic. You have no idea. If I hadn't carried him back, that forbidden object would have sucked him dry. No one answered him. The guards silently began throwing stones from the walls to drive away the lingering hounds. Their minds were elsewhere. They agreed I was a madman, because in this wasteland, only a madman would risk his life for someone else. But they also realized that they would rather follow a madman like me than leaders like Tan Jie and Wang Shi. These people, born into a dying world, didn't know that a century ago, men like me had a different name. They called them heroes. In a dark corner, a pair of eyes watched me leave, then vanished into the shadows. Back at my residence, the mask of sorrow vanished instantly. I pulled off my shirt and stood in front of the mirror, grinning. My body, once thin and malnourished, was now covered in lean, corded muscle. In that fight, I had killed 12 hounds. The breath of bone had fed 12 bursts of vitality back into my blood. My body was finally coming back to life. I felt a surge of power I had never known. I wasn't as strong as a gene-modded freak like Tan Jie yet, but I was far beyond a normal man. And that was just from 12 hounds. If I killed the whole pack, and the king hound, how strong would I become? But the best part wasn't just the strength. It was the time. If I could freeze time for 1 minute, a weak body could only run 200 meters. A strong body could run 300 or more. Every bit of strength I gained made my ability that much more lethal. My efficiency had skyrocketed. I was saving time, but it wasn't enough. I needed more power. Much more. I could feel the fire of ambition burning in my chest. I knew my time freeze ability was a trump card, a desperate last resort, but it was also a tool to help me grab more strength. Time was a finite resource. Every second I used was gone forever. I had to use what little I had to trade for raw power, so that when the clock finally ran out, I'd still have the strength to survive. In this wasteland, power was the only truth. It wasn't just the mutated beasts you had to worry about. There were gene-modded freaks, mechanical cyborgs, and mysterious supernaturals. This was an era where the strong owned everything. My predecessors' memories were full of blood. Killing wasn't a big deal here. A piece of moldy bread, a bottle of murky water, or even just a wrong look. That was all the motive anyone needed. If I was hungry and you had food, you died. Simple as that. Even if you claimed to be a pacifist who never bothered anyone, the slave hunters would eventually knock on your door and show you the true meaning of despair. A sharp knock at the door broke my train of thought. "Commander Bai," a voice called out. "The hounds have retreated. The chief is holding a victory feast. He wants you there." My eyes lit up. After that fight, I was starving. I walked to the door, and the moment I opened it, my inner actor took over. I let my body go limp, slumping heavily against the young subordinate standing there. The kid panicked. "Commander, are you? Help me. Get there." I wheezed, sounding like I was 1 foot in the grave. The kid looked at my pale face and remembered how I'd charged into the hounds earlier. A look of deep respect filled his eyes. He carefully tucked my arm over his shoulder and began to carry me. The feast was held at the Tire Tavern. It was the only tavern in Gray Soil Town because we were too poor to have a second one. Inside, people were cheering and drinking like there was no tomorrow. For wastelanders, getting drunk was the ultimate luxury. They didn't waste time mourning the dead. They knew they might be next, so they enjoyed every second they could. Tan Jie and Wang Shi were sitting at a table together, smiling and laughing like best friends. I knew better. Behind those smiles, they were probably imagining how to gut each other. "Bai Yi really stole the show today," Wang Shi said, sipping his drink. "Even my men are looking at him differently." Tan Jie let out a cold snort. He knew exactly what Wang Shi was implying. Don't bother trying to sow discord. You saw what happened. That kid's brain was fried by toxic mushrooms. He's a lunatic. A madman won't submit to anyone. My East District can't contain him, and your West District won't be able to either. Wang Shi nodded. He'd seen it in my eyes. I didn't respect either of them. At first, he thought I was just a cocky kid with a forbidden object. Now he realized I wasn't just cocky, I was insane. "So what's the plan?" Wang Shi asked with a thin smile. "Need help?" "I don't need your help," Tan Jie snapped. "That freak will kill himself soon enough. You don't want to help me. You just want to get your hands on the breath of bone. Don't be like that. We're both from Gray Soil Town. Fighting each other gets us nowhere. Haven't you noticed? The world is getting uglier. Dawn City's army has been active lately, snatching up people from all the nearby towns. War is coming." Wang Shi leaned in closer. "If we don't work together, we're dead. Here's my proposal. Once Bai Yi dies and the hounds are dealt with, we take the breath of bone to Dawn City and sell it. We split the money. You buy your advanced gene serums, and I'll upgrade my mechanical parts. Strength is the only way we stay alive." Tan Jie's face darkened. To a massive power like Dawn City, he was just an ant. If war broke out, Gray Soil Town would be nothing but cannon fodder. "Do you think the hounds appearing out of nowhere has something to do with Dawn City?" Tan Jie asked. "Oh, how so?" I interrupted, my voice ringing out across the tavern. Dozens of eyes turned toward the door. I stumbled in, looking half dead, leaning heavily on the subordinate. The poor kid was blushing, whispering in my ear, "Don't forget to give me a piece of meat later, okay?" I patted his shoulder with a grin. "Don't worry. I've already forgotten." "Ah, Vice Commander Bai." Tan Jie stood up with a fake, beaming smile. He hurried over to help me into a seat. "You've arrived. How are you feeling? Any better?" I gave him a sharp glare. "Do I look better to you?" Tan Jie didn't even get angry. Ever since he decided I was a lunatic, his patience had become legendary. I could have slapped him 10 times, and he probably would have just asked if my hand hurt. Sit, he urged. I sat right between Tan Jie and Wang Shi, acting like I owned the place. "What are you two staring at? Bring out the meat and booze." Food was served immediately. It was just chunks of blackened, charred meat. No seasoning, no skill, just raw calories. I dug in like a starving animal. This body hadn't had a full meal in years. "Slow down, don't choke," Tan Jie said, pouring me a drink. He didn't even mind how much I was eating. He wanted me fed so I'd have the blood to fight for him again. I spoke through a mouthful of meat. "What were you two whispering about? Talking trash behind my back?" "Never," Wang Shi said smoothly. "You're a hero. We were just talking about the hounds. They showed up so suddenly. I suspect it's linked to the recent movements from Dawn City." I raised an eyebrow. "Tell me more." Everyone in town knew about Dawn City. It was the Holy Land. The story said everyone there had food, schools, and clean water for baths. The women were supposed to be beautiful with skin as soft as silk, unlike the rough, sun-blasted people of the wasteland. Recently, Wang Shi explained, Dawn City's army and slave-catching teams have been raiding towns everywhere. They're preparing for war. There are other big cities out there, and the powers are starting to clash. And the hounds? I asked. They usually stay near Black Mountain. Even as mutants, they have territory instincts. They wouldn't leave unless something forced them out. I heard a rumor that Dawn City's army has been pushing into Black Mountain. They want to secure the high ground for the coming war. I chewed thoughtfully. So you think they're just clearing the mountain? Or is there something else? Tan Jie let out a mocking laugh. Vice Commander Bai, you really think too highly of Dawn City. You've never been there, so you don't know what those people are actually like. Compared to us wastelanders who live by the blade, the city folk are the ones who truly eat people alive without spitting out the bones. He leaned in, his voice dropping. Those big lords never do anything unless there's a profit in it. If the major powers actually teamed up against the mutants, those damn monsters would have been extinct years ago. But they're too busy fighting each other. No one wants to waste their military strength clearing out monsters outside their own territory. Some even leave the mutants there on purpose, using them as a buffer zone against their rivals. I gave a thin smile. Perfect. That fits my stereotype of humanity perfectly. All right, enough of that. Wang Shi interrupted, changing the subject. We can't control what the big shots do. Our priority is the Hound Pack. Vice Commander Bai, can you fight again tomorrow? I can't, I said firmly. I have to. I was actually itching to get back out there. No, Tan Jie said, waving his hands frantically. You pushed yourself too hard today. Take a rest day. Gray Soil Town's food can last a few more days. We aren't in that much of a rush. He was clearly terrified I'd drop dead in the middle of the fight. If I died, who would kill the Hound King? He looked at me like I was a walking corpse, probably remembering how I needed help just to walk to the table. I slammed my hand onto the table. The noise was like a gunshot, echoing through the tavern. The chatter stopped instantly. Everyone turned to look at the three commanders. The atmosphere turned cold. Old Tan, I growled. Vice Commander you. Me what? There's an old saying. I started, strike while the iron is hot, or the spirit will fade. Stop, Tan Jie groaned. You and your old sayings. I can't outtalk you. But don't forget, I'm the commander here. You are resting tomorrow. That's an order. I stared him down, my eyes cold. Old Tan, you're going to regret this. Without another word, I grabbed my meat and my drink and walked out. Hey, someone help the vice commander back to his room. Tan Jie shouted after me. Late that night, I lay comfortably in my bed, but my mind was racing. The conversation about the coming war stuck in my head like a thorn. War wasn't a dinner party. It was lead and steal. Sure, I could freeze time, but would I be fast enough? A bullet travels faster than a human thought. In a real war, with tens of thousands of soldiers firing at once, a single minute of frozen time wouldn't even get me out of the blast radius. Then there were the cannons, the snipers, and the tanks. I couldn't keep time frozen forever. My clock would run out. Gray Soil Town was technically under Dawn City's jurisdiction. If war broke out, the enemies wouldn't spare us. I could be sleeping one night and get vaporized by an artillery shell before I even realized I needed to freeze time. Even if I stayed alert, how many attacks could I dodge? I couldn't spend my whole life hiding in a frozen second. Damn it. The wasteland was too dangerous. I needed a safer place to accumulate time. My thoughts drifted back to Dawn City. If I could get inside, it would be much safer than this dump. Even if Dawn City lost the war, the people inside would be the last to suffer. I could run away long before the walls fell. It beat living in fear every day, wondering if I'd be eaten by a mutant or blown up by a stray missile. Scritch, a faint friction sound cut through the silence of my room. I narrowed my eyes, looking toward the source. The window. My window was sliding open. There was no one outside. There was no wind. It was eerie, as if an invisible giant hand was gently pushing the frame aside. I didn't move. I stayed in bed, watching the window calmly. I didn't even reach for the breath of bone under my pillow. Against something supernatural like this, a gun might not be enough. I waited. If a single hint of real danger appeared, I'd trigger my power instantly. After 30 seconds, a piece of yellowed parchment floated in through the window. It drifted through the air, defying gravity, and stopped right in front of my face. There were words written on it in blood-red ink. Asterisk midnight tonight. Come to the woods north of town alone. Keep quiet. Your life depends on it. Asterisk. I scoffed. Who the hell do you think you're kidding? Floating paper? Bloody text? This little horror show didn't scare me. It pissed me off. With 3 minutes and 50 seconds of frozen time in my pocket, I'd slap a god if he showed up in front of me. Time still. The massive golden clock face manifested beneath me, and the world ground to a halt. I bolted out of bed, grabbed the breath of bone, and lunged out the window. My eyes burned with irritation. Trying to spook me in the middle of the night with a scrap of paper? Man or ghost, I was going to squeeze the life out of them. Outside, I scanned the area. I spotted a suspicious figure crouching around the corner of the wall. His right hand was wrapped in bandages, held high in the air, his thumb and forefinger pinched together as if he were holding an invisible piece of paper. I sprinted toward him. As I got closer, the moonlight hit his face. Well, look at that. A familiar face. It was Liu, the magic hand. I'd heard about him. Once she had supposedly broken his right hand and left him to die. I didn't expect to see him here in the middle of the night. An awakened. The word popped into my head. I'd never met one, but I'd heard the legends. They were rarer and more mysterious than gene modders or cyborgs. They had strange, unique abilities. Liu's magic looked a lot like an awakened power. I guessed it had something to do with that right hand. He looked ridiculous crouching there with his arm in the air. To test my theory, I reached out and felt the air around his hand. Sure enough, I felt it. An invisible, solid extension of his arm. It was hard as steel and stretched out about 3 meters. Everything clicked. Liu used this invisible hand to open my window and hold the note. He was trying to play the mysterious ghost. All right, I whispered. You want to play games? Let's play. Time resume. Liu rubbed his left arm, his right hand still held high. The kid should have finished reading by now, he muttered to himself. Why is it so quiet? Usually, people jump out of their skins. Did he fall asleep? I'm awake, I said coldly from right behind him. But I think you're about to go to sleep for a very long time. Click. The sound of a round chambering echoed in the alley. The cold barrel of the breath of bone pressed firmly against the back of Liu's skull. Liu froze. His face went pale. Don't move, Liu, I said. If that right hand drops even an inch, I promise you won't see the sun tomorrow. Liu stiffened, his arm trembling as he kept it held high. He was cursing his luck. He had planned to use his invisible hand to restrain me the moment I showed up, thinking I wouldn't be able to see it coming. He never expected me to be standing behind him with a gun to his head. Even if I possessed a forbidden object, Liu assumed a sneak attack would catch me off guard. He never expected his entire trump card to be exposed in a single glance. You weren't asleep? Liu stammered, trying to buy time while his mind raced for a way out. I let out a cold laugh from right behind him. What? You think I didn't get up for a midnight bathroom break? Liu didn't believe a word of it. He had peeked through the window before opening it, and I had been fast asleep in bed. He realized the truth then. The moment that window creaked, I hadn't hesitated for a single second. I had lunged out of bed and circled behind him while he was busy playing ghost with his letter. He had been holding that pose for minutes, waiting for a reaction that was never going to come because I was already standing at his back. His plan was falling apart. He expected a normal person to freeze in fear or confusion, not a madman who charges headfirst into the dark without a care for what's lurking there. Don't you fear ghosts in the middle of the night? He hissed. Liu. Oh, wait. I should call you Lizwa now, shouldn't I? I poked the barrel of the gun against his skull, the cold metal making him shiver. Bai Yi, listen, I actually. Call me Vice Commander Bai, I interrupted, delivering a sharp kick to his backside. Liu stiffened, a flash of anger crossing his face, but he quickly swallowed it. Vice Commander Bai, I don't have any ill will. I'm just here to discuss something important. I tilted my head, a dangerous smile tugging at my lips. Oh, that's a coincidence. You don't have ill will, but I do. I hate people who waste my time. You just cost me 10 precious seconds of my life. Do you know how many 10-second intervals a person gets? Liu didn't realize I was talking about my time stillness limit. He thought I was just being dramatic. He went quiet for a moment, then spoke cautiously. Assuming a person lives to 60, there are roughly 189,216,000 10-second intervals in a lifetime. Bang! I kicked him in the rear again, nearly sending him face first into the dirt. You think you're a math genius? You think I can't count? I'm giving you 3 seconds to give me a reason not to kill you. I'm here to help you. Liu shouted. I'm an awakened. Bang! Another kick. So what if you're an awakened? I growled. You think you're special? No. I mean, don't you want to know how I became one? I paused. Go on. Tell me. Do you promise not to kill me? He asked, his voice trembling. Fine, I promise, I said instantly. Liu's heart sank. I had agreed way too fast for his comfort. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. After I lost to you at the Wheel of Fate, Wangxi was humiliated. He crushed my right hand and left me to rot. My magic hand was my life, my only way to survive. With it gone, I wanted to die. But then I thought of my mother back home, waiting for me to return in glory. That fire lit up inside me. I refused to let her down. He paused, his eyes glazing over. Suddenly, my brain felt like it was being stirred by a hot needle. After the pain faded, my shattered hand started to heal. An invisible arm grew out of it. I became an awakened. I nodded solemnly, as if I were taking notes. I see. So to become an awakened, I just need to crush my right hand and have a mother. Liu stared at me, convinced I was a total lunatic. Vice Commander, the point isn't the hand or the mother. It's the mental transformation. A massive psychological shock causes the spirit to mutate. That's how you awaken. I knew that, of course. I was just messing with him, but these wastelanders clearly had no sense of humor. I had heard rumors that everyone in this era carried a seed of mutation inside them. In the old world, a mental breakdown just made you crazy. In this world, it made you a god. It made me wonder if the Great Cataclysm wasn't just a disaster, but a forced evolution. Vice Commander Bai, I've told you everything, Liu pleaded. Can you put the gun down? I'm scared. You're asking for a favor, but you didn't say please. Where are your manners? Liu's fists clenched. If he weren't at gunpoint, he would have tried to punch the smug look off my face. Please, put the gun down. No. Then can I at least put my arm down? It's not fully healed, and it hurts to hold it up. No. Liu snapped. He stood up abruptly, his face red with fury. Look, we aren't enemies. I'm here to collaborate. Don't you see the trap you're in? Wangxi and Tanjie can't stand you. They've already agreed to kill you the moment you drive off the monster tide. They'll sell your forbidden object and split the profit. I raised an eyebrow. And working with me is your only way out. I'm an awakened. You have a forbidden object. Together, we can take them. Wangxi ruined my life, and I want revenge. You came here in the middle of the night just to tell me that. Yes, and I have a plan. Next time you leave the town, I'll be waiting in ambush. When they're exhausted from the fight, we strike together. After we win, Gray Soil Town is yours to rule. I don't want the power. I was actually surprised. Then what do you want? Revenge, he said, shaking his head. And money. You keep the town, I take the treasury and leave. To be honest, I don't care about this dump anymore. I want to go to Dawn City and find a real doctor to fix my hand. My power is tied to my physical limb. If I can get my dexterity back, I'll be twice as strong as I am now. Liu wanted to reclaim his glory as the magic hand. He told me that once he made a name for himself in Dawn City, he planned to bring his mother there so she could live in luxury. Listening to him, my opinion of the guy shifted slightly. He was a scumbag, sure, but at least he was a filial son. We didn't actually have a personal grudge. In fact, we shared the same enemies. I lowered the breath of bone and tucked it away. Liu's face lit up with instant relief. He thought he had me. So, you've agreed to the collaboration? He asked eagerly. No, I said, shaking my head. He looked like I just slapped him. Why? This is a win-win for you. I don't understand why you'd refuse such a perfect deal. I let out a long, heavy sigh. I tilted my head back at a 45-degree angle, staring up at the bright moon with a look of deep, tragic contemplation. I could join forces with you, I said, my voice thick with emotion. We could kill Wang Shi and the others tonight. But have you thought about what happens next? What about the monster tide? What about the 800 innocent people living in Gray Soil Town? Liu froze. The look in his eyes changed. He went silent for a long moment. I can help you deal with the hounds, he offered. I shook my head again. And how many people would die? You're an awakened, but your combat strength isn't even on par with Wang Shi. If you were stronger than them, you wouldn't need me. If they can't handle the hounds, you definitely can't. Until every last monster is dead, I won't work with you. Liu started to panic. But the moment the hounds are gone, they'll turn on you. And the way you're using that gun, you might not even live long enough to see the end of the fight. Enough, I snapped, waving my hand dismissively. My patched-up sleeve whipped through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. Do you think I, Bai Yi, am a man who fears death? Is my life more important, or are the lives of 800 people more important? My voice rang out like a hammer striking an anvil. It hit Liu right in the heart. In this miserable, selfish era, he couldn't believe a man like me actually existed. Standing next to me, he clearly felt small and ashamed. I understand now, Liu said, his voice quiet and respectful. He looked at me with newfound intensity. Go do what you have to do. I'm not a good man, but I respect who you are. I'll follow your lead. Once the hounds are dealt with, we'll handle Wang Shi together. But I have to be honest. I can't guarantee you'll still be alive by then. And if things get too dangerous, I won't risk my life to save you. My mother is still waiting for me. I can't die here. That's fine, I replied, standing tall and still. The cold moonlight washed over me, plating my body in silver. I looked like a martyr. Liu was visibly moved. I lost to you fair and square. Take care of yourself. I won't see you out, I said. With a strange, clicking sound, Liu vanished into the woods without looking back. Once he was gone, I rubbed my chin and let the heroic act drop. I wondered if it was wrong to manipulate a disabled man like that. Then again, I wasn't really lying. I just had a different plan. I didn't reject him because of the town. I rejected him because I needed Wang Shi and Tanjia. As long as they were alive, they would act as my shields, protecting me while I farmed the monsters to increase my own strength. If I killed them now, who would watch my back? Liu? The guy was an amateur compared to the district leaders. In the last battle, the leaders and their men kept me right in the center of the formation, letting me fire my gun in total safety. It was the perfect setup. Still, Liu was a nice surprise. When the time finally came to settle scores, having him as a backup would save me from having to use too much of my time stop ability. I smiled to myself. I really was a master of time management. I didn't wake up until noon the next day. It was supposed to be a hunting day, but Tanjia insisted I rest, claiming he was worried about my health. Gray Soil Town didn't have any entertainment, so I just spent the morning sleeping. After lunch, I wandered the streets, yawning. The streets were just dirt paths worn down by thousands of feet. Dilapidated shacks lined the roads, and people were sleeping right in the dirt to catch a breeze in the summer heat. Vice Commander Bot, passers-by, covered in grime, greeted me with looks of genuine awe and fear. The town was small, and word of my exploits had spread fast. I walked with a confident, arrogant stride, soaking in the attention. Compared to the numb, lifeless faces around me, I felt like a burst of color in a black and white photograph. My mood was great. My time stop bank had increased by another minute, bringing me to 4 minutes and 40 seconds, even after the 10 seconds I wasted on Liu last night. Suddenly, screams erupted from the distance. It's the hounds. They're attacking the town. The monsters are at the gates. I turned and saw several residents running toward me, faces pale with terror. I grabbed one of them by the collar. What's happening? I asked, unable to hide the excitement in my voice. The monsters, they've gone crazy, the man stammered, looking over his shoulder. They're trying to storm the town. My eyes lit up. They were attacking the town? I was just complaining about not being able to hunt today, and now the EXP was delivering itself to my door. This was even better. I didn't have to go out and find them. I could just stand on the wall and pick them off. But a small part of me wondered, why were they attacking so suddenly? Tanjia came sprinting out of the East District with his men. To the gates. Follow me, he roared. He spotted me and waved frantically. Vice Commander, we need you. Now, I pulled out the breath of bone, my fingers itching to pull the trigger, and followed them to the wall. When we reached the top, I saw them. Nearly 100 mutated hounds were sprinting across the wasteland, led by a massive king hound. They were charging straight for us. What is going on? Why are they acting like this? Tanjia asked, his voice trembling. The town gates were sturdy, but they wouldn't hold forever against 100 monsters. If the hounds didn't care about their own losses, they could tear this place down. Usually, they were smart enough to avoid a direct assault against a population that outnumbered them 8-1. But something had changed. We don't know, a guard shouted. They just appeared out of nowhere and started charging. Don't panic, a cold voice interrupted. Wang Shi walked onto the wall, surrounded by his own thugs. This might actually be a good thing. We have the high ground. As long as Vice Commander Bai's body can hold out, we can slaughter them from up here. Even if the gate breaks, they'll be too weak to finish us. Tanjia looked at me, his eyes full of fake concern. I'm just worried he can't handle the strain. I let out a cold snort and glared at him. If you don't know how to speak, keep your mouth shut. You'll be dead long before I am. I looked back at the charging horde. My time was about to increase again. I didn't even bother calling him Old Tan anymore. I just ignored him. Tanjia's face turned a sickly shade of gray, his expression twisting with resentment. I could tell he felt the shift in power. With every passing day, my respect for him withered, and he knew it. But he wasn't stupid enough to lash out. Without me, who would stop the King Hound? Unable to vent his rage on me, he turned to his subordinates. What are you idiots standing around for? He roared, spittle flying. The beasts are at our doorstep. Do I have to teach you how to pull a trigger? Raise your guns. Wait for them to get close. Then give them hell. The guards scrambled into position, resting their rifles on the edge of the wall. I found a spot right in the center and raised the breath of bone. The revolver felt heavy, humming with a dark, expectant energy. I watched the horizon. They were coming. Closer, closer. Now that the dust had cleared slightly, I could finally see the King Hound clearly. Last time, the sandstorm had reduced it to a blurry shadow, but now it was unmistakable. It stood over 2 meters tall, covered in dark purple skin so thin it was almost translucent. Beneath that skin, thick, crimson veins writhed and twisted like worms as it ran. A massive, hideous purple tumor sat atop its head, pulsing with every stride. It was a nightmare made flesh. I didn't fire. The effective range of a standard pistol was only 50 meters. The breath of bone could reach 200, but my aim was a disaster. At 50 meters, I'd be lucky to hit the ground. At 20 meters, I was basically a professional at missing. I needed my men to fire first. Once the hounds were wounded and slowed down, I would move in for the kill. Ready, Tanjia shouted, raising his hand to give the order. Wait, I interrupted. Tanjia snapped his head toward me, his eyes burning with fury. He probably thought I was trying to hijack his command. He opened his mouth to bark at me, but he stopped when he saw my face. I wasn't even looking at him. I was staring past the hounds. Put your guns away, I said calmly, tucking the breath of bone back into its holster. The guards froze, looking at each other in confusion. Tanjia finally exploded. Vice Commander Bai, what the hell do you think you're? The hounds aren't the enemy. I cut him off. Don't waste the bullets. I kept my eyes fixed on the massive wall of yellow dust rising far behind the hounds. Tanjia thought I'd finally lost my mind, but before he could scream again, a guard pointed and shrieked. They're turning. The hounds are turning. Tanjia spun around. The pack, which had looked ready to tear our gates down, suddenly veered off. They skirted the edge of gray soil town, sprinting away into the distance as if their lives depended on it. Did we scare them off? Someone shouted, a note of hope in their voice. They remember the last beating we gave them. The common soldiers were relieved, but Wang Shi and Tanjia weren't idiots. They looked at me, their faces pale. Vice Commander, Wang Shi asked, his voice low and heavy. What's happening? He knew I was a wasteland hunter. Even as a former slave, I had more survival experience in my little finger than they had in their entire bodies. They aren't attacking, I said, my voice flat. They're running away. The color drained from everyone's faces. Running? The hounds were the apex predators of this region. If they were fleeing like whipped curs, what kind of monster was chasing them? A wave of pure terror swept through the crowd. They looked to their leaders for strength, but Tanjie and Wang, she were just as terrified. Maybe it's the Dawn City Army? Tanjie stammered, offering a weak, hopeful smile. Maybe they're nearby and scared the beasts off. The army. Wang Shi spat, his eyes dark. I'd rather face a mutated beast. Quiet. I barked, snapping my head toward the sky. It's here. A faint humming sound drifted down from the clouds. It was a high-frequency vibration, a buzzing so sharp it felt like it was drilling into my eardrums and vibrating in my soul. What is that? Someone whimpered. The sound grew louder, resembling the crackle of electricity. No, that wasn't right. It was the sound of thousands of wings. Look up. Tiny black dots were emerging from the horizon, swarming through the clouds until the sky looked like it was riddled with holes. The dots grew larger at an impossible speed. The buzzing turned into a deafening roar of wings and screeching cries. Gray sparrows, I whispered. Mutated gray sparrows. So many of them. Run, a voice screamed. Gray Soil Town is finished. Run for your lives. The panic hit like a physical shockwave. The guards broke rank, abandoning their posts and sprinting off the wall, ignoring their commanders entirely. I squinted at the incoming swarm. These weren't the sparrows I remembered from my old life. They were the size of eagles, their skin a dull, leathery gray, and their eyes were a milky, lifeless white. Their talons looked like polished steel. There were thousands of them. 1,000 eagles would be a nightmare, but 1,000 mutated, bloodthirsty sparrows was a death sentence. They blotted out the sun, casting jagged shadows across the town like a shroud. This was bad, very bad. Individually, a sparrow was no match for a hound, but their numbers and mobility were overwhelming. My ability to freeze time was powerful, but I couldn't fly. If they stayed in the air, I couldn't touch them. Even with the breath of bone, my 4-minute and 10-second limit wouldn't be enough to shoot down 1,000 targets with my terrible aim. I had to get indoors. I jumped off the wall and hit the ground running. My enhanced physique kicked in, my legs pumping with a strength I hadn't felt before. I tore past the fleeing guards. Ahead of me, I saw Tanjie and Wang, she already sprinting toward the center of town. They knew the walls were useless against a threat from the sky. But you can't outrun a bird. A piercing scream ripped through the air behind me. I didn't look back. I didn't have to. A sparrow had dived from the sky, its beak driving through a man's skull like a spear. It began feasting on blood and brains before the body even hit the dirt. Then came another. And another. They were hunting us like insects. Gunshots rang out, desperate, useless bursts of fire. People were wailing, diving into wooden shacks, begging for mercy. But a wooden shack wouldn't stop those talents. Even the brick houses had windows, and these monsters had brains. They knew how to get in. The town was descending into absolute chaos. I didn't head for the nearest shelter. I ran straight for the Tire Tavern. That was Tanjie's headquarters. It was where he kept the food, the water, and most importantly, the ammunition. Tanjie had been stingy with bullets, thinking I couldn't handle the physical toll of the breath of bone. He was wrong. I needed every round he had. A sharp whistle cut through the air directly above my head. Something was diving at me, fast as an arrow. I felt the rush of wind, and a murderous light flared in my eyes. I didn't stop running. I knew I was being hunted. The streets were empty now, filled only with the dead or the hidden. I was the only thing still moving, a lone target sprinting through the chaos. It was only a matter of time before they locked onto me. I didn't try to hide. Instead, I triggered it. Time stillness. A brilliant, golden clock face erupted beneath my feet. The gears of the world ground to a sudden, jarring halt. Every sound, the screams, the flapping wings, the wind, was stripped away, leaving nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing. Inertia carried me forward another 2 meters before I could plant my feet. You can't just pull a U-turn at full sprint, which was exactly why I hadn't tried to turn and fire. I needed the world to stop first. I looked up. A pair of pale, lifeless eyes stared back at me. It was a gray sparrow, massive as an eagle, frozen like a museum specimen 3 meters above the ground. Its wings were spread wide, its talons inches away from my skull. If I'd waited a second longer, my head would have been cracked open like an egg. A surge of cold fury rose in my chest. You want my head? I'll give you something else to hold. I cocked the breath of bone. The barrel pointed directly at the bird's skull. At this range, against a target that couldn't move, even a child wouldn't miss. I pulled the trigger. Bang! A blood-red bullet spiraled out of the barrel, but the explosion of feathers I expected didn't happen. I froze, staring at the bullet. It was suspended in midair, barely 2 centimeters from the muzzle, as motionless as the bird. I realized the flaw instantly. I had stopped time for the entire world. In this state, only I and the things I touched could move. The moment the bullet left the gun, it was no longer part of me. It became part of the frozen world. I couldn't kill while time was stopped. I quickly backed away, creating distance between me and the monster. Then, I let the stillness break. The second time resumed, whoosh. The red bullet vanished from my sight. A fraction of a second later, the sparrow's head disintegrated. Blood sprayed the cobblestones as the headless carcass flopped twice and hit the dirt. It worked. It was a bit of a hassle, but it worked. I felt a rush of vitality surge into my body from the gun, fueling my muscles. I didn't look back. I kept running. The town was a graveyard. Thousands of these birds were tearing gray soil town apart. In just minutes, hundreds had died. I saw them perched on corpses, tearing off strips of flesh. I saw them smashing through windows to get at the families cowering inside. The screams coming from the houses were unbearable. A dozen more sparrows spotted me. I was too visible, the only living thing left on the main road. They shrieked and dived. I ducked into a narrow alleyway between 2 brick buildings. The tight space meant they couldn't swarm me all at once. They had to come at me one by one. I stopped running. I turned, my eyes cold and violent. I raised the breath of bone and waited. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3. Bang. Fire and blood flashed in the dim light. The headless bird crashed into the ground, sliding through the dirt until it stopped at my feet. I didn't need to stop time for this one. In a straight line, they were easy pickings. More vitality flowed into me. I felt the power growing, a dark, cruel strength knitting into my bones. A savage grin twisted my lips. Come on, I whispered. Become my strength. Bang, bang, bang. The revolver roared again and again. Muzzle flashes lit up the dark alley, illuminating my face, now splattered with gore. Within minutes, the ground was carpeted in gray feathers and rotting blood. My boots were soaked through. Still, they kept coming. Time out, I muttered. The world froze again. A sharp talon stayed suspended just inches from my nose. I could count every individual feather on the bird's wing. Standing in that dark, narrow tomb of corpses, I lowered my head and began to reload. My hands were stained red as I slid 6 fresh rounds into the cylinder. I flicked the revolver shut with a sharp, mechanical click. I looked up and smiled. The slaughter continued. When the cylinder was empty again, I turned and bolted. I was out of ammo, but I was faster now. My physical limits had been pushed even further by the weapon's feedback. I still couldn't outrun a bird in the open, so I kept flickering in and out of time stillness to lose them. Finally, I reached the tire tavern. I grabbed the handle and shoved. It didn't budge. I peered through the gap in the door and saw tables and chairs piled high against the entrance. Someone was inside. Open up, I shouted. No answer. I kicked the door hard enough to make the wood groan. Go away, a voice finally cracked from inside. Don't lead them here. I recognized the voice. It was Old Wong, the tavern owner. He was one of Tanjie's men, an older guy who fancied himself an intellectual because he could read a few pre-cataclysm books. He usually stayed out of the fighting, complaining about how he wasn't born in a more civilized era. Old Wong, it's me. Bai Yi. I yelled. Open the door. I need the ammo stashed to deal with these things. I know it's you, Bai Yi. Old Wong's voice was trembling, high-pitched with terror. But I can't open it. What if a bird gets in? Don't blame me for not saving you. I just want to live. I don't owe you anything. I stopped kicking. I stood silently in front of the door. Above me, 5 sparrows were circling, their pale eyes locking onto my position. I'm going to say this one last time, I said, my voice dropping to a flat, dangerous calm. Open the door. Inside, Old Wong seemed to snap. He started screaming, his voice full of resentment. You really think you're some big-shot vice commander? You're just a lucky brat. A slave who can't even read. Who do you think you are, ordering me around? He kept ranting, his voice a frantic explosion of hidden jealousy. I didn't respond. I could hear the sound of wings beating overhead, getting closer. Old Wong went quiet, probably curling up in a corner behind his bar, shaking too hard to speak. Outside, the 5 sparrows dived from 5 different directions, sealing off every possible exit. I didn't look up at them. I reached down to my calf and pulled out my combat knife. My eyes were fixed on the door, burning with a cold, murderous light. I waited for those 5 bastards to get close. If I used my ability to stop time, I could slaughter them easily. But Old Wong was the one really getting on my nerves. Because he refused to open the door, I couldn't get to the ammo stash. Without bullets, I couldn't use the breath of bone to replenish my vitality. I was wasting time and gaining nothing. Fine. He didn't want to open the door. Once I dealt with these gray sparrows, I'd burn his tavern to the ground. Let's see how long he stayed inside then. The 5 sparrows let out piercing shrieks. They dove at me like 5 streaks of gray lightning. I gripped my combat knife, a cold light burning in my eyes. I waited. I needed them just a little bit closer. Suddenly, a sharp whistle tore through the air. I watched in shock as the 5 sparrows were slammed by an invisible force, like a giant hammer made of air. Thud, thud, thud. Flesh exploded. Gray feathers rained down like snow. I whipped my head to the right, looking toward the corner of a nearby building. Liu was there. He lowered his right hand, gasping for breath. Bai Yi. Over here, he hissed. I bolted to the corner. Liu looked terrible. He was clutching his right hand, his face twisted in pain. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. That last attack had clearly reopened his old wounds. How are you holding up? I asked. I'm fine, he forced a smile. Not dead yet. You're looking for ammo, right? I glanced at the bulging burlap sack behind him. It clicked instantly. Liu reached into the bag and pulled it open, revealing a hoard of gear. Guns, magazines, cockroach bullets, white sticks, and water. You stole this from the Tire Tavern? I asked. I have a grudge against Wang Shi, so I've been hiding in your East District, he explained. When I saw the sparrows entering the town, I knew things were going south. I went to the tavern early and used my magic hand to swipe their supplies. He looked at me seriously. With this, we have enough to escape Gray Soil Town together. I felt a flicker of surprise. You could have run on your own. Why wait for me? Why does there have to be a reason? Liu frowned. I told you, I respect who you are. You risked your life for this town, and you agreed to work with me. Helping you is the right thing to do. I started to laugh. Liu, did you ever go to school? He looked even more confused. No. Why are you asking that? Nothing, I said. Old Wong went to school. I heard he lived in Dawn City once. He's one of the few civilized men in this town. But that old bastard wouldn't even open his door for me. I stopped talking and started loading the breath of bone. 1 bullet. 2 bullets. We don't have time to chat, Liu urged. Let's get out of here. I didn't move. I just kept loading. Click. The cylinder snapped shut. I looked up and gave him a sharp, arrogant grin. I'm not leaving yet, I said. Liu's eyes widened. You're not serious. You're staying to save the people of this town. No, I replied. Then what are you doing? He looked at the swarms of sparrows gathering in the sky, his panic rising. I looked at the charcoal black revolver in my hand. A blade-like smile touched my lips. I'm going to kill them all. You've got to be joking, Liu cried. I never joke. Now shut up, Li Zhua. I led him to an alleyway near the tavern. You cover me. I'll take down the sparrows. Liu hesitated, but he didn't have time to argue. The first wave of birds screeched and dove. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was constant. One by one, the sparrows plummeted into the alley. Feathers drifted through the air like gray dandelions. For a moment, it looked like a gray rain was falling from the narrow strip of sky above us. Any bird that tried to sneak up from behind was crushed by Liu's invisible hand. Against an attack they couldn't see, even mutated beasts were defenseless. Inside the Tire Tavern, Old Wong was curled up behind the bar. He pressed his hands over his ears, trying to block out the shrieks and the gunshots. He knew I was out there fighting. He also knew I was a dead man. No one could survive that many sparrows. It was only a matter of time. It's not my fault, he whispered to himself. I just want to live. He's just a wasteland brat who can't even read. Only those stupid fishermen think he's a hero. If I had a forbidden object, I could be a hero too. I could kill those hunting dogs. He started talking faster, trying to convince himself. He wanted bullets? Who does he think he is? The commanders couldn't even save this town. He was lying to me. He just wanted me to open the door so he could hide. He's probably terrified. A sudden sound made him jump like a startled rabbit. He looked toward the window and froze. A pair of pale, lifeless eyes was staring back at him. His heart nearly stopped. Thump, thump, thump. A sparrow was slamming its body against the glass. Cracks began to spread. The junk he had used to block the window started to fall away. Stop it, he screamed. Go eat Bai Yi. He's right outside. Fear kept him rooted to the spot. He couldn't bring himself to move and reinforce the window. He just prayed. But prayer doesn't fix a broken window. The glass shattered. A sparrow the size of an eagle squeezed through the opening. Its dead eyes locked onto Old Wong. He shrieked and scrambled away, tripping over the junk in the room. Ironically, the tires he hated so much saved his life. They were hanging everywhere, cluttering the space and making it hard for the bird to fly. He had always sworn that once he had money, he'd get rid of every single tire in the place. Now, they were the only things slowing his death. Old Wong ran in a panicked circle until he realized he had blocked every exit himself. He scrambled to the front door, frantically tearing away the tables and chairs he had piled up. The gunfire was still going. Bai Yi was still alive. He had the weapon. He could save him. A sharp claw ripped across Old Wong's back. 3 deep gashes sent a jolt of agony through his body. He screamed, swinging a chair wildly to keep the bird back. The wood splintered, and the bird lost a few feathers, but it didn't stop. His hands were bleeding from splinters, but he didn't feel it. The only thing he felt was terror. Finally, the last chair was cleared. The door swung open. I had told him I didn't have an obligation to save him. Old Wong scrambled out of the tavern, falling face first into the dirt. He was covered in dust, his eyes darting around wildly for any sign of me. But the gunfire had stopped. The silence was deafening. The gun stopped, he whimpered. He's dead. Help! Someone help me. The sparrow flew out of the tavern behind him. Its metallic claws sank deep into the flesh of his arm. Old Wong thrashed, his face pale with pure horror. Then, footsteps echoed from the alleyway. Old Wong looked up, a spark of desperate hope lighting his eyes. I walked out of the shadows, my footsteps steady, the black revolver heavy in my hand. The moment Old Wong saw me, he started screaming like a drowning man catching a piece of driftwood. Bai Yi. I cut him off before he could get another word out. My voice was casual, almost bored. Oh, if it isn't Old Wong. Bai Yi. Save me. Please, save me. Old Wong was thrashing on the ground, his hands desperately gripping the sparrow's metallic claws to keep them from his throat. His eyes were wide, filled with the raw, pathetic terror of a man who knew he was about to die. I didn't rush. I took my time opening the cylinder of my revolver. With a flick of my wrist, 6 spent brass shells tumbled out, hitting the dry earth with a sharp, rhythmic clink. That's Vice Commander Bai to you, I said. I pulled out my remaining bullets and began sliding them into the chambers, one by one. Vice Commander Bai? Please, I'm begging you, save me. Old Wong's face was contorted with such effort that the tiny capillaries in his skin began to pop. He looked monstrous, a mask of blood and desperation. I snapped the cylinder back into place with a sharp click. Old Wong's eyes lit up with a spark of hope. He watched me, breathless, as I slowly raised the revolver and aimed it directly at the sparrow. Then, I spun the gun around my finger in a flashy circle and tucked it firmly into my holster at my waist. The hope on Old Wong's face froze. It turned into a mask of pure shock. I tilted my head slightly. A drop of the sparrow's blood ran down my jawline, and I let a cold smile spread across my face. I gave a small, unapologetic shrug. Old Wong, don't blame me for standing by, I said, my teeth flashing white against the grime on my face. After all, I don't have any obligation to save you. No, you can't do this. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. His howls turned into guttural shrieks of agony. The sparrow's claws began to rip his chest open, and then it lowered its beak, systematically pecking at his internal organs like a chicken eating grain. "Are you really not going to save him?" a tired voice asked. Liu stepped out from the alleyway, clutching his right hand. He looked exhausted. He said he was sorry. I shook my head slowly. "He's not sorry. He just knows he's dying." I looked down at the mess on the ground. Liu sighed. "It's a pity. Being educated doesn't make you a good person," I said. "There's an old saying, loyalty is often found among the uneducated, while the heartless are usually the scholars. Just because someone misses civilization doesn't mean they are civilized themselves." Liu blinked, looking confused. He clearly didn't get the metaphor, but he looked like he felt insulted anyway. "What are you talking about? You're the one who kills everything like a dog." "You'll understand one day, Li Zhua," I said. I pulled out the breath of bone and aimed it at the sparrow currently feasting on old Wang's corpse. Bang! The sparrow slumped over, dead, right in old Wang's arms. "My name is Liu," he snapped. "Sure thing, Li Zhua. You son of a whatever. What now?" "The gunfire over there has stopped. It looks like Wang Shi and his men are out of ammo. How many shots do you have left?" "Last 3, I said, weighing the gun in my hand. I looked up at the sky. Hundreds of sparrows were still circling the West District. Even if Wang Shi's team was out of bullets, the monsters weren't done. They were diving into houses now, trying to get at the people hiding inside. The only reason the area around the tavern was clear was because I'd killed them all, and because there were fewer people here to attract them. That was why I'd led the fight here in the first place." "You only have 3 bullets left? How are you going to save them?" Liu asked. I gave him a strange look. When did I ever say I was going to save them? Liu froze. "Wait, you're always shouting about protecting this town more than anyone. You're just giving up." I was already preparing to retreat. I had hunted the sparrows to harvest their vitality and boost my own strength, but with only 3 rounds left, there was no point in pushing further. More importantly, my timer was down to 1 minute and 19 seconds. I had spent too much time getting to the tavern. 1 minute was my hard limit. If the timer dropped below 60 seconds, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Still, the harvest was good. My physical strength had surged again. I felt like I could finally match Tanjia, even after his gene serum injections. Of course, in a real fight without weapons, he'd still be a problem because of that thick, bristly fur of his. But at this level, hunting sparrows wasn't doing much for me anymore. I needed bigger prey. "If you're not saving them, let's get out of here," Liu suggested. He was at his limit, both mentally and physically. I shook my head. "Running is the stupidest thing we could do. We can't outrun sparrows in the open. We'd just be target practice. Our best bet is to find a sturdy building and wait for them to leave." "Fine, I trust you," Liu said. He knew I had the experience of a wasteland hunter. We ignored the tavern. It was strong, but it had too many broken windows. Instead, we spotted a brick house in the northwest corner of the block. We didn't hesitate. We sprinted for it. A few sparrows noticed us and dived. Liu struggled to lift his right hand, conjuring an invisible wall in their path. The birds slammed into the air, tumbling toward the ground. I didn't waste the opening. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. 3 shots, 3 dead birds. Our teamwork was getting better, but now I was completely empty. 2 sparrows were still flapping, trying to get back up. I pulled my knife, intending to finish them before we entered the house. If they stayed outside and kept attacking the structure, they'd eventually break in. "Damn it, it hurts." Liu suddenly screamed. His right arm dropped limply, and he clutched his head with his left hand, his face pale. "What's wrong?" I frowned. "My power. It uses mental energy. I've overextended myself. I'm spent." "Get inside," I ordered, gripping my knife in a reverse hold. "I'll handle these 2. The sparrows shook their heads, kicked off the ground, and shot toward me like gray arrows. I didn't use my time stop ability. With my current physical stats, 2 lone sparrows were something I could handle. Just as I was about to move, I heard rapid footsteps on the roof nearby. Then, a sound like a dragon's cry, the ring of a blade being drawn, sliced through the air. A woman in black and silver knight's armor dropped from the sky. She landed right in front of me, accompanied by a flash of sword light that looked like a bolt of electricity. Shing! The 2 sparrows were sliced clean in half in midair. Blood sprayed the ground as the woman landed gracefully. My eyes narrowed. That sword was fast. I had barely seen a blur of the blade before the monsters were in pieces. With my enhanced reflexes, I could usually track a handgun bullet, but I couldn't track her swing. That meant her sword was faster than a bullet. Was she an awakened? A Jean Mater? The woman turned around slowly. She wore a silver-white mask that had no features, no nose, no mouth. Only two hollow eye sockets. Through them, I saw a pair of clear, light brown eyes that looked like mirrors. She didn't say a word. She just stood there, watching me while I stood covered in blood. A gust of wind kicked up the yellow sand of the wasteland, blowing her long black hair across her armor. I watched a single stray lock of hair flutter against the silver metal. I watched her hand drop to the hilt of the silver cross sword hanging at her waist. She gripped it, slightly lifting the long, slender blade. My eyes narrowed. I didn't know why she was here, but if she had bad intentions, I was in trouble. At this distance, I would have to focus everything I had just to trigger my time stop before she could draw that blade. My attention was locked on the weapon. It was beautiful, a pure silver cross sword with a narrow, elegant blade. Under the curve of the crossguard, silver engravings flowed like rushing clouds. Suddenly, her sword moved. But she wasn't aiming for me. A stray sparrow monster, which had been hiding in the shadows, lunged at her back. She didn't even turn around. She just lifted the silver sword over her right shoulder. Poochie. The sparrow slammed into the tip of the blade as if it had committed suicide. It stayed there, skewered like a piece of meat on a stick, hanging in midair. She rested the sword casually on her shoulder, the movement clean and fluid. My eyelid twitched. I wanted to curse. She was showing off so hard it was actually impressive. With a casual flick, she sent the sparrow's corpse and blood sliding off the polished steel. Her light brown eyes gave me one last deep look before she turned away. She pushed off her toes, her tall, graceful figure leaping onto a nearby roof like a swallow. Then, she sprinted toward the swarm of sparrows circling the West District. "It's her," Liu shouted from a nearby doorway, his voice full of shock. "You know her?" I asked, turning to him. Liu shook his head quickly. "No, I don't know her name. But I've seen her. When I was staying in History Town, they were attacked by mutated beasts too. She appeared out of nowhere and slaughtered them all." I frowned. A specialist monster hunter? It looked like her goal was to protect the people of the wasteland towns. Over the West District, the figure in knight's armor soared. She jumped straight into the center of the swarm, hundreds of gray sparrows diving at her with ear-piercing shrieks. Then, the silver sword let out a cry like a dragon, drowning out the birds. She spun in midair, her wrist locked straight, the blade carving brilliant arcs through the sky. Her silver mask flashed against the steel, her black hair and the hem of her armor dancing in the wind. Sparrows began to fall like rain. Tan Jie and Wang Shi watched from the shadows, completely stunned. Their bullets were gone, their men were dead, and they had been ready to give up. Now, this woman had descended like a savior. Her swordsmanship wasn't just fast, it was divine. There was no bloody butchery, only an elegant dance. In moments, the cloud of monsters that had smothered Gray Soil Town was gone. The woman stood in the center of a storm of falling gray feathers. She flipped her wrist, spun the sword, and clicked it perfectly into its sheath. The survivors were speechless. The monsters that had nearly wiped us out hadn't lasted more than a few seconds against her. She saved us," someone cheered from a house, their voice cracking with relief. Wang Shi and the others hesitated for a moment before stepping out. They approached her with humble, envious smiles. They knew their walls were like paper to someone this strong. It was better to show respect than to hide. "Thank you for saving our lives, Great One," Tan Jie said, his large face splitting into a sycophantic grin. "We can never repay you." The woman didn't respond. She just stood there, looking like she was thinking about something. "May we know your name?" Wang Shi asked cautiously. "Please don't misunderstand. We just want to know who our benefactor is so we can repay you later." "No need for later." A cold, youthful voice drifted from behind the silver mask. "You can repay me now." Her voice was calm, like a still lake without a single ripple. Wang Shi and the others froze. They hadn't expected her to be so young or so blunt. Wang Shi quickly smiled. As long as you have a use for us, just give the order. The night girl held out her hand. Give me money. Wang Shi and Tan Jia looked at each other. They didn't know how much was appropriate, but their survival instincts told them to give everything. Money could be earned again, life couldn't. Great one, the money is all in here, Wang Shi said, carefully handing over a heavy bag. He made sure not to touch her skin. She took the bag, weighed it in her hand, and then spoke 2 words. Silent Court. The name hit Wang Shi and Tan Jia like a thunderclap. They stood there, horrified. The Silent Court? You're one of them. Wang Shi started to babble, trying to suck up to her, but he realized she wasn't looking at him. She was looking at me. I raised an eyebrow. Why was she talking to me? I didn't ask her anything. The Silent Court is an organization made of awakened, she said, her light brown eyes fixed on me. Are you interested in joining? I let out a short laugh. Does your organization just recruit anyone? You're a group of awakened, and you're asking me, a normal guy, to join. I glanced at Li Yu, wondering if she had seen something. Then I tested her. Are you scouting? She tilted her head, clearly not understanding the term. I've been watching you, she said. A flash of killing intent surged through me. She had been watching me? Did she know about my time stop ability? That was my biggest secret. I couldn't let anyone know the truth. But her next words killed my urge to fight. You aren't an awakened, she said calmly. But you are a good person. I heard what you said when you faced the hounds earlier. I blinked. I just got a good person card from a girl I just met. The Silent Court is for awakened. Yes, she continued. But we value character more. We look for like-minded people. I frowned. Between her actions and her words, it was clear the Silent Court was some kind of heroic justice organization. And if they were the good guys, I'll pass, I said firmly. I wasn't the type for selfless sacrifice. I barely had enough time left to live as it was. Wasting it on justice would be the death of me. The girl nodded, her expression unreadable behind the mask. She looked at the crowd one last time. The mutated beasts in the Black Mountains are running wild. The hounds and sparrows were just the first wave. This place isn't safe anymore. If you want to live, evacuate. With that, she turned and walked away. Her silver armor disappeared into the distance, leaving the survivors in a daze. Out of the 800 people in Gray Soil Town, only 300 were left. They looked at the bodies and the blood, too stunned to even feel grief yet. What happened in the Black Mountains? Tan Jia whispered, his voice trembling. More monsters? You've got to be kidding me. The girl from the Silent Court didn't look like the type to tell jokes. A warrior of her caliber had no reason to lie to us. The reality of our situation hit me like a physical blow. Gray Soil Town was a death trap. Wang Shi swallowed hard, his face pale as he looked at Tan Jia. The two of them had been bitter rivals for years, constantly stabbing each other in the back for scraps. But now, the air was thick with a different kind of tension. Tan Jia, Wang Shi said, his voice low and urgent. We've fought for a long time, but we don't have a blood feud. In this world, only the united survive. What do you say? Tan Jia nodded grimly. He wasn't a fool. What's the plan? This whole area is crawling with monsters, Wang Shi explained. We got lucky today because of that girl, but luck runs out. If we want to live, we have to get to Dawn City. Tan Jia frowned. Dawn City didn't just take in trash from the wasteland. We need legal status to enter. That costs money. The girl took everything we had, and even if she hadn't, it wouldn't be enough to bring our men. Wang Shi let out a cold, sharp laugh. Why are you still dreaming? You think we're bringing these losers with us? They're dead weight. Abandon them. But the money. Tan Jia started. Forget the money, Wang Shi hissed. We have something better. We have forbidden objects. Tan Jia's eyes darkened. He looked toward me, his suspicion growing. Something is wrong with Bai Yi. After that fight with the sparrows, he looked perfectly fine. He didn't look drained at all. He's been playing us. You just noticed? Wang Shi sneered. The kid is a problem. And so is Li Yu. I saw him during the fight. He's an awakened now. Those two have clearly been working together behind our backs. Tan Jia panicked. Then how do we take the forbidden object? Wang Shi didn't seem worried. Li Yu is a rookie. If he were actually powerful, he would have come for my head already instead of hiding. I saw him earlier. He looked like he was about to faint from mental exhaustion. He's nothing. As for Bai Yi, I suspect he's achieved a perfect containment. Tanjia looked confused. The term sounded familiar, like something he'd heard in a bar once, but the gene medicine he'd taken over the years had turned his brain to mush. Most people pay a price to use a forbidden object, Wang Shi explained. Perfect containment means no price. It's a legend. It's like the difference between holding a gun and the gun becoming a part of your soul. But it doesn't matter. The breath of bone needs bullets to work. Without them, it's just a piece of scrap metal. A cruel light flickered in Wang Shi's eyes. Dawn City needs awakened for experiments. They pay a fortune for them. Liu is my ticket in. The forbidden object is yours. We sell them out, and we become citizens of the city. Tanjia's face lit up. It was a perfect plan. They could use their remaining men as fodder one last time to capture us. He turned his predatory gaze toward the East District, but his smile vanished instantly. Where are they? Tanjia barked. Wang Shi looked over. The spot where Liu and I had been standing was empty. They're running. Split up. Don't let them get away. Meanwhile, I was walking down the dusty road. Liu was frantic, clutching his arm and glancing back every 2 seconds. Run? Bai Yi. We have to run faster. I didn't speed up. They have cars, Liu. Do you? He stopped, panting. No, but 4 wheels are faster than 2 legs, I said calmly. Save your energy. We're going to need it to fight. Fight with what? Liu cried out, his voice cracking. I'm tapped out. I can't use my powers. You're out of bullets. We're dead men. Right on cue, the roar of an engine echoed behind us. A cloud of yellow dust rose in the distance as an off-road vehicle tore down the path toward us. Liu turned white. It's over. Mom, I'm sorry. The car skidded to a halt, tires screaming as it swung sideways, kicking up a wall of dirt. Tanjia stepped out, followed by 5 of his thugs. They weren't carrying guns, they were out of ammo too. Instead, they held rusted machetes that gleamed wickedly in the sun. In the wasteland, a cut from one of those was a death sentence. Infection would kill you before the blood loss did. I looked at Liu. He was shaking, useless in a fight. I didn't want him getting in my way. They want me, Liu. Get out of here. Run. Liu didn't hesitate. Bai Yi, I'll avenge you. He turned and bolted, his feet kicking up a trail of dust as he vanished into the distance. I couldn't blame him. We had a deal. He'd help if he could, but he wouldn't die for me. He had a mother to take care of. Still, I had to admit, he was surprisingly fast when he was scared. But then, the dust trail looped back. Liu came sprinting back toward me, chest heaving. Why are you back? I asked, genuinely surprised. Liu gasped for air, but his eyes were fixed and steady. I'm a coward, he choked out. I'm terrified of dying, but I'm more afraid of living the rest of my life knowing I left my only friend behind to die alone. I looked at him. He was trembling so hard his teeth were chattering, but he stood right next to me. He'd fought his own nature and won. Friend, huh? I smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry. I've got this. It takes a strong man to be brave, but there's something special about a weak man finding his courage when every instinct is screaming at him to run. The roar of another engine cut my thoughts short. Another vehicle pulled up from the direction Liu had just tried to flee. Wang Shi stepped out, his face twisted in a mocking grin. Keep running, Liu, Wang Shi sneered. I knew you'd try to split up. Too bad for you. There's nowhere left to go. So, I had blocked their escape routes ahead of time. I almost let that kid slip away. Liu's face twisted into a polite, yet incredibly awkward smile. Bai Yi, listen to me. I can explain. Actually, stop right there. I cut him off. If you say another word, things are going to get very impolite. I really wanted to punch him. I couldn't believe I almost fell for his act. His speech about being a coward who feared regret more than death had sounded so moving. It turned out he only came back because Wang Shi had driven him right into a dead end. He wasn't choosing loyalty. He was just out of options. Bai Fudong. No, Bai Yi. Tanjia barked, raising his machete. Hand over the forbidden object, and I might let you live. Blame your own stupidity, Bai Yi. Wang Shi added with a cold sneer. You had the chance to join the silent court, but you turned it down. If you were one of theirs, we wouldn't dare touch you. But you chose to walk into a graveyard. With Tanjia in front and Wang Shi behind, we were completely boxed in. I kept my expression neutral, trying to squeeze out a little more information. It sounds like you're both terrified of the silent court. Wang Shi stayed quiet, but Tan Jie couldn't help himself. Most people can't resist gloating when they think they've already won. It's normal for a bottom feeder who got lucky with a weapon to be ignorant, Tan Jie mocked. The Silent Court is an extremist organization of awakened. Anyone in the supernatural circles knows them. They claim to be righteous, but they're just executioners who use justice as an excuse to slaughter people across the wasteland. If they label you a criminal, you won't see tomorrow. They're lunatics. Who pursues justice in this day and age? By their standards, everyone in the wasteland deserves to die. I nodded slowly. So that was it. No wonder they were scared. If that girl from the court found out what these two did in Gray Soil Town, she'd have their heads on pikes. Silent Court. So they were judges of evil. I just wondered why they called it silent. Enough talk, Wang Shi snapped, losing his patience. Kill them before Li Yu recovers his strength. Wang Shi was cautious. He didn't move personally, signaling his men to test the waters first. Tan Jie did the same. A dozen lackeys armed with rusted machetes began closing in from both sides. They moved slowly, unsure if I had bullets left or if Li Yu had one last trick up his sleeve. I let out a long, heavy sigh. The tension in the air was thick enough to choke on. Honestly, I said, my voice drawing every eye in the clearing. We used to get along okay. There's no need for this to end in blood. I really don't want to waste my time killing you all. How about this? You all get on your knees and beg for mercy, and we'll call it even. What do you say? Tan Jie and his men burst out laughing. Do you even hear yourself? Tan Jie wheezed. We should beg you. I thought you were playing dumb, Bai Yi, but you're actually insane. Look around. We hold all the cards. The lackeys joined in, their mocking laughter echoing through the ruins. I didn't care. I looked at them with total sincerity. I'm serious. Just kneel. I hate wasting time more than anything else in the world. Kill him, Tan Jie screamed, his patience finally snapping. Kill the lunatic. With a desperate roar, Li Yu charged toward Wang Shi. He swung his trembling right hand, and the force of his ability hit the approaching thugs like a sledgehammer. They flew backward, coughing up blood. Wang Shi, die, Li Yu yelled. Sweat poured down his face as he forced his arm up, moving as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Crack, a sickening sound echoed from his limb. His right hand went limp, dangling uselessly like the bones had turned to jelly. The old fractures had reopened. He stood just 3 meters from Wang Shi, his face a mask of fury and despair. He was so close. Just one more hit with his magic hand, and he could have ended it. Then, Li Yu blinked. Wang Shi's expression had changed. The man who usually looked like a cold viper was now staring past Li Yu, his eyes wide with a terror so deep it looked like he'd seen a ghost. Li Yu felt a surge of pride. Is he actually scared of me? He thought his display of power had finally broken Wang Shi's nerve. He straightened his back, ignoring the agony in his arm, and tried to sound as imposing as possible. Wang Shi, blocking my path was the last mistake you'll ever. Excuse me, move aside. My voice came from right behind him. I tapped him on the shoulder, and the sudden contact broke his tough guy act instantly. The pain in his shoulder made him want to curse my entire bloodline. He turned around, ready to snap at me for ruining his moment. What are you doing? I told you to deal with. Li Yu froze. His jaw dropped so low I thought it might hit the dirt. Behind me, there was no Tan Jie. There were no thugs. There was only a collection of headless corpses slumped on the ground. You how what? Li Yu stammered, unable to form a sentence. He couldn't wrap his head around it. In the few seconds his back was turned, Tan Jie and his entire squad had been wiped out. No screams, no struggle, just silence. He looked back at Wang Shi and realized the truth. Wang Shi wasn't looking at him. He was looking at me. Wang Shi had seen exactly what happened. In his eyes, I had simply raised my dagger, and 6 heads, including Tan Jie's, had detached from their shoulders simultaneously. 6 fountains of blood erupted into the air, the bodies still leaning forward as if they were trying to finish their charge. That's impossible. Wang Shi screamed, his eyes bloodshot and wild. What did you do to them? I stepped past Li Yu, my dagger dripping crimson onto the dry earth. Asterisk drip. Drip, asterisk. I gave you a chance to kneel, I said, my voice like ice. Why didn't you listen? Why did you have to force my hand? I wasn't enjoying this. I only had 1 minute left on my timer, and these idiots were making me late. Instead of feeling powerful, I just felt a wave of irritation. What a massive waste of time. These idiots were making me angry, and honestly, who was forcing whose hand here? Liu stood there, his scalp tingling with fear. If the situation weren't so grim, he probably would have cracked a joke about how terrifying I looked. Wang Shi's pupils shrank to tiny pinpoints. He looked at me, truly seeing me for the first time, and gasped, You're an awakened too? It was the only explanation his brain could process. To kill 6 men, including Tanjia, in a literal heartbeat without even being seen? That was monstrous power. Even that girl from the silent court, the one who had devastated the town earlier, hadn't been this fast. At least when she moved, you could see the flash of her blade. With me, there was nothing. Just sudden, quiet death. I walked up to Wang Shi and stopped. He looked up at me, a ragged scavenger staring at a nightmare, and the defiance drained out of him. He didn't even try to fight. Thud. He hit his knees, trembling so hard I could hear his teeth chattering. Spare me. Please, just let me live. I'll leave. I'll go as far away as possible, I swear. Oh, now you want to beg? I asked, looking down at him. Where was this energy 5 minutes ago? I didn't wait for an answer. I lashed out with a kick, my boot connecting squarely with his head. Even through his reinforced alloy skull, the impact was enough to make his vision swim. That strength, far beyond anything a normal human should possess, only confirmed his fears. He was convinced I was an awakened, someone whose physical body had evolved alongside their spirit. He started babbling, his words tripping over each other. I have money. I'll pay for my life. I'll give you everything. I raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Your money? Didn't the silent court girl take every cent you had? I have more. Wang Shi screamed, desperate now. It's hidden inside my mechanical arm. Only I know the code to open it. If you let me go, it's all yours. I let out a cold, sharp laugh. A flicker of genuine malice crossed my eyes. If I kill you, the money is mine anyway. You're trying to buy your life with my own loot? You must have water on the brain. Slash. A cold gleam flashed through the air. My dagger bit deep into Wang Shi's neck, cutting through bone and gristle. His head tumbled from his shoulders, his expression of pure shock frozen forever before it could even fade. He never expected me to be that decisive. He thought he could negotiate, but I wasn't giving him a second to breathe. I knew Wang Shi. He was cunning, way more dangerous than a meathead like Tanjia. I wasn't about to let him fiddle with his mechanical arm. For all I knew, the code was actually a self-destruct trigger or a hidden poison needle. If he tripped a trap while my time stop was on cooldown, I'd be dead. I wasn't about to let some bottom feeder take me down in a gutter. Once he was dead, I knelt down and started hacking at the mechanical limb. It wasn't greed, it was survival. I was flat broke, and in this world, being broke was a death sentence. Man, this thing is a pain, I muttered, sweating as I struggled with the blood-slicked metal. My dagger couldn't even scratch the heavy plating, and I didn't know the first thing about mechanics. I looked over at Liu. Hey, you know how to open this? Liu walked over, his face a complicated mess of emotions. He looked at me like he didn't recognize me anymore. You really are an awakened, aren't you? It's a classic feeling. You want your brother to do well, but you don't want him doing that well. If I say no, would you even believe me? I countered. Not a chance, he said, staring at the corpses. What's your ability? How did you move that fast? Secret, I said shortly. I wasn't lying when I thought I wasn't an awakened. I was just a guy who had crossed over from another world. The time stop was just a glitch caused by 2 different worlds running at different speeds. That's not fair. Liu complained. I thought we were friends. I told you my ability. I gave him a dry look. In the beginning, I was just afraid of dying. Now, I'm more afraid of spending the rest of my life listening to you whine. All right. I get it. Stop talking. Liu turned red and quickly knelt down to help me with the arm. We spent the next 20 minutes sweating and cursing until the mechanical arm was nothing but a pile of scrap metal. I reached inside, searching for the hidden stash. Damn it, I shouted, throwing a piece of metal into the dirt. Wang Shi, you lying piece of trash. There was no money, not a single coin. Instead, the arm was packed with hidden spring-loaded needles and tiny explosive charges meant for a surprise attack. If I had let him open it, I'd be a pincushion right now. Forget it, I spat, kicking the scrap. Waste of time. Let's go. I climbed into the off-road vehicle Tanjia had arrived in. Liu hopped into the passenger seat, his eyes wide as I started the engine and shifted gears with practiced ease. You know how to drive? He asked, sounding genuinely stunned. You handle this thing like a pro. You don't act like someone born in the wastes. I gave him a dismissive smirk. It's not that hard. You just need hands. I didn't mention that back in my old world, I had failed my driving test 3 times before finally passing. As I turned the wheel, Liu frowned. Wait, why are we going back? Shifting Sand City is the other way. We're going back to Gray Soil Town, I said. Are you crazy? He yelled. Go back for what? To wait for the monsters to finish us off. I looked at him like he was an idiot. Use your brain, Liu. It's almost dark. As a seasoned hunter, let me tell you, traveling the wastes at night is suicide. I wasn't lying. The wasteland was 10 times more dangerous after the sun went down. Even the best hunters found a hole to crawl into before twilight. Plus, I only had 1 minute left on my ability timer. If we ran into a pack of mutated beasts in the open, we were done for. The town might be a wreck, but at least it had walls. We drove back through the biting wind. As we entered the town, the scene was eerie. Gray feathers from the earlier battle tumbled across the dirt, dancing between hundreds of corpses. The wind whistled through empty buildings, rattling an old rusted tin can across the road. Clang, clang, clang. The can rolled right past Liu's feet as we stepped out of the car. The silence was heavy. Where is everyone? Liu whispered. There should have been 300 or 400 survivors left. But the streets were hollow. I looked at the ground, noting the chaotic mess of footprints and drag marks leading toward the gates. They ran, I said, realizing the truth. The town is small. Everyone heard what that girl said. When they saw the leaders racing out of town in cars, they probably thought we were abandoning them. Panic took over, and they scattered. Damn it, Liu cursed, clutching his mangled right hand. They moved fast. I was hoping to find a doctor to wrap this up properly. This hand is my livelihood. Well, they couldn't have been faster than you were when you were running away earlier, I joked. Liu soured. Can we please not talk about that? Let's just find a place to sleep. We spent the next few hours securing a small brick house that hadn't been completely leveled. We boarded up the windows and reinforced the door. Liu sat in the corner, grumbling as he wrapped his own hand in dirty bandages. I sat across from him, staring at a cockroach protein bar in my hand. We didn't have to worry about starving yet. Liu had been smart enough to loot the tavern's pantry before we fled. We had plenty of booze and these disgusting protein bars. The only thing missing was real meat. But in this world, you didn't get to be picky. You just survived. Liu didn't bring any meat because he said it was too bulky and spoiled too fast. By the time we thought about heading back to the Tire Tavern to scavenge, the locals had already picked the place clean. The gray sparrows carpeting the ground outside were mutated beasts. Their flesh was toxic and completely inedible. Seriously? What were you thinking? I snapped, glaring at him. You chose to pack crates of booze instead of food? Liu took a long, satisfied swig of some low-grade liquor, a smug look crossing his face as if the drink had dulled the pain in his mangled hand. You can always hunt for meat, but you can't hunt for vodka. On the wasteland, you can survive without anything else, but you can't survive without a drink. He exhaled a slow, thick puff of smoke. Grain essence, my friend. The more you drink, the younger you feel. It gives you courage, kills pain, and disinfects wounds. Where else are you going to find a miracle like this? I stared at him, my face darkening. And the cigarettes? What's the excuse for those? Tobacco is worth more than gold, he said, waving a hand dismissively. It's basically currency. Besides, life out here is stressful. You need something to soothe the nerves. He saw my expression and backed away, shielding his injured arm. Whoa, what are you doing? You going to beat up a disabled man? Have you no conscience? I shoved him aside and went back to staring at the cockroach protein bar in my hand. I could have tolerated this thing if I hadn't tasted real meat recently. Now, it just looked like despair. I closed my eyes and forced a bite. It was pitch black, and I could feel the crunch of tiny legs against my tongue. I swallowed it whole, not daring to chew, terrified that I'd vomit if I tasted it for even a second. Wow, Yee, Liu chuckled. You look like you just ate a pile of crap. This is worse than crap, I gagged. At least crap is free. This costs money and tastes like death. I eat these every day. You're being dramatic, Liu muttered. You've only been vice commander for a few days, and you've already forgotten your roots. You're getting soft. That's because you've never eaten anything good. I shot back. I miss the old world. If I were back home, I'd be at a street stall right now, downing cold beers and eating grilled skewers until I couldn't move. I haven't eaten anything good. Liu barked, offended. Back when I was king of the gambling dens, I won more money in a day than you've seen in your life. Ever heard of curvy noodles? I bet you haven't even seen them. I paused. Curvy noodles? Yeah, he said, his eyes glazing over with nostalgia. They come in a hard, compressed block, dried into these complex yellow waves. You boil them in hot water until they turn golden. They aren't mushy like regular noodles. They're springy. You drop an egg in there, and man, that's a meal only the city elites get to eat. I looked at him, feeling a strange sense of absurdity. He was talking about instant ramen. To me, it was junk food I used to avoid. To him, it was a legendary delicacy he might never see again. The gap between my memories of the civilized world and this wasteland reality felt like a physical weight in my chest. Seeing my silence, Liu smirked, thinking he'd finally impressed me. Hungry now, aren't you? Don't worry. Since you saved my life, once we get into Shugguang City, I'll treat you. 1 bowl, 2 packets of noodles, and 2 eggs. My treat. I'm truly touched, I said sarcastically. No problem, we're brothers, he said, slapping his chest despite having absolutely no money to his name. Then, his expression turned curious. Anyway, why did you turn down the silent court? Tanjia and the others acted like they were a big deal. And that girl, she was a powerful awakened and a beauty. How could you say no? She wore a mask, I reminded him. For all you know, she's hideous underneath. You don't understand women like I do, Liu insisted. I've seen plenty. Even with the mask, you can tell by the way she carries herself. She's a stunner. And she clearly liked you. Why else would she ignore a legendary guy like me and invite you instead? You missed a chance to marry into power, kid. Childish, I muttered. I didn't have time for his teenage fantasies. I was a god of time, or I would be, if my powers weren't locked behind a 1-minute-a-day limit. Gods don't fall in love. It's a waste of time, and time was the only currency I cared about. You still haven't answered me, Liu pressed. Why did you really reject her? I looked at him. Because I don't want to waste my time. He blinked, confused. Waste time doing what? A group that goes around playing hero in the wasteland is going to have a lot of enemies, I said. Fighting all those people takes time. And honestly, it sounds like a great way to get killed. Suddenly, I froze. I scrambled toward the window, pressing my ear against the glass. What is it? Liu whispered, startled. Quiet, I hissed. Engines. Lots of them. Liu dragged himself up to join me, his face pale as he listened. The low rumble of a heavy convoy echoed through the ruined streets of Gray Soil Town. 10 military transport trucks rolled in a single file, their beds packed with soldiers armed to the teeth. Behind the trucks, about 200 haggard-looking civilians were being herded like sheep by the soldiers. I recognized them. They were the residents of Gray Soil Town who had fled earlier. They were being forced back. The Eye of Apocalypse, Liu whispered, pointing at the insignia on the soldiers' uniforms. That's the Shugguang City Army. The logo was an eye containing a miniature galaxy, pierced by 3 silver lightning bolts. I watched them through the grime of the window, my heart sinking. I hated variables. I just wanted to be left alone to recover my strength, but the world wouldn't let me. Stop the vehicles, a voice crackled over a radio from the middle truck. It's getting dark. We rest here tonight. We moved toward Black Mountain at dawn. The convoy ground to a halt. They were staying here. Black Mountain. Liu's eyes went wide. That place is crawling with mutated beasts. Only a regular army would dare go there. What the hell is in those mountains? Why does Shugguang City keep sending people? I watched the soldiers disembark. They didn't have heavy artillery or supply crates. They weren't equipped for a long siege or a major war. Whatever they were looking for in Black Mountain, it wasn't a fight. And in this world, that usually meant something much worse. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious. But I had no intention of joining the chaos. It was a waste of time. If I still had an hour of power left in me, I might have poked around to see if there was a profit to be made. But now, I only had 1 minute left. In this world, when you're weak, you stay low. They're going to Black Mountain, Liu whispered, his voice trembling. Why are they bringing the civilians? A dark realization hit us both at the same time. We looked at each other, the same thought flashing in our eyes. Cannon fodder, I said. A suicide squad, Liu muttered simultaneously. We weren't exactly on the same page with our wording, but the reality was the same. These soldiers were driving a group of defenseless wastelanders toward Black Mountain to clear a path through whatever horrors waited there. Liu's face turned pale. He was a wastelander too. Seeing his own people treated like disposable tools made his blood boil. I nodded slowly. You're right. Black Mountain isn't just full of mutated beasts. It's crawling with mutated plants. Guns are great against monsters, but they don't do much against a forest that wants to eat you. They need human bodies to find the safe routes. It all made sense now. This 100-man unit was on a mission to Black Mountain. They must have stumbled upon the fleeing residents of Gray Soil Town and rounded them up to use as shields. Now that night was falling, they had stopped at the nearest settlement to rest. Those damn city people, Liu hissed, his voice thick with rage. They don't think our lives matter at all. He slumped against the wall, his anger turning into a hollow grief. It's always like this. The big shots hide in their castles and start wars, and the rest of us just die for it. I watched the flickering lights of the convoy outside. Liu was right. The beast tide, the army, the starvation, it all traced back to a single order given by someone sitting comfortably in Shuguang City. The people of Gray Soil Town just wanted to survive, but disaster kept knocking on their doors anyway. In an era like this, most people aren't in control of their own lives. Every grain of dust from the era falling on an ordinary person's shoulders is a mountain. You're getting poetic, I said quietly. Liu blinked, repeating my words to himself. That's deep. I'm going to memorize that to impress people later. I usually just say we're screwed. Shill. Quiet, I interrupted. I pressed my ear to the wall, listening to the movements outside. Teams 1 and 2 grabbed the thermal imagers. A commander's voice crackled over the radio. Clear every building. See if there are any survivors left in this town. Liu panicked. We're dead. They're coming to search. We have to hide. It's useless, I said, my eyes narrowing. I wanted to stay hidden until they left, but the world wasn't going to let me play it safe. What's a thermal imager? Liu asked, his face a mask of confusion. It lets them see the heat coming off your body in the dark, I explained. Hiding won't work. Liu bolted upright, his hand hovering over his weapon. Then we fight. With your strength, we can hijack a truck and get out of here. Right, brother Yi? I rolled my eyes. Suddenly, he was calling me brother. Oh, so now I'm your brother? I asked. Hey, don't be like that, he whispered urgently. I'm not the type to switch sides just because things get hairy. The sound of boots hit the pavement outside. They were getting closer. When do we move? Liu asked, his face hardening. He looked at his bandaged right arm, a flash of pain crossing his features. Damn it. Ever since I became an awakened, this arm hasn't had a single good day. Move. I looked at him like he was crazy. We aren't moving. I only have 1 minute of strength left. That's not enough to kill 100 soldiers. If we're going to fight, we wait until after midnight when my clock resets. Liu stared at me, horrified. Are you joking? If we don't fight, we're just waiting to die? I'm not being their cannon fodder. I sighed and patted his shoulder, feeling like a disappointed teacher. Young people are always so eager to spill blood. How do you expect to live long? Do you even know the way of the wasteland? Liu paused. The what? The way of the wasteland. It's a philosophy for staying alive. 16 words to live by. I cleared my throat. If the enemy is weak, insult them. If the enemy is small, bully them. If the enemy is fierce, surrender. If the enemy is strong, obey. Liu stood there, stunned. If the enemy is strong, obey? Exactly. You're a quick learner, I said, feeling satisfied. My mind was already made up. They want a cannon fodder? Fine. We'd be cannon fodder for a while. It was a few days' journey to Black Mountain. That was plenty of time to wait for a better opening. But what if they don't plan on letting us live at all? Liu asked. Then it's even simpler. I said with a shrug. If the enemy is too strong, we die. No point stressing about it. I knelt down and started rubbing handfuls of dirt and grime onto my face. Liu watched me for a second, then hurriedly started doing the same. There are 2 people in here, a soldier shouted from outside. Heavy footsteps rushed toward the door. Liu was visibly shaking, but I stayed calm. I patted his shoulder one last time. To survive the wasteland, you need a heart full of awe and humility. Learn this well. I can tell my words have touched your soul. Then, while Liu watched in total disbelief, I walked straight toward the door. Don't shoot, officers, I yelled. We surrender. The door was kicked open with a violent crash. A dozen rifle barrels were shoved into our faces instantly. Who are you? Why were you hiding? A soldier barked. Officers, please. We're just honest citizens of Gray Soil Town, I said, my voice trembling perfectly. When the monsters attacked, my brother and I hid in this room. We were too scared to move. Seeing the Shuguang City Army, it's like seeing our saviors. The soldiers didn't lower their guns. The rest of the town fled. Why didn't you? My brother is injured, I said, pulling Liu forward. I gave his wounded arm a sharp squeeze. He turned white, sweat pouring down his face from the genuine agony. I didn't want to risk the journey with him like this. We were just waiting for help. Seeing Liu's state, the soldiers finally relaxed their grip on their triggers. One of them pulled out a radio. Sir, we found 2 wastelanders. Orders. Check them for weapons, a cold, authoritative voice replied. If they're clean, add them to the group. Yes, sir. 2 soldiers stepped forward and began a rough pat-down. Liu kept shooting me frantic looks. He knew I had a forbidden object on me. He expected the soldiers to find it and kill us on the spot. But I just stood there, letting them search me with a vacant expression. A moment later, the soldiers stepped back. They found nothing. You 2 move it, the soldier ordered. We followed them out toward the civilian pen. As we walked, Liu leaned in close, his voice a frantic whisper. Brother Yi, where is it? Where's the gun? I didn't see you throw it away. Liu didn't say a word. He just moved his lips, silently asking where the gun was. I glanced at him, but didn't answer. The forbidden object was still on me, of course. Hiding it had been simple. When the soldiers searched my torso, I slipped the gun into my pants. When they moved to my legs, I used time's stillness to move it back to my jacket. If they had managed to find it under those conditions, it would have been a miracle. Soon, the soldiers led us to the main camp. The troops were busy pitching tents while the residents of Gray Soil Town huddled in an open clearing, guarded by men with rifles. I scanned the area, my eyes landing on 2 figures who stood out from the rest. The first was an officer in a high-ranking uniform. He looked to be in his 30s, his face twisted into a mask of cold arrogance. His arms and legs were entirely mechanical, far more advanced than anything Wang Shi owned. The second man was younger and carried a large silver metal case. He looked human enough, except for his eyes. They were the eyes of a hawk, golden brown pupils so sharp they seemed to pierce through the darkness. I knew exactly what I was looking at, a high-level cyborg and a genetic evolutionist. Even from a distance, I could tell they were leagues stronger than Wang Shi or Tanjia. Sir, 2 more wastelanders, a soldier reported, saluting the officer. No weapons found. No signs of genetic or mechanical modification. The officer gave us a dismissive nod. He looked at our soot-covered faces and tattered clothes, seeing nothing but 2 more pieces of trash. He waved his hand impatiently. Number them. Put them in the refugee camp. Liu and I were handed crude plastic number tags and pushed into the crowd. We blended in perfectly. The people around us were numb, their expressions hollow with grief. We found a secluded spot and sat down. A few wastelanders looked our way, but between the dirt on our faces and the darkness, they didn't recognize me as the vice commander. I breathed a sigh of relief. In a place like this, someone would definitely sell me out just to earn a scrap of favor from the officers. Brother Yi, you're 258 and I'm 259, Liu whispered, staring at his tag. Why are they numbering us? Did I get here after you? I gave him a flat look. We walked in together. What do you think? Right, sorry. I'll go ask around. Liu muttered some muffled curses under his breath and crawled over to a nearby group. He came back a few minutes later, his face pale. The numbers are for groups. 20 people per group. We have to monitor each other. If one person in the group runs away, The other 19 get shot. Those bastards. Nobody dares to move now. I nodded slowly. Go back. Find out where they're taking us. I already had a guess, but I needed to be sure. Liu crept back toward a middle-aged man who looked particularly defeated. After a few tries, the man finally spoke in a low, gravelly voice. The big shots from the city are taking us to Black Mountain. They said they're short-staffed and need us to scout the paths. They promised that if we survive, they'll take us back to Shugwang City. No more living in the dirt. That's great news, right? Liu faked a look of excitement. We could be city folk. The man gave a tragic laugh. That lie only works on children. Anyone can go to the city if they have the money. But even if he's telling the truth, how many of us will actually live through Black Mountain? The man went silent, his eyes turning hollow again. Liu scrambled back to my side, trembling. Brother Yi, it's a trap. What do we do? Should we find a gap and run? Run. I looked at him. You need to change your perspective. We aren't running. What perspective? Right now, the wilderness is crawling with mutated beasts. It's suicide to travel at night. Even this army is camping out instead of moving. As long as we haven't reached Black Mountain, these soldiers are actually our bodyguards. We're safer here than anywhere else. Liu's eyes lit up. You're right. With them around, the monsters won't touch us. Brother Yi, you're a genius. I finally understand what you meant about living with reverence and humility to survive the wasteland. Good. Now get some sleep. I lay back on the dirt and closed my eyes. Asterisk dong. 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 Asterisk. The clock in the town square struck midnight. My eyes snapped open. I reached out and poked Liu, who was snoring lightly. He jerked awake, blinking in confusion. What is it, Brother Yi? Get ready, I said, my voice dropping to a cold whisper. We're moving. Moving where? We're going to kill them all. Liu froze. He stared at me like I had grown a second head. He looked for a hint of a joke, but all he saw was the hidden ferocity in my eyes. Are you insane? Brother Yi, there are 100 soldiers with rifles. Just the two of us. He looked like he was having a breakdown. He started reciting my own words back to me. You said the way of the wasteland is 16 words. If the enemy is strong, obey. If the enemy is fierce, surrender. You said we need humility. I grinned, and it wasn't a friendly look. What's the problem? No one understands humility better than me. While I'm being humble, I'll just happen to humble their corpses into the ground. Liu was speechless. That's not what that word means. How did you change this much after a 1-hour nap? Think about it, I whispered. After we kill them, we take their trucks, their guns, and their money. When the sun comes up, we leave Gray Soil Town for good. With that much loot, we can buy our way into Shugwang City as legitimate citizens. Brother Yi, please don't be impulsive. Liu was practically crying now. That officer and the guy with the hawk eyes, they aren't human. We aren't in danger right now. Why take the risk? I cut him off. You don't get it. We aren't in danger yet. But their plan is to push us into the fire pit of Black Mountain. They want to force us to die for them. A real man doesn't let himself be coerced. My mind is made up. I'm going to sneak over and take out the 2 leaders. Once the camp falls into chaos, you start hitting them from the outside. We wipe them out together. Before he could utter another word of protest, I slipped away into the shadows of the nearby houses. Brother Yi, think about the 16 words. Liu hissed, wringing his hands in terror. He could only watch as I vanished into the dark. I moved through the ruins like a ghost. Liu watched me, his eyes wide, probably wondering if his vision was failing him. 1 second I was there, and the next, I had vanished into the pitch-black void between the buildings. I didn't make a sound as I crept toward the center of the military camp. The perimeter was crawling with sentries. They were alert, fingers on their triggers, but they were only human. I focused my mind. Time stop. A strange, silent ripple vibrated through the air, and the world turned into a frozen photograph. I didn't waste a heartbeat. I lunged forward like a starving leopard, weaving between the statues of soldiers who couldn't even see me coming. I cleared the outer ring in seconds. Time resume. The world snapped back to life, but I was already gone, tucked behind a stack of crates deep inside their lines. My target was the largest tent in the center. I'd marked it earlier. The officer and that hawk-eyed man, Mr. Ng, were inside. If I cut off the head of the snake, The rest of these soldiers would scatter like leaves in the wind. Some might call this reckless. I had an extra minute of frozen time now, but that wasn't why I was doing this. I had thought it through. A Shugwang City Army unit had already entered Black Mountain. If I waited until this group linked up with the main force, I'd be dead meat. I could have just run away, sure. With my power, escaping was easy. But escaping didn't put money in my pocket. Shugwang City was brutal to illegal immigrants. Without a proper identity or a mountain of cash, I'd just be a different kind of slave. These soldiers had hundreds of guns and supplies. I wasn't leaving without them. I reached the shadow of the command tent. Just as I raised my blade to slit the canvas, a low voice drifted from inside. Pangu the plan. I froze. Pangu? In the old legends, Pangu was the god who created the world by splitting heaven and earth. What kind of plan earned a name like that? And more importantly, they were talking about things from before the Great Cataclysm. My curiosity burned. I knew the cataclysm happened 100 years ago. I had traveled here from 200 years in the past. That meant the civilization I knew had another century of progress before everything collapsed. I wanted to know what happened in that missing gap. I lowered my dagger. The assassination could wait. I needed to hear this. Don't ask things you shouldn't, the man called Mr. Ing said coldly. I gripped my hilt. Fine, maybe I'll just kill you both now, I thought. Mr. Ing, the news is spreading across the Northern Alliance anyway, the officer chuckled. Why hide it from your own people? There was a long silence. Finally, Mr. Ing spoke. In Black Mountain, there is a pre-cataclysm shelter. Number 189. The Panga plan was executed inside that vault. The officer didn't sound surprised. So the rumors are true. They say the Panga plan was meant to restart the world after the end. To create a new era. It's true, Ing replied. When the cataclysm hit, the elites built shelters to hide. The best scientists, the brightest minds, they all went underground. They planned to wait out the storm and then use the Panga plan to rebuild everything. The key to that entire future is in Shelter 189. But they failed. 100 years have passed, and not one of those elites ever came out. They're all dead. Ironically, the 5% of trash they left behind on the surface, the people who survived the pollution and adapted, are the ones who rebuilt the world. Ying's voice turned mocking. Some of those survivors got lucky. They found buried shelters, stole the old tech, and built places like Shugwang City. The Apocalypse Technology company that runs the city, they started by scavenging a single ruined vault. So, the officer pressed, what is the Panga plan exactly? I don't know the full details, Ing admitted. But I know the core of it is an object. The Panga drive. The officer gasped. A drive? It contains the sum of all human knowledge, Ing said, his voice dropping to a whisper. The crystallization of an entire civilization. Every scrap of science, every breakthrough. That is why it's called Pangu. With that drive, you don't just survive the wasteland, you rule it. I could hear the officer's breathing turn heavy. I understood why. The company running Shugwang City became a superpower just by finding a few scraps of gene editing tech. If someone found the entire library of human knowledge, they wouldn't just be a city-state. They would be gods. What kind of tech are we talking about? The officer asked, his voice trembling. Everything, Ing said. Gene editing, mechanical combat frames, artificial intelligence, life extension, and transcendent evolution. I nearly choked. I had to clap a hand over my own mouth to keep from gasping out loud. My old world had reached that level? But wait, transcendent evolution? Powers? The officer beat me to the question. Wait, transcendence? I thought those only appeared after the cataclysm because of the pollution. There were transcendents in the old world. They appeared during the final 3 years of the collapse, Ing explained. The world was falling apart, and these powered individuals started popping up. The scientists of that era didn't just study them. They cracked the code. In less than 3 years, they figured out how to trigger stable awakenings. You're telling me they did in 3 years what we haven't been able to do in a century, the officer hissed. Awakening is still a total mystery to us. Not 3 years, Ing corrected. It took them 2.5. Silence fell over the tent. Outside, my heart was racing. I thought about Li Yu and his magic hand ability. I had been jealous of that power for a long time. A power that didn't drain my life or cost me time, like my gun did. I wanted that. I didn't care about gene splicing or turning myself into a cyborg. That felt wrong. But becoming a transcendent? That was the path. I gripped my knife tighter. The Panga Drive wasn't just a legend. It was a map to becoming a god, and it was somewhere in the mountain ahead of me. This wasn't just about powers. It was about mental evolution. It was about life extension technology. If I could live longer, I would have more time. The more I thought about it, the more my heart burned. My eyes were filled with pure, unadulterated desire. I didn't try to hide it. I hated hypocrites. To me, a human being was just a collection of desires, and there was no shame in knowing exactly what you wanted. Right now, I wanted that Panga Drive. A masterpiece of the old civilization. It belonged to a civilized man like me. I changed my plan on the spot. I wasn't going to kill these people anymore. I was going to the Black Mountains. High risk meant high reward. If I got my hands on that drive, I'd never have to worry about survival again. I usually hated wasting time, but using my time to secure a future like that wasn't a waste at all. It was an investment. Besides, why trek to the Black Mountains alone and exposed? I could let the army escort me. They wanted us wastelanders to scout the path anyway. That meant they had to keep us alive until we reached the mountains. Inside the tent, the conversation shifted. "Mr. Ng, you truly live up to your reputation in the Zodiac," the officer said, his voice dripping with flattery. "But there's one thing I don't understand. The news about the Black Mountains has leaked. Every major faction is heading there for a piece of the pie. If the Panga Drive is so important, why aren't you with the main force? Why go to the Black Mountain Cliffs instead of the underground bunker?" "The company has other plans for the bunker," Ng replied coldly. "I'm not there to snatch the drive. I'm there to kill." The officer gasped. "To have someone like you personally handle the hit. There can't be many people in this world worth that effort." I could hear the slight softening in Ying's tone. Even a cold-blooded killer loved a good ego stroke if you hit the right spot. And Ng was clearly very proud of his marksmanship. "You're right," Ng snorted. "There aren't many. But this target? He's definitely worth it." He paused, then spat out a name. "Yang Jie." "What?" The officer sounded terrified. "You mean, the tyrant, Yang Jie? The one and only? Only a man like him is worth my Black M300. I could almost picture Ng stroking that metal case with a feverish look in his eyes. The officer sounded worried now. "But the tyrant is one of the 10 kings. A transcendent that powerful has mental perception far beyond a normal human. Any assassination attempt usually triggers a spiritual warning. He'll sense it." "True," Ng sneered. "If he were easy to kill, another sniper would have done it years ago. Recently, he wiped out one of our satellite cities single-handedly. People are even calling him the strongest of the 10 kings. The company took a massive hit, but we gained something valuable, data." Ying's voice turned sharp. "The tyrant's warning range is exactly 3,000 meters. If you shoot from within that circle, he'll sense the killing intent the moment you pull the trigger. But if you fire from outside 3,000 meters, he won't feel a thing." 3,000 meters? The officer was stunned. As a military man, he knew what that meant. A good sniper is 1 in 10,000. A sniper who can hit a target from 3 kilometers away is 1 in a million. At that distance, you aren't just aiming. You're calculating gravity, wind speed, humidity, and the rotation of the Earth. The bullet doesn't fly straight. It arcs and drifts. "Incredible," the officer breathed. "I see now. That weakness isn't really a weakness for anyone else, because no one else can make that shot. Only you, Mr. Ng." Ng actually laughed. "Exactly. Once I take out the tyrant, the company will have no problem securing the Panga Drive." "Wait, killing the tyrant helps us get the drive?" "The news leaked long ago," Ng explained, "yet no one has touched the drive. Do you know why?" "Why?" I had to hand it to the officer. He was a great listener. He kept the conversation flowing perfectly for my benefit. "Because the defense systems of Shelter 189 are beyond anything this era can produce," Ng said. "In the entire Northern Alliance, the tyrant is the only one strong enough to break through those defenses. He's already nearing the Black Mountains." The officer's voice climbed with excitement. "So your plan is to let the tyrant break the locks, then you snipe him, and our people walk right in?" "Precisely. With the tyrant dead, who else in the Black Mountains can compete with us?" "Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Mr. Ng, if you take down a king, Your rank in the zodiac will skyrocket. You might even become the leader. I stopped listening. The rest was just mindless brown-nosing. The officer flattering Ing with every word he could think of. The man missed his calling. He should have been a performer. I knew the plan now. The Apocalypse Company was using the tyrant to do the dirty work, then planning to discard him. They thought they were the predators. 10 kings? Zodiac members? To me, they were all the same. Once I activated my time stop, they'd all be kneeling at my feet. I turned to leave. Before I stepped, I looked down at the ground. Sure enough, there was a dry branch right where I was about to walk. If this were a movie, I would have stepped on it and gotten caught. Not today. I stepped over it carefully and melted back into the shadows. I navigated through the camp, dodging patrols until I reached the refugee area. Most people were fast asleep, but Li Yu's eyes were wide, darting around the dark tents. He looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Where is he? Li Yu whispered to himself, pacing nervously. Did he fail? If he got caught, is he selling me out right now? I should run. I should definitely run. What are you muttering about? I said, stepping up behind him. Li Yu jumped nearly a foot in the air, stifling a scream. He spun around, seeing me standing there, completely unharmed. Li Yu let out a long, shaky breath, his shoulders finally dropping. I was just praying for you, Brother Yi. Really? So what happened? Did you kill him? I looked at him, feigning confusion. Kill him? Kill who? Li Yu blinked, stunned. Weren't you going to assassinate that officer? What kind of nonsense is that? I asked, shaking my head. Why would I do something so reckless? That's for meatheads. I'm a man of strategy. I move only after I've planned everything out. I sighed, looking at his confused face. I guess you'll never learn my 16-character mantra for success. Fine. I'll teach you a shorter one. 8 characters. Bully the weak, kneel to the strong. Li Yu stared at me, his voice trembling. Brother Yi, don't be like this. You're acting so strange lately. It's actually starting to scare me. If you didn't go to kill anyone, what were you doing out there for so long? I was taking a leak, I said flatly. For that long? Yeah, I replied deadpan. Sometimes, having kidneys this powerful is a real burden. Li Yu just groaned. All right, enough. Go to sleep. I wiped my hands on Li Yu's shoulder as I walked past. I actually had stopped to pee on the way back, and his jacket was a convenient towel. Li Yu exploded in a whisper. You're kidding me. You tell me you're going to murder someone while I'm trying to sleep, and now you want me to just close my eyes? How the hell am I supposed to sleep now? What is your actual plan? Just give it to me straight. I thought about it for a second. We were heading to the Black Mountains, and I knew I might still need this kid's right hand for something later. I decided to tell him the truth. I'm going to the Black Mountains. What? Li Yu hissed. You're going there to commit suicide? I kicked him in the shin hard. I said I'm going to the Black Mountains. How does that translate to suicide in your head? Is there a difference? He muttered, rubbing his leg. Shut up and sleep, I said, lying down on the dirt and closing my eyes. Li Yu stood there for a long time, staring at me in total silence. Finally, he choked out a sentence. I think I figured out how you awakened your powers. You must have eaten some poisonous mushrooms that rotted your brain. That's the only way you became a supernatural. The next morning, the sky was barely gray when the soldiers started screaming at us to move. I joined the crowd of refugees, yawning and feeling irritable. I hadn't slept enough. I was still annoyed about wasting 30 seconds of my life the night before, and my mood was sour. 10 troop transport trucks roared to life, their engines thundering through the camp. Soldiers stood on the back, pointing rifles at us, barking orders like we were cattle. Move faster. Keep up. If you fall behind, you die. We were a sea of rags and bones, driven forward by the threat of lead. I stayed in the middle of the pack, keeping my head down and blending in. By noon, the trucks finally ground to a halt. The soldiers hopped out, started fires, and began preparing their lunch. The refugees collapsed where they stood. Most of us hadn't had a real meal in days. The long march had drained whatever energy was left in these people. They lay on the ground, panting, their eyes fixed on the soldiers. I watched them watch the food, their mouths watering, swallowing hard. These people had fled Gray Soil Town because of the famine, only to be dragged right back into it. The soldiers ignored the begging eyes. They laughed, traded jokes, and cracked open cans of meat. When they were finished, One soldier grinned and tossed his empty tin into the crowd like he was throwing a bone to a dog. A riot nearly broke out. Men fought and clawed at each other just to lick the grease off the inside of a discarded can. "Look at them," a soldier laughed, pointing a greasy finger. "They look like mangy curs fighting over scraps." These were city people, direct employees of the Apocalypse Company. To them, we weren't even the same species. "Damn it," Liu hissed, biting into a cockroach protein bar. "Those animals." "Hey, brother, could you spare a bite?" A middle-aged man had crawled over, his eyes locked onto the bar in Liu's hand. "Here," Liu said, handing him a whole bar without hesitation. He wanted to show he was better than the soldiers. The man's eyes lit up. He snatched it and bolted it down in seconds. I watched and shook my head. Liu was still too young, too naive. The man finished the bar, but he didn't say thank you. Instead, he stared at the ragged sack Liu was carrying. "Is there more? I'm still hungry." Liu frowned. "Wait, you actually ate the whole thing already?" Before he could say another word, more refugees swarmed in like locusts. Muddy hands reached out from every direction. "Give me some. I haven't eaten in 3 days." "Me too." "Over here." Liu hesitated, then pulled out a few more bars and handed them out. That was the mistake. It was like poking a hornet's nest. The people who got food wanted more, and the people who didn't were getting desperate. A crowd began to form, pressing in on us. "He's got food. Give me some. I'm starving. Get out of the way. My turn." Liu's face twisted. He had a decent stash, but not enough to feed 100 people. If he kept this up, he'd be the one starving by tomorrow. "There's no more. Back off," he shouted. But they didn't back off. Their eyes were glowing with a frantic, sickly green light. They were predators now. "I saw it. That bag is full of food," someone screamed. "Hand it over. We're all starving. You can't just keep it for yourself." A few men started grabbing at the bag. Liu snapped. He was injured, but he was still a supernatural. He shoved them back, sending 3 men sprawling into the dirt. "What do you mean I'm starving you? Those soldiers have all the food. Why don't you go bother them?" A tall, burly refugee stood up, looking righteous. "Don't be stupid. If the soldier lords would give us food, would we be asking you? Hand it over now, or don't blame us for what happens next." "You animals." Liu's face went pale with rage. His right hand started to tremble with pain. The crowd was surging, ready to tear him apart. I finished my own protein bar and slowly stood up. I let my eyes wander over the crowd, a cold, sharp smile spreading across my face. "Liu, why are you being so stingy?" I asked, my voice smooth. "Everyone just wants a little snack. Why refuse them?" "Brother Yi." Liu stared at me, confused, as I took the bag from his hands and stepped toward the mob. "All right, everyone," I said, smiling brightly. "Who wants food? Come and get it. I'm not mean like my friend here." The crowd went wild. They rushed me, their faces twisted with greed. The tall man used his size to shove his way to the very front. "That's more like it, kid," he grunted, reaching out. "Now give it here." I smiled and held out a protein bar. "Don't be in such a rush. We're all from Gray Soil Town. We have to help each other out here. You're hungry, you need to eat, and I happen to have food. It's only logical that you take mine, right?" The man reached for the bar, nodding frantically. "Exactly. You're a smart kid. It's just a little bit of food, no big deal. Now let go." He pulled. I didn't let go. The man's expression shifted to confusion, then annoyance. "Hey, what are you doing?" I looked at him with an expression of pure, mock surprise, as if I had just witnessed a miracle. "Wait, are you actually going to eat this?" "What?" A bone-chilling scream ripped through the air. I let go of the bar. The tall man collapsed into the dirt, clutching his arm. His right hand was bent backward at an impossible, sickening angle. The bone shattered instantly. The crowd froze. The sight of the man's twisted arm sent a wave of terror through the rest of them. They stared at me, eyes wide, looking at the teenager standing before them as if I were a monster. "I was just joking with you," I said, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "I didn't think you'd actually be brave enough to try and eat it." My hand, the man wailed, rolling in the dirt. "You bastard. You absolute bastard. I'll kill you." A dull thud cut him off. I slammed my boot down directly onto his shattered right hand. As he let out a blood-curdling scream, I twisted my heel, grinding the broken bones into the earth. I leaned in, enjoying the sound. Still want to eat? I asked. No. Stop. Please spare me. The man's face was slick with cold sweat, his eyes filled with pure, unadulterated horror. He just wanted a bite of food. A short wasteland scavenger shouted from the safety of the crowd, his voice trembling with indignation. If you didn't want to give it, you could have just said no. Was there any need for this? I'll give you a need. I lunged forward. Before the speaker could even blink, I reached into the crowd and hauled him out by his collar. I tossed him through the air like he was a stray kitten. He hit the ground with a sickening crack, but I wasn't done. I stepped up and kicked him square in the mouth, forcing his next scream back down his throat. A surge of violent energy pulsed through me. I hated nothing more than people barking at me from the shadows. Bark for me then, I snarled, my eyes gleaming with malice. Go on, bark again. I kicked him again, and again, and again. Each strike sent teeth flying until his mouth was nothing but a bloody, pulpy mess. He just wanted food? I shouldn't have hit him. I looked up at the silent crowd, my breath coming in hot bursts. I hit him because I felt like it. And I'm not just hitting him. I'm hitting all of you. The sheer brutality of it paralyzed them. They watched me, caught between rage and terror, but not a single person stepped forward to help. What are you looking at? I spat, my gaze sweeping over them like a predator's. A bunch of idiots. Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Now get lost. The wild, savage pressure radiating off me was too much. The crowd broke and scattered, scurrying away like rats. No one dared ask for food again. Not far away, inside an armored transport, Mr. Ng and a military officer watched the scene with detached interest. Ignorant, savage wastelanders. The officer sneered, his lip curling. I honestly don't know why the company keeps them around. If it were up to me, I'd wipe them all out. That's the only way to bring back true civilization. Mr. Ng remained calm, his voice cold. Even trash has its uses. The company's vision is far beyond your imagination. Yes, of course, Mr. Ng. The officer quickly pivoted, flashing a sycophantic smile. A soldier ran up to the vehicle window, interrupting them. Report, sir. A wastelander just arrived claiming he has urgent information. The officer frowned, waving his hand dismissively. Tell him to get lost. A mere scavenger having urgent news? To them, seeing a mutated dog in the wild is a world-ending event. The soldier hesitated. Sir, he says it's about a forbidden object. The officer froze. His eyes narrowed. He didn't make a move, instead glancing at Mr. Ng. Ng. A flicker of genuine interest appeared on Mr. Ying's stern face, and he gave a slight nod. Bring him here, the officer ordered. A moment later, a cowering man was led to the window. He looked like he wanted to sink into the ground. Greetings, great officers, the man stammered. My name is Wang. Nobody cares what your name is, the officer snapped, pulling out a white handkerchief to cover his nose, as if the very air around the man was contaminated. What is this news about a forbidden object? If you're lying, I'll blow your head off. The man collapsed to his knees, trembling. I wouldn't dare. I swear it's the truth. Back in Gray Soil Town, there was a forbidden object called the Breath of Bone. A man named Bai took it. I just saw him in the crowd. What? The officer's eyes lit up with greed. You're saying someone in this camp is carrying a forbidden object? Wait, that's impossible. Everyone was searched. No weapons were found. Sir, please believe me, the scavenger cried. Bai made the object recognize him as its master. Even if he isn't carrying it visibly, he must have it hidden somewhere. Mr. Ng leaned forward, his amber, hawk-like eyes piercing the man. Why didn't you say this before? I didn't mean to hide it, the man stammered, terrified by the gaze. Bai only joined the camp yesterday. He was covered in dirt and it was dark, so I didn't recognize him. But when he started beating that man just now, I knew it was him. He was the vice commander of our East District. I even helped him to the mess hall once when he was injured. He promised me a piece of meat for it, but he never gave it to me. Sir, since I gave you this news, can I have a piece of meat now? The man was babbling, his mind clearly broken by fear and hunger, spilling everything he knew just for a scrap of food. Back at our spot, Liu looked miserable. Brother Yi, did I do something wrong? He asked, his head hanging low. I just thought they looked pitiful. I scoffed. What? Did a dog eat your conscience and spit it back out? Liu looked hurt, then sighed, his shoulders slumping. Maybe I really am wrong. No, I said, my voice flat. You aren't wrong. It's the era that's wrong. Liu looked up, his eyes shimmering with sudden emotion. He seemed genuinely touched that I would offer him such comfort. Brother Yi, you're right. It is the era. If this were the civilized age, none of this would happen. He didn't consider himself a saint, but compared to me, he felt like a candidate for priesthood. Brother Yi, I really envy your mental state. By the way, do you have any more of those poisonous mushrooms? I'll give you poison. I lunged at him. Wait, not the right hand. Anything but the right hand. Liu scrambled away, shielding his arm. He'd rather lose a limb than have me target his injury. But I had a reputation to uphold. Kicking a man while he was down was my specialty. We messed around for a minute, but the playfulness died instantly when I noticed movement near the military vehicles. The officer and Mr. Ng stepped out, accompanied by a cowering scavenger. When I saw who it was, I let out a long, heavy sigh. What is it, Brother Yi? Liu asked, sensing the shift in my mood. Get ready to move, I said. Huh? Again? I didn't answer. I stood up slowly and began walking straight toward the officer and Mr. Ng. My movement drew every eye in the camp. Even the people eating stopped, sensing the sudden tension. Nobody knew what was happening, only that a lone teenager was walking out to meet the high-ranking officials. Sir, that's him. That's Bai Yi. The scavenger shouted, pointing a trembling finger at me, desperate to prove his worth. The officer watched me approach, a smirk playing on his lips. This one is interesting, he murmured. Mr. Ying's cold, hawk-like eyes seemed to strip me bare, searching for secrets. You have a forbidden object, he stated plainly. It wasn't a question. I didn't bother lying. I do. As soon as the words left my mouth, I reached into my clothes. I pulled out the breath of bone. The movement was a spark in a powder keg. Every soldier's nerves snapped tight. The sound of sliding bolts and clicking safeties echoed through the camp as a dozen rifles leveled at my chest. The officer frowned, barking at his men. What are you doing? Mr. Ng is right here. Do you really think a single forbidden object can turn the world upside down? Put your guns down. He turned to the man beside him with a greasy smile. Isn't that right, Mr. Ng? Mr. Ng gave a calm nod. There was no arrogance on his face, but his confidence was bone deep. To him, I was just a wasteland brat. Even with a cursed weapon, I wasn't a threat. 6 bullets to win a game of destiny and contain the breath of bone, Mr. Ng said, his voice dripping with the effortless praise of a superior to a subordinate. You're just a scavenger, but you have some spine. He wasn't pretending to be noble. It was just how he lived. The officer, still playing the sycophant, chimed in. Well, thank Mr. Ng. To be praised by him is the greatest honor of your life. I didn't answer. I was busy calculating. I was looking at the 100+ soldiers and wondering how long it would take me to kill every single one of them. Kid, I'm talking to you. The officer snapped, his face reddening. Peace, Mr. Ng said, raising a hand to stop him. His amber, hawk-like eyes locked onto the charcoal revolver in my hand. How is the power? I tilted my head, spinning the cylinder casually. No bullets. Mr. Ng didn't hesitate. Give him bullets. The soldiers gasped. Giving live ammunition to a wasteland inhabitant was suicide. But seeing Mr. Ying's absolute composure, their fear turned into awe. They obeyed. A handful of rounds were brought to me. I didn't say thank you. I just loaded them into the chamber, one by one, in front of everyone. Then I fired. Bang! The thunderous report sent the scavengers and soldiers jumping back in shock. Only Mr. Ng and the officer remained motionless. Thud! The scavenger who had snitched on me collapsed next to Mr. Ng. A massive, jagged hole was torn through his chest. His eyes were wide, staring at nothing, unable to believe he'd been killed so easily. The crowd went silent. I had just murdered a man right in front of the military leadership. Mr. Ng glanced at the corpse and actually smiled. A projectile-type, forbidden object. The power is decent. If you survive the trip to Black Mountain, I might give you the chance to follow me. He turned his back on me, walking away as if my answer didn't matter. He assumed no one in the wasteland would ever refuse such an honor. The officer sneered at me. You're lucky, kid. He followed Mr. Ng, not even bothering to steal my gun. I knew why. He'd heard how the breath of bone was contained. To him, the price was too high, and the weapon was only good for selling. Now that Mr. Ing had taken an interest in me, he wouldn't dare touch it anyway. Did I say you two could leave? My voice cut through the air, sharp and arrogant. The entire camp froze. Mr. Ing and the officer stopped in their tracks, their brows furrowing in unison. I raised the breath of bone, pointing it lazily at their backs. The dirt and grime on my face couldn't hide the coldness in my eyes. Brother Yi, my dear brother, Liu hissed from the sidelines, his voice trembling. Keep it cool. They aren't even taking your gun. Why push it? I let a slow, cruel grin spread across my face. They didn't rob me, but I want to rob them. Liu stared at me, his jaw dropping. He couldn't understand it. In his mind, if the powerful people let you go, you thanked your lucky stars and ran. But I didn't see it that way. I didn't see a peaceful exit. I saw two great men throwing a bone on the ground, expecting me to lick it and be grateful. They wanted to act like gods in front of me and just walk away. I had planned to follow the convoy quietly to Black Mountain. But these two pieces of trash decided to show off right in my face. It was almost funny. Kid, Mr. Ing said, his voice turning icy. The tiny shred of appreciation in his eyes vanished, replaced by total contempt. I thought you were smart. It turns out you just want to be a corpse. Mr. Ing, don't waste your breath, the officer said, stepping forward. He's just another scavenger who let a forbidden object go to his head. I'll handle this. Mr. Ing gave a dismissive grunt. Fighting a wasteland brat was beneath him. The officer cracked his neck, the sound of metal gears grinding coming from his throat. He was a cyborg. Kid, I've seen a lot of idiots, but you're a special breed. You really think that rusty toy makes you invincible? It's powerful, sure, but you have to actually hit me. With your speed, I could stand still and you'd still miss. Stop talking, Mr. Ing commanded. Kill him so we can move out. What? Mr. Ying's voice suddenly spiked into a high, sharp note. He froze. Every survival instinct in his body screamed. The hair on his neck stood up as a wave of pure terror washed over him. The source of the fear was cold, hard metal pressed firmly against the back of his skull. I was standing right behind him. There's a limit to how much you should talk to yourself, don't you think, Mr. Ing? I whispered into his ear. Impossible. When did you? Mr. Ying's hawk-like pupils shrank to pinpricks. He couldn't believe it. His eyes were modified for high-speed tracking. Not even a king could move faster than his vision. Was it teleportation? Let him go, the officer screamed. He tried to activate his mechanical limbs to lung at me, but as soon as he exerted force, he felt a sickening lack of resistance. His mechanical arms and legs simply detached. His torso began to slide downward. Clang. He hit the dirt, nothing but a trunk and a head. His expensive mechanical limbs lay scattered around him like scrap metal. What is this? What did you do to me? The officer shrieked, his face twisting in primal fear. The dirt of the wasteland finally touched his refined, city-bred skin. He hadn't even seen me move, yet he was dismantled. Mr. Ing, to his credit, forced himself to stay calm. He didn't move a muscle. He was a gene-modified human, but he wasn't a frontline brawler. His power lay in his eyes and his legendary sniping skills. With a rifle and distance, he could kill kings. But with the breath of bone against his brain, he was nothing. Tell them to drop their guns, I said quietly from his shadow. Drop your weapons. Mr. Ing barked. The soldiers looked at each other, confused and terrified, before slowly lowering their rifles to the dirt. Li Jue, get over here and get to work, I shouted toward the crowd. Li Jue stepped out, looking completely dazed. His eyes hadn't left me for a second, filled with pure shock. He walked through the crowd under the gaze of hundreds, stopping by my side with a blank expression on his face. Brother Yi, what do you need me to do? He asked stupidly. Looking at his clueless face made my blood pressure rise. I didn't waste words and just gave him a sharp kick in the leg. Collect the guns, I barked. Li Jue snapped out of it and scrambled to grab the rifles scattered on the dirt. It took him a moment to fully process what had happened, but once he did, he turned back to me and gave me a massive thumbs up. Brother Yi, you're a legend. Once the guns were safely in Li Jue's possession, Mr. Ing spoke up, his voice heavy. I've done what you asked. Now we can talk. I didn't let him finish. I let out a cruel, mocking laugh. I told you to do it and you did it? What are you, my damn dog? Bang! The breath of bone let out a deafening roar. Fire and blood-red light erupted from the barrel simultaneously. A crimson bullet tore through the air and slammed perfectly into Mr. Ying's right knee. He let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground. His face went ghostly pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Even then, he bit his tongue, refusing to scream. This was where I saw the difference between a gene-modified human and a normal person. If a regular man had taken that hit, his leg would have been erased. But on Mr. Ng, there was only a thumb-sized hole. His leg was useless for now, but it was still attached. It could be fixed. The soldiers panicked, their faces twisting as they prepared to rush forward to reclaim their weapons. Mr. Ng, trembling with pain, raised a hand to stop them. Don't move. He turned his head with great effort to look at me. You didn't kill me instantly. That means we still have something to discuss. I was arrogant before. I didn't know there was such a powerful transcendent hiding in this group. I admit defeat. Name your price. Just let me live. Oh, so now you know how to admit defeat. I sneered. My eyes were cold and violent as I pressed the cold metal muzzle against his forehead. Remember when you were giving me a chance earlier? Well, now I'm giving you one. I'm just a lowly wasteland dweller. I've never seen a high and mighty city lord kowtow and beg for forgiveness. If you bow low enough to make me happy, maybe I'll let you slide. Mr. Ying's expression turned hideous. Asking him to kowtow to a rat from the wasteland was a fate worse than death. A warrior can be killed, but not insulted. Bang! Mr. Ying's head exploded. His body slumped over, hitting the dirt with a heavy thud. Those hawk-like eyes were still wide open, filled with frozen horror and disbelief. He never imagined that I would actually pull the trigger without a second thought. You killed Mr. Ng, the limbless officer shrieked. His voice was distorted, sounding like a dying insect. I shrugged my shoulders, feeling indifferent. Don't blame me. He said it himself. He'd rather be killed than insulted. I was just being a nice guy and granting his wish. The officer's eyes looked like they were going to pop out of his skull. How dare you? How could you dare? Mr. Ng was one of the 12 Zodiacs. If you kill him, the company will never let you go. Shut up. I walked over and delivered a brutal kick to the officer's face. Blood sprayed from his nose. I leaned down, my eyes flashing with a predatory light. Are you really this stupid? Is acting like a big shot just a habit you can't break? You're staring at death, and you're still making threats? I didn't just kill him. I'm going to kill you too. The reality finally hit him. A cold shiver ran down his spine. No, you can't kill me. If I die, the company. To hell with your company. I lost my patience and kicked him several more times, knocking his front teeth straight out of his mouth. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can die now. Wait, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. The officer wailed, his voice muffled by blood. I'll do anything. I'll kowtow. I'll bow. The man had no limbs left, but he was so desperate to live that he used his stomach and neck muscles to slam his forehead into the ground over and over again. Thud, thud, thud. I burst out laughing. I turned to the crowd of stunned wastelanders who were watching in silence. Look at this. See, the great lords of Dawn City that you're so afraid of? They'll crawl and beg a wastelander just like anyone else. Nobody replied. The only sound was my wild, jagged laughter echoing in the wind. Lijua looked at the officer hitting the dirt and then at Mr. Ying's lifeless body. He swallowed hard. It all happened too fast. It felt like a fever dream. One moment, we were at the mercy of these giants. The next, the giants were dead or broken. The class divide between city people and wastelanders was supposed to be an unbridgeable ocean. He couldn't wrap his head around how such a great man could die so casually right in front of him. I let out a soft sigh. Yeah, who would have thought he was alive right before he died? I grinned at Lijua. Don't worry, he didn't die for nothing. Mr. Ying's death was valuable. As his life faded, the breath of bone drank deep. The vitality he provided was worth at least 10 of those mutated sparrows. I could feel my own physical strength surging slightly. Mercy! Have mercy! The officer was still slamming his bloody face into the dirt. I glanced at the soldiers. They were twitchy, looking for an opening. I had originally planned to use the army to get to Black Mountain. Threatening the officer to lead us, there was basically the same thing. The process changed, but the result was the same. Fine. Stop hitting the dirt, I said. I'll give you a chance to live. Escort me to Black Mountain. The officer's face lit up with frantic joy, then froze. You want to go to Black Mountain? I gave him a cold stare. Why? You got a problem with that? No. No problem at all, he squealed. He looked at his men. What are you waiting for? Get the trucks ready. Escort this lord to Black Mountain immediately. The soldiers looked at each other. None of them dared to move against me. Their legendary sniper was a corpse, and their commander had been dismantled in a heartbeat. Even with guns, they didn't think they could take me. And right now, they didn't even have guns. Just as they were about to move, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the crowd of wastelanders. Snake! There's a snake! A man in rags jumped as if he'd been electrocuted. A small, pitch-black snake was coiled tightly around his left arm. He thrashed his arm wildly, trying to shake it off, but the snake's fangs were locked deep into his flesh. Within 2 seconds, a sickly purple bruise raced up his arm to his face. His screaming stopped instantly. He fell over stiffly, foaming at the mouth, his eyes bulging out of his head. He was dead before he hit the ground. The crowd panicked and bolted for the edge of the woods, but they stopped dead. The earth itself seemed to be moving. Small mounds of dirt were bulging upward. With a faint rustling sound, black snakes began crawling out from underground. Thousands of them. They raised their triangular heads, flicking their red tongues, flowing toward us like a river of black ink. The sound of their scales rubbing together created a vibration that made my scalp tingle. Black snake mutants. The officer on the ground shrieked in terror. I gritted my teeth. First the hounds, then the sparrows, and now this. How many of these damn things had escaped from Black Mountain? Lijua, give them their guns back. I yelled. Prepare for a fight. There was no time for internal grudges now. If we didn't stop the tide of snakes, we were all dead. I grabbed the officer by his collar and hauled him up. It was time to move. Tell your men to hunt those black snakes. I barked. The officer nodded so hard I thought his head might pop off. Yes, sir. Right away. He didn't need me to tell him twice. He knew the deal. Against a human like me, he could beg for mercy. Against mutated beasts, mercy didn't exist. The air filled with the deafening rhythm of gunfire. The soldiers who had managed to get their guns back didn't hesitate. They knew it was kill or be killed. The wastelanders, however, were in a state of pure chaos. Most of them just bolted, while a few brave, desperate souls tried throwing rocks. It was useless. Running only made them easier targets, and a rock wasn't going to stop a tide of venom. The screams were constant. I watched one man stumble blindly into a thick cluster of snakes. A dozen of them vanished up his trouser legs in seconds. I saw his face go pale, his skin crawling as the cold, slithering bodies moved against his flesh. He shrieked, jumping and scratching at himself like a frantic monkey. He managed to rip one snake off, but 3 more took its place. Then, a snake reached his neck. It reared its triangular head, flicked its red tongue, and dived straight into his open mouth. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He let out a muffled, gurgling whimper before his body went rigid. He collapsed into the writhing mass, and within heartbeats, he was completely buried under a carpet of black scales. My eyelid flickered. I checked my internal clock. Killing Mr. Ng and dismembering the officer had taken 33 seconds. I only had 57 seconds of safe time left. 57 seconds wasn't enough to kill thousands of snakes, and it probably wasn't enough to run away either. The snakes were spreading out like a living black carpet. I couldn't just stand there. I raised the breath of bone. Crimson veins erupted from the white bone grip, stabbing deep into my palm to drink my blood. The gun roared. Each red bullet tore through 2 or 3 snakes at a time. If I aimed at a dense patch, I could take out 5 in one shot. But it was like trying to empty an ocean with a spoon. Damn it, I cursed. What kind of garbage blood is this? The vitality I was regaining from these snakes was pathetic, even worse than the gray-blooded hounds. I glanced toward the wastelanders during a reload. They were almost all gone. Only 3 or 4 were still struggling, sprinting toward the soldiers in a final, desperate bid for survival. But the soldiers were failing too. Shooting small, slithering targets on the ground was a nightmare. Some soldiers, out of ammo or sheer panic, dropped their rifles and pulled out combat knives for a suicidal melee. Surprisingly, the most effective killer was Li Jua. He swung his bandaged right hand, his face contorted with effort. His magic hand ability surged, and a massive, invisible palm 3 meters wide slammed down from the sky. Each strike crushed dozens of snakes, leaving deep imprints in the dirt. I felt a spark of hope. Maybe Li Jua was useful after all. Li Jua, how much longer can you hold out? 3 minutes, he wheezed, sweat pouring down his face. I grinned. 3 minutes was plenty. At his rate, he could wipe out 2/3 of the swarm. I could handle the rest. 2, Li Jua muttered. I blinked. Wait, what? 1 flop. Li Jua's right arm fell limp at his side. Fresh blood began to seep through his white bandages. Li Jua, you bastard. I yelled. Are you really playing games with me right now? You think you're funny? Li Jua gave me a weak, shaky smile. I learned it from you, Brother Yi. Can't blame a guy for picking up bad habits. Since I couldn't count on him, I turned my gaze back to the crippled officer. And wouldn't have come all this way without a plan for the local wildlife. Tell me, I said, looming over him. How about I try to put your mechanical arms back on? See if that helps. The officer let out a bitter laugh. It's no use. You didn't just take the arms, you severed the neural connectors. They won't respond anymore. Fine, I growled, grabbing him by the collar. Then I'll just toss you to the snakes so you can join Mr. Ng. Wait, he shrieked. There's another way. I paused, narrowing my eyes. Speak. The mechanical arms have a self-destruct sequence. It's a fail-safe to keep the technology from being stolen. I can't trigger it manually anymore, but if the internal core is damaged, it'll blow. Just use your weapon to shoot the joint connector. Why didn't you say that earlier? I kicked him hard enough to knock the wind out of him. He hadn't said anything because those arms were worth millions. He'd sunk his entire life savings into those limbs to get his rank. Without them, he was nothing. He'd hoped I could handle the snakes without destroying his property, but death by 1,000 bites changed his mind real quick. I snatched one of the silver mechanical arms off the ground and hurled it into the thickest part of the snake swarm. I leveled the breath of bone and pulled the trigger. Bang! Nothing happened. You lied to me. I turned on the officer, ready to end him. No, I swear. It's in there, he cried, his face turning ghostly white. Brother Yi? Li Jua whispered from the side. I think you missed. My face went dark. Shut up, Li Jua. I fired again. And again. On the 3rd shot, I hit the mark. A sharp metallic ping echoed, followed immediately by a roar. Boom! The explosion was massive, like 10 grenades going off at once. A pillar of fire erupted, vaporizing hundreds of snakes and sending charred fragments raining down. The remaining snakes, startled by the heat and the shockwave, suddenly turned tail. They burrowed into the earth and vanished as quickly as they had appeared. The crisis was over. Everyone slumped, gasping for air. I looked around. The wastelanders were gone. Not a single one survived. 30 soldiers were dead, too. Our group had shrunk from a small army to about 60 people. The only good news was that there were no wounded. If a black snake bit you, you died. The surviving soldiers began to stand up, their eyes darting toward their guns, and then toward me. I let out a cold, mocking laugh. What? Did you already forget how Mr. Ng ended up? The soldiers flinched. The memory of their leader's headless corpse was still fresh. Drop your weapons, the officer screamed, desperate to stay in my good graces. Anyone who defies Master Bai Yi will be executed for mutiny. I decided to play along for a moment. Listen up. If you escort me to Black Mountain, I'll let you live. It was a lie, of course. They were all going to die at Black Mountain. If even one of them made it back to Dawn City, I'd have an entire army and the Zodiac elites hunting me down. After a quick reorganization, we set off again. To make sure nobody got any bright ideas about running away, I took all their guns and shot out the tires of every vehicle except one troop carrier. I climbed into the driver's seat of the last working truck. The soldiers were forced to jog in front of the vehicle. The roles had officially flipped. Before, I was the slave running in the dirt. Now, they were the ones eating my dust. The roles had officially flipped. I sat behind the wheel of the troop carrier, driving through the wasteland, while Liu sat in the passenger seat, holding the officer at gunpoint. Liu's eyes drifted to a sleek, silver metal box resting beside the seat. He looked at it with pure curiosity. "Brother Yi, what's in the box?" he asked. I gave him a casual shrug. "A gift from Mr. Ng. Open it and see for yourself." I already knew what was inside. It was a vinyl M300 sniper rifle. Liu clicked the latches open, and the cold scent of metal and gun oil wafted through the cabin. 8 precision components lay nestled in black foam, their matte finish absorbing the light. The long barrel looked like a sleeping black python coiled in the center of the case. Liu gasped. He didn't know much about guns, but anyone could see this thing was a masterpiece. "That's Mr. Ying's M300, the officer whispered from the back. He was trying his best to be helpful to stay alive. "It's one of the top sniper rifles in existence. Its power is comparable to a vinyl-grade forbidden object." I shifted gears, my interest piqued. I remembered Mr. Ng calling my breath of bone a snake-grade object. Now there was a vinyl-grade. I asked the officer if those were the official rankings. He nodded quickly. "Yes. Forbidden objects are ranked as snake, vinyl, and dragon. Your revolver is snake-grade. The M300 isn't technically a forbidden object, but it's so rare and powerful that they named it after the vinyl rank." Liu's eyes turned into dollar signs. "So this thing is worth a lot of money." The officer explained that you couldn't even put a price on it. It was a relic from the old civilization, a piece of lost technology that couldn't be mass-produced anymore. Modern rifles only had a range of about 1,000 meters. This beast could hit a target from 4,000 meters away. With specialized supersonic rounds, it could punch through any armor ever made. "Enough talk," Liu snapped. "Just tell me how much." The officer hesitated. "On the black market? At least tens of millions." Liu let out a scream that nearly punctured my eardrums. I told him to shut up and stop acting like he'd never seen money before. But he was vibrating with excitement. He started babbling about how we were set for life, how we could retire right now if we sold it. "Correction," I said, my voice flat. "I would be set for life." Liu's face fell instantly. He started shamelessly begging for a cut, but I shut him down. The excitement in the truck died out, replaced by his pouting silence. I kept my eyes on the road. "I'm not selling it anyway," I added. Liu jumped again. "Why not? It's worth a fortune." "Because it's too recognizable," I explained. "There are only a few of these in the world. The moment you try to sell it, you're telling the whole world you're the one who killed Mr. Ng." Liu went quiet, realizing I was right. But then he looked at me with total skepticism. He remembered my shooting from earlier, how it took me 3 shots just to hit a stationary mechanical arm. He didn't think I could hit the broadside of a barn, let alone use a precision sniper rifle. I felt my face heat up. I told him I only missed because I had a stomach ache from eating those nasty cockroach protein bars. He didn't buy it. I threatened to kick him out of the truck and see if I could shoot the single tuft of hair off his head from a mile away. He shut up and smoothed his hair down immediately. Deep down, I knew I needed to master this weapon. My time-stop ability was powerful, but it had a weakness: distance. If a sniper targeted me from a mile away, I wouldn't even see the bullet coming. I'd be dead before I could blink. The only way to survive a sniper was to become one. As night fell, the sky turned into a void of ink. There were no stars, only a pale moon hanging over the wasteland. We set up camp in the middle of nowhere. I didn't trust the soldiers, so I used their own tactics against them. I divided them into groups of 20. If one man ran, the other 19 would be executed. I told the officer that for every runner, I'd carve a piece of meat off his body. He didn't take his eyes off the men for a single second. I sat in the truck, staring at a gold pocket watch I'd taken from the officer. It was 10:28 p.m. I was counting the minutes until midnight. My time-stop energy was almost empty, and I felt vulnerable. We were getting closer to Black Mountain, and the air felt heavy. "We won't run into any more mutated beasts tonight, right?" Liu asked, his voice trembling. He'd seen too many people die in the last few days. I told him I wasn't sure. Black Mountain wasn't a zoo. But the officer chimed in again, his voice shaking. He said that back in the old civilization, there actually was a massive wildlife park right in this territory. A long, haunting howl echoed through the dark plains. It was followed by another, and then a dozen more. "You and your big mouth," I growled, kicking the officer. I leaped out of the truck and drew my weapon. "Everyone, get your guns. Prepare to fight." In the darkness beyond the firelight, hundreds of glowing green eyes emerged. We weren't just dealing with a few stragglers. We were surrounded by the pack. A panicked soldier pulled his trigger too early, and the battle exploded into chaos. Dozens of glowing eyes rushed toward the firelight, revealing their true forms. They were massive gray wolves, over 2 meters tall, with limbs as thick as tree trunks and claws like iron hooks. Every step they took left deep gouges in the frozen earth. Their fur wasn't just gray. It was a sickening, mottled mess of dark red and black stripes, looking like dried blood mixed with oil. Dozens of them charged at once. Their eyes were wide with a mix of bloodlust and hunger. When they ran together, the ground shook like a stampede of thousands of horses. They were too fast. In the dim light of the camp, the soldiers' aim was useless. Within seconds, the pack was in our faces. Screams filled the air. Some soldiers froze in terror, waiting for death, while others turned to run. But you can't outrun a 4-legged predator on 2 legs. I fired until my magazines were empty, but I only managed to drop one wolf. These things were smart. They knew the guns were a threat, so they never stayed still. They would tear a throat out and immediately leap to the next target, moving like gray ghosts in the dark. In that moment, I absolutely hated my own marksmanship. I swore that if I survived this, I would spend every spare hour practicing. But I wasn't the only one struggling. Even the trained soldiers couldn't hit them. The wolves were just moving too fast. Damn it, I hissed. I had to use the same trick again. I grabbed another mechanical arm I'd scavenged and hurled it into the thick of the pack. I took aim and fired. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk my luck held up. The second shot hit the joint of the arm. A massive fireball erupted, followed by a deafening boom that shook the earth. The blast flipped several wolves into the air and knocked back a few of my own soldiers. It worked. Beasts are naturally afraid of fire and loud noises. The explosion was enough to send the remaining wolves scurrying back into the shadows. I let out a long breath. At least I hadn't wasted the gear. But the cost was high. My force was down to about 50 men, and more than half of them were bleeding. "Brother Yi, maybe we should turn back," Liu said, clutching his bandaged right hand. His voice was trembling. "Black Mountain isn't the only place we can go. Once my hand heals, we can find another shelter." I looked toward the direction the wolves had fled, my gaze cold. Retreat to where? The monsters from Black Mountain are already out here roaming. If we turn back now, there's no guarantee we won't run into them again. The mountain might actually be safer. I had already told Liu about Shelter 189. We were going there to loot. Anything left over from the old civilization could fetch a fortune on the black market. I turned my attention to the captive officer, grabbing him by the collar. "I'm curious," I said coldly. "With how weak your men are, how did you ever plan to conquer Black Mountain? Are you hiding a secret weapon?" The officer looked like he wanted to cry. "Sir, it's not that we're weak. It's that you're too strong. We don't have a secret weapon. If we have anything, it's Mr. Ng. The sniper." I frowned. I hadn't seen anything impressive from that guy yet, other than his big mouth and his claim that he could kill the Stone King. "Mr. Ng isn't a melee fighter," the officer explained quickly. "But his marksmanship is divine. He uses something called gun fu. He's one of the 12 zodiacs, codenamed Eagle. People say he's the strongest and the weakest of the group. He's the strongest because if he has distance, he can kill any of the other zodiacs. He's the weakest because if you get close, any of them could kill him." The officer swallowed hard. If Mr. Ng were here, he could have killed all those wolves alone. Their speed wouldn't matter to his eagle eye. Give him a submachine gun, and he could put a bullet through every single wolf's eye in 3 seconds. I blinked. Wait, a submachine gun? Like a sniper rifle? And since when is an eagle part of the 12 zodiacs? The officer stared at me, confused by my question. The 12 zodiacs are an organization under Apocalypse technology. They're 12 powerful genetic experiment subjects. Their code names are based on how their genes were modified, not the traditional calendar. "And this gun fu?" I asked. "I don't know the details," he whispered, "but it's a high-level technique. They say by flicking the wrist at the exact moment of the shot, the centrifugal force makes the bullet curve." Curving bullets? That sounded like something out of a bad action movie. But then I looked at the mutated wolf corpses on the ground and let it go. Nothing in this world was scientific anymore. Between mechanical soldiers, gene warriors, and people like me who could stop time. A curving bullet was the least weird thing I'd seen. And you idiots were supposed to protect a sniper like that? I scoffed. The officer looked insulted but stayed quiet. I knew he was thinking about his missing mechanical arms. He wasn't weak, but my time-stop ability was a hard counter to him. He never even got a chance to fight back. Mr. Ng doesn't really need protection, the officer muttered. We were just there to support him. The only way to kill him is to get close. And with those eyes of his, well, nobody gets close. Except maybe you. I nodded. It was true. In front of my time stop, even the strongest warrior was just a stationary target. The night passed slowly. Luckily, the wolves didn't return. By dawn, my time stop energy had recovered to 1 minute and 57 seconds. I felt like I could take on the world again. As we kept moving, the silhouette of Black Mountain finally appeared on the horizon. It looked like a massive, jagged dragon lying across the earth. The peaks pierced the clouds, and the rock was a strange, poisonous blue-black color. We finally made it. Liu cheered, looking relieved. Don't get excited yet, I said. There's an old saying, you can see the mountain, but you'll kill your horse trying to reach it. We still have a long way to go. Liu sighed, looking dejected. Brother Yi, how do you know so many philosophical sayings? It's depressing. I'm older than you. I've spent my life in casinos and war zones, and I still feel like I don't know anything compared to you. He looked down at his bandaged hand. Sometimes I wonder if being a super is even worth it. I feel useless. He was suffering from a classic case of the lottery winner's blues. He'd gained power and thought he was king, only to realize he was just a small fish in a very dangerous pond. I patted his shoulder, trying to offer some comfort. We were both just trying to survive the wasteland. And the real test was waiting for us in those black peaks. I told Liu to have a little more confidence in himself. He looked moved for a second, but his face darkened as soon as I finished my sentence. I guess my honesty stung a bit. We kept moving forward, and the silhouette of Black Mountain grew clearer with every hour. We walked for an entire day, but we still hadn't reached the base. The scale of the place was staggering. Luckily, no mutated beasts attacked us. Maybe the ones that lived here had already fled deeper into the peaks. I checked my internal clock. My time-stop energy had accumulated to 2 minutes and 57 seconds by the time we finally stepped into the mountain's territory. Up close, the view changed completely. The mountain disappeared, replaced by a sea of ancient, towering trees. It felt like stepping into a prehistoric jungle. In this new era, it wasn't just the animals that had changed. The plants were just as twisted. I had never seen trees this massive in my old life. Each one was nearly 100 meters tall, and even the thinnest trunks would have taken 5 men to circle. Get out of the cars, I ordered. We can't drive through this terrain. I handed out rifles to the remaining 52 soldiers. I made them take the lead to scout the path. They were visibly shaking, clutching their guns and staring into the thick brush like they expected a monster to jump out at any second. Honestly, they seemed more afraid of me than the forest. They kept glancing back at the breath of bone hanging at my side. Liu and I walked behind them, dragging the captured officer along. I had roughly bolted some prosthetic legs onto him earlier. He couldn't use the neural interface, but he could limp well enough to keep up. Sir, the officer whispered, his voice trembling. We're at the mountain now. Can you let me go? I gave him a cold, sharp look. He flinched. I have over 1 million credits in a bank account, he blurted out. It's all yours if you let me live. I won't tell the Apocalypse Company anything. Mr. Ng is dead, and the company will execute me for failing the mission anyway. I just want to disappear to another city. I didn't even bother answering him. He had a vivid imagination. He seemed to forget that he was the one who treated us wastelanders like disposable trash just a day ago. I turned my attention back to the soldiers in front of us. Suddenly, my stomach dropped. Stop, I shouted. The soldiers halted and looked back, confused. Liu stepped up beside me. Brother Yi, what's wrong? We're missing someone, I said, my voice low. I had been counting. There were 52 soldiers a moment ago. Now, there were only 51. Someone had vanished in the blink of an eye, without a single sound. I wasn't afraid of an enemy I could see. Whether it was a powerful beast or a high-ranking warrior, my time stop could handle them. But unknown, invisible threats were different. If I didn't know where the enemy was, I couldn't fight back. Maybe he deserted? Liu suggested, his face pale. I shook my head. These are trained soldiers, but they're still just humans. No one could run out of my sight that fast. The rest of the soldiers realized what was happening, and panic began to set in. Quiet, I barked. Search the area for tracks. They scrambled to look. A few seconds later, a soldier let out a muffled cry. He pointed to a patch of waist-high grass where a single, blood-stained military boot sat abandoned. I stepped forward and aimed my gun at the soldier who found it. You, go into the brush and see where that leads. The man turned white, but he knew better than to argue with me. He swallowed hard and crept into the tall grass. I watched him follow a trail of blood and heavy drag marks. The trail ended abruptly at the base of a massive tree. Sir, the blood stops right here, the soldier yelled, his voice cracking with terror. Get back here, I commanded. He didn't need to be told twice. He turned and sprinted toward us, looking relieved to be leaving the shadows. But as he got within 10 meters of the group, he saw the expressions on our faces. We weren't looking at him. We were looking above him. He froze, sensing the shift in the air. He turned his head slowly and let out a blood-curdling scream. A thick, greenish vine, as wide as a python, was dropping silently from the canopy. The end of the vine wasn't a leaf. It was a massive, fleshy flower bud. As it lowered, the bud split open, revealing rows of jagged, serrated teeth like a shark's maw. It's a man-eating flower, the officer shrieked. Open fire, I yelled. The soldiers panicked, spraying bullets wildly. Most missed, but the sheer volume of lead eventually found the mark. The flower bud shredded under the impact, letting out a high-pitched screech like a wounded animal. Green, corrosive sap sprayed out, hissing as it ate into the dirt. The soldiers cheered, their confidence returning. If it could bleed, they could kill it. But their joy lasted for all of 2 seconds. Run, get out of there now, I screamed. It was too late. The sky above us seemed to darken as hundreds of thorny vines dropped from the canopy simultaneously. It looked like a rain of snakes. Each vine was tipped with one of those horrific, toothed flowers. They fell with pinpoint accuracy, snapping shut over the soldiers' heads. The forest erupted in screams. One by one, the men were snatched off the ground and dragged upward into the 100-meter canopy to be digested. The rifles were useless. For every vine they shot, 10 more appeared. Some soldiers tried shooting the main trunk of the tree, but the bullets just bounced off the thick bark like pebbles hitting a mountain. I had already sprinted to a safe distance, my heart hammering against my ribs. So this was the reality of Black Mountain. Help me, please. I looked back. The officer was struggling on the ground. With his bad legs, he hadn't been able to run, and he'd tripped in the chaos. He was lying right in the strike zone of the vines. When he saw me running toward him, his eyes filled with desperate hope. Thank you. My legs saved me. I reached him in a flash, but I didn't grab his hand. I reached down, grabbed the prosthetic legs I had given him, and violently ripped them off his body. I didn't waste a second. I tucked the mechanical legs under my arm and bolted into the brush. Bai Yi, you son of a bitch, the officer screamed behind me. Give them back. Give me back my legs. I didn't look back. I could hear the madness in his voice, but it was quickly cut short. The shadow of death dropped from the canopy, and a massive, tooth-filled gullet snapped shut, swallowing his cries whole. Liu and I weren't like the others. Our physical limits were far beyond ordinary men, and with the soldiers acting as a frantic, screaming distraction for the man-eater tree, we managed to break out of the kill zone. A few moments later, the forest went silent. The hundreds of thorny vines retracted into the leaves. Every single soldier was gone. There were no bodies left, only dark, hissing pools of blood on the dirt to prove they had ever existed. Brother Yi, Liu whispered, swallowing hard. They're all dead. Only us 2 superhumans made it. Don't worry, I said, my voice cold. Even as ghosts, they won't let you off the hook. Liu's face went pale. Wait, Brother Yi, you're the one who brought them here. Why would they come after me? Because even as ghosts, they're too scared to mess with me, I replied, shrugging. Naturally, they'll go for the easier target. That's you. I didn't wait for his reaction. I adjusted the heavy mechanical legs on my shoulder and kept moving. Black Mountain was a nightmare, sure, but it wasn't enough to scare me off. I needed that panga drive. If there's a 50% profit, people get restless. If there's 100%, they'll take risks. But the Panga Drive? That was a 10,000% return. It held the secrets of the civilized era, methods to become superhuman, life extension technology, things worth starting a world war over. Fortune favors the bold, but it buries the foolish. I wasn't planning on being buried. Don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me. Liu kept muttering behind me like a mantra. You were going to Black Mountain anyway. Dying now or dying later makes no difference. It's not my fault. Keep up, Liu. I called out. We trekked through the deep green shadows. If you ignored our white-knuckled grips on our weapons, it almost looked like a casual hike. Brother Yi, don't get so close to the trees, Liu hissed. I'm freaking out. Scared of what? I scoffed, glancing at a thin trunk nearby. Look at this one. It's tiny. It's obviously not a man-eater. I stopped. I looked up. A single, thick vine was dangling just inches from my face. A toothy flower swayed at the end of it, watching me. It didn't have eyes, but I felt the distinct sensation of a predatory stare. You've got to be kidding me, I muttered. I thought the man-eater trees were all massive giants. I'd been specifically picking the smaller trees to walk near, thinking I was being smart. Turns out, the small ones were just as hungry. Brother Yi, run, Liu shouted. He swung his hand, his superhuman strength shattering the vine in a spray of sap. Run for what? I growled. My patience was gone. These trees have brains. They know how to ambush. If I don't show them who's at the top of the food chain, they'll keep thinking I'm a snack. Wild beasts understand one thing: strength. They don't hunt things that can kill them. It was time to send a message. What are you doing? Liu asked. Watch this. I dropped one of the officer's mechanical legs right at the base of the tree. As more vines began to drop, my vision sharpened. I moved with explosive speed, blurring past the lashing thorns. I put some distance between us, my hand dropping to my waist. My fingers hooked the grip of the breath of bone. I drew it in one fluid motion. The black revolver spun in my palm before I leveled it at the trunk. I thumbed the hammer back with a sharp click. Dark red veins erupted from the gun's grip, burrowing into my palm, drinking my blood. I pulled the trigger. Boom. The muzzle flash was blinding, but the bullet whistled right past the trunk. I missed. My face soured. I rolled through the dirt to dodge a snapping vine and fired again. Thwack. Direct hit. I performed a flashy gun spin, holstered the weapon, and turned my back on the tree. Let's go, Liu. Real men don't look at explosions. Boom. A massive fireball erupted behind me, the sound echoing through the mountain range. The man-eater tree was blown apart, green leaves and shrapnel flying everywhere. A gaping hole smoldered in its center as the flames took hold. The giant timber creaked and crashed to the forest floor. It cost me one mechanical leg, but the message was sent. I didn't even know that officer's name. Dead men don't need introductions. By noon, the forest was eerily quiet. No more vines dropped for us. See, Liu? I told you, I said, a smug grin on my face. You hit them hard enough, they learn who the hunter is. Is it possible, Liu said dryly, that we just walked out of their growing territory? Absolutely not, I snapped. Liu rolled his eyes. Right. Whatever you say, boss. I narrowed my eyes at him. Your right hand is healing pretty fast, isn't it? Feeling brave again. No, Brother Yi, I didn't mean. Pop, 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 pop. The sound of distant, rapid gunfire saved Liu's hand. We both froze, looking toward the east. Gunshots, Liu whispered. Must be other groups heading for the shelter. Brother Yi, listen to those screams. They've hit something nasty. We should head the other way and avoid the trouble. He wanted to avoid the competition. I had a different idea. Liu, don't be so selfish, I said, shaking my head in mock disappointment. Our fellow humans are in trouble. How can we not help? Liu blinked, staring at me like I'd grown a second head. We don't know them. They're rivals. Why would we risk our necks for them? Liu paused, realization dawning on him. You want them to scout the path for you, just like the soldiers. Now you're learning. I laughed. I saved them. They used their lives to check for traps. It's a fair trade. We're all going to Vault 189 anyway. We might as well travel together. Black Mountain was full of hidden terrors. One wrong step, and I'd be dead before I could even trigger my powers. Having human shields was a necessity. We crept through the underbrush, moving toward the noise. We climbed a small ridge and looked down at the clearing where the shots were coming from. We both stopped dead. We looked at each other, completely baffled. What are they doing? I asked. I have no idea, Liu whispered. Down below, a group of people were screaming and firing their weapons wildly into thin air. They were fighting absolutely nothing. In the middle of the woods, a group of men were losing their minds. They wore a mix of tactical gear and expensive suits, but they all had one thing in common. They were firing their weapons wildly into the empty air. It looked like they had a personal grudge against the wind. Boss Yi, Liu whispered, leaning close to my ear. Do you think they ate some bad mushrooms? They're hallucinating. I shook my head. Look closer. My eyes locked onto a man in the center of the chaos. He wore a black mask and a long trench coat, standing perfectly still while everyone else panicked. He looked like a crane standing among a flock of frantic chickens. He was calm. He was arrogant. And most importantly, he wasn't human. His shadow was moving. It didn't follow the light. It peeled itself off the ground, standing upright like a living thing. The shadow raised its hands, and dozens of daggers made of pure darkness materialized in the air. With a flick of its wrist, the blades whistled through the sky, striking at nothing. A single feather drifted down from the canopy. The gunfire stopped. The group looked around, their faces pale and drenched in sweat. When they realized the immediate danger had passed, relief washed over them. A fat man, weighing at least 200 pounds, let out a booming laugh. Mr. Li Xiao, your reputation is well-deserved, the fat man shouted. They say you're the top supernatural user, second only to the Stone King. You actually managed to hit that beast. The masked man, Li Xiao, turned his head slowly. His eyes were cold. Second only to him. I've never fought the Stone King. People only say he's better because they haven't seen what I can do. The fat man, whom I assumed was the leader, Gao Laoban, quickly changed his tune. Of course. I heard the tyrant, Yang Jie, is coming to Black Mountain too. Maybe we'll see a new Stone King crowned soon. Li Zhao's eyes flared with a sudden, violent heat. I only came here for the tyrant. If it weren't for him, you couldn't afford to hire me. Gao Laoban nodded, clearly used to the man's ego. He turned to a tiny girl standing nearby. She couldn't have been more than 5 feet tall, dressed in a black and white maid outfit. Xiao Kuei, let's go. This place isn't safe. The fat man hopped onto the girl's back. I expected her to buckle under his weight, but she didn't even flinch. She carried him like he was made of feathers. Behind the tree, Liu was losing his mind. Boss, what is going on? A feather falls, and they act like they won a war. And that fat guy, he's making that little girl carry him? That's just wrong. I didn't answer. I was staring at the feather on the ground. It was gray-black with dark spots and white tips. It looked familiar. I searched my memory, thinking back to the old nature documentaries I'd watched in my past life. Then it hit me. I knew exactly what that was. Get down, I hissed. A split second later, a man's head in the clearing exploded. There was no gunshot. No warning. Just a wet thud, and then a headless body slumped to the forest floor. It's back. Mr. Li Xiao, save us, someone screamed. The chaos erupted again. Li Xiao's shadow danced, throwing a web of dark daggers into the air. I heard the sound of metal clashing against metal. Asterisk ting, ting, ting asterisk, and sparks showered the clearing. That's when I saw it. It wasn't air they were fighting. It was a bird. It moved so fast it was practically a black lightning bolt. To the human eye, it was invisible, a blur that existed only between heartbeats. But Li Xiao's daggers were forcing it to slow down just enough for me to identify it. A peregrine falcon, I muttered. What? Liu asked, trembling. In my world, it was the fastest bird on the planet. A stealth bomber with feathers. It hits so hard and so fast that its prey is dead before it even sees a shadow. Liu looked horrified. If it's the fastest, what's number one? I looked at him and gave a dry smile. You, my friend, because you only last 3 seconds. Liu blinked, processed the joke, and then turned bright red with rage. But he didn't have time to argue. Another man in the clearing was gutted, his chest ripped open by invisible talons. This wasn't just a bird. It was a mutated freak. It was faster than a bullet. I watched the group struggle. They weren't weak. The maid, Xiao Kuei, was a tank. She had taken a direct hit from the bird to protect the fat boss and barely moved. The bounty hunter with the twin pistols was using gun kata, his reflexes tuned to a high degree. But they couldn't hit what they couldn't see. For me, however, speed was a relative concept. The breath of bone hummed against my skin. Liu, I said, a plan forming in my mind. It's time for you to be a hero. Me, he squeaked, pointing at his chest. I leaned in and whispered the instructions. In the clearing, Gao Laoban was screaming. Li Xiao, I paid you a fortune. Do something. Li Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. His eyes were darting wildly, trying to track the phantom. He was the great shadow user, the man who would challenge the Stone King, but he was currently being hunted by a bird he couldn't touch. He was actually considering leaving them all behind to save his own skin. He didn't realize that I was already stepping out from the trees. I wasn't about to let myself die at the claws of a mutated bird. That would be a pathetic end. Suddenly, the bushes in the distance rustled. The sound of boots scraping against dry grass broke the silence. Someone was coming. Liu and the others perked up, a spark of hope lighting up their eyes. Anyone brave enough to wander the Black Mountains at this hour couldn't be ordinary. But when the figures finally emerged from the brush, the group's hearts sank. Two men dressed in tattered wasteland rags stepped out. Their appearance was beyond strange. One carried a massive mechanical leg over his shoulder, while the other had his right hand wrapped in filthy bandages and held a bulging burlap sack in his left. The sack looked like it contained a square box and a bunch of random junk. Wastelanders. Here, the group assumed they were just unlucky bait sent ahead by some other party to trip traps. We'd seen plenty of that on the way up. Gao Laoban, the fat boss, didn't care who we were. He was desperate. They waited, eyes wide with expectation, but no one else appeared. Only the two of us stood there. Damn it, Gao Banshing hissed under his breath. That's when Liu, his hands still wrapped in bandages, spoke up in a cold, detached voice. How much? Gao Banshing froze. He looked at us again. It wasn't that he was judging us by our covers, but even the most eccentric experts usually didn't dress like us. We were practically streaking. We'd started the trip with decent clothes, but after 3 waves of mutated beasts and a run-in with man-eating flowers, our cheap rags were hanging by threads. Friend, if you save us all, I'll pay 5 million, Gao Banshing screamed. I blinked. This greedy-looking fat man actually had a shred of loyalty. He wanted to save everyone, not just himself. And the name Gao Shanha rang a bell. In the north, everyone knew him. He wasn't powerful, but he was disgustingly rich. Even the poorest wastelanders knew his name because he owned the factories that made the cockroach protein bars we ate every day. 5 million was pocket change to him. Deal, Liu said coldly. Then, he started slowly, methodically unwrapping the dirty bandages from his right hand. He looked incredibly serious, as if he were performing a sacred ritual. Gao Banshing was losing his mind. What are you doing? We have a deal. Help us now. Liu didn't even look up. Don't rush me. Before my magic hand, no enemy can hide. I stood there, cringing internally. Asterisk brother, are you addicted to the act? Did you really write your own lines? Asterisk. My plan was for Liu to play the hidden master while I used my time-stop ability to kill the bird. It would cover my tracks and keep me off everyone's radar. I knew I was powerful, but I also knew my body was still human. I could survive a frontal assault from the Stone King, but a sniper bullet to the back of the head would kill me just the same. Keeping Liu in the spotlight was my insurance. But Liu was taking forever. I shot him a look, trying to tell him to stop posing and get to work before the client died. Liu saw my gaze and took it as a thumbs up. He started acting even harder. Since we were far away, Gao Banshing couldn't see our eye contact. He just saw a crazy wastelander messing with bandages while they were being hunted. Forget them, Li Xiao, the shadow user, spat. How can you trust wastelanders? I've got the beast pinned for now, but my shadows won't hold. Maid, grab the boss. I'm getting you out of here. As for the rest, they're on their own. And boss, this is going to cost you extra. Gao Banshing hesitated, looking at his team. But then, he saw Liu walking straight into the danger zone. As Liu marched forward, the bloody bandages fell away like a shedding snake's skin. His right hand emerged, pale, startlingly white, a shade lighter than the rest of his skin. Liu took a sharp breath through his teeth. Asterisk damn, I wrapped that way too tight. The circulation is totally cut off. Asterisk. He flexed his stiff fingers, walking with the exaggerated stride of a grandmaster. Careful, Gao Banqing yelled. The beast is too fast. You don't even have a weapon. Oh, Liu raised his hand, his face a mask of cold indifference. How fast? I couldn't take it anymore. The second-hand embarrassment was killing me. I triggered it. A massive golden clock face manifested beneath my feet. I tapped my toe, and the gears of time let out a faint click. A golden ripple washed over the world. Hum. The wind died. Falling leaves froze in midair. Bullets and shadow blades stopped dead. The people around me became nothing more than still photographs. And there it was, the mutated bird. It looked like a black bolt of lightning, half a meter long with gray-streaked wings tucked tight like a missile. It was frozen right above their heads, its metallic beak inches from a kill. In this silent, frozen world, I was the only thing that moved. I stepped through the cracks of time, every footfall feeling like I was shattering glass that immediately mended behind me. I walked up to the bird, reached out, and plucked it out of the air like a museum specimen. I snapped its wings with a sickening crunch and shoved the broken creature directly into Liu's outstretched, magic hand. Done. I sprinted back to my original spot. Time resumed. The golden ripple vanished. To everyone else, not a single second had passed. Their minds were still stuck on Liu's arrogant question. How fast? Then they saw it. The black blur that had been terrorizing them was suddenly, impossibly, gripped in the wastelander's hand. The gunfire stopped. The shadows retreated. Everyone stood there, frozen in shock, their pupils shrinking as they stared at Liu. It was as if they were still stuck in time, unable to process the miracle they had just witnessed. They stood there, jaws dropping as they stared at the space right in front of Liu. The mutated bird was trapped in the grip of his invisible, magic hand. It wasn't a blur anymore. It was a mangled, hideous thing, its neck twisting and jerking as it let out sharp, agonizing shrieks. The struggle was so violent that gray and black feathers drifted through the air like morbid confetti. It was impossible. Li Xiao, the shadow user, felt his heart skip a beat. He had fought this creature personally. He knew its speed was beyond human limits, faster than his own shadow daggers. Those daggers were weightless, ignoring air resistance entirely, yet they couldn't touch this bird. He looked at Liu with newfound gravity, silently upgrading the ragged wastelander to his own level of power. The others weren't as confident as Li Xiao. They were just bewildered. Nobody expected this scruffy man from the waste to shut down a nightmare in a single heartbeat. Even Liu was stunned. He held his right hand high, staring blankly at the thrashing bird in his grip. I could see the confusion in his eyes. Asterisk, what just happened? I just raised my hand, and the damn thing flew into it? Yi Ji told me to act tough, but this is a bit much. Asterisk. But to the onlookers, Liu's silhouette suddenly became tall and mysterious. They saw a man who could pluck a catastrophe out of the sky with one hand. They saw a master. I thought it was fast, Liu said, finally snapping back into character. He injected 3 parts coldness, 3 parts arrogance, and 3 parts mockery into his voice. Turns out, it's nothing special. He loosened his grip. The dying bird hit the dirt with a heavy thud. Bang! A crimson bullet streaked through the air, punching a clean hole right through the bird's skull. Blood splattered the dry earth. I lowered the breath of bone, exhaling slowly. This was the plan we'd agreed on. He'd take the credit for the catch, and I'd deliver the finishing blow. After all, this was a high-level mutated beast. Its core strength far surpassed anything I'd seen, even the Hound King. Yet, as the energy flowed into me, I felt a familiar ceiling. The vitality provided was exactly the same as 10 gray sparrows, the same as Mr. Hard. I realized the truth in that moment. The breath of bone had a limit. It was like a bottle, and the mutated beasts were the water source. Whether I dipped the bottle into a small stream or the vast ocean, the result was the same. I could only carry 1 full bottle. No wonder it was only ranked as a snake-level forbidden object. If it could steal unlimited life, it would be a dragon-level threat. Thank you for your help, sir, Gao Banqing said, being the first to recover. He bowed toward Liu with deep respect. May I ask your name? Liu gave him a disinterested glance. Magic Hand Liu. Magic Hand Liu. The others repeated the name, their minds racing to place it. They couldn't find a single record of a powerhouse by that name. Was he from outside the region? Thank you, Mr. Li. And thank you to this young brother as well, Gao Banqing said, looking at me. Bai Yi. I replied shortly. I am Gao Banqing. He introduced himself quickly. My father is Gao Shana, the president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. It is an honor to meet you both. The others crowded in, eager to show their gratitude. A middle-aged man with 2 pistols stepped forward. I'm Li Baitian, a bounty hunter. If you ever need anything, I'm your man. No charge, ever. I'm Hajin Shohu. Quick Draw Little Tail Snake. The names blurred together as they expressed their thanks. Only Li Xiao remained standing apart, his arms crossed, his gaze sharp behind his black mask. With your strength, it's a crime you aren't one of the 10 kings, Li Xiao said, his voice carrying the weight of one expert recognizing another. Magic Hand Liu, you have talent. There will be a seat for you among the future kings. It seems this trip to the Black Mountains won't be boring after all. He stared at Liu as if he were the only person in the clearing worth talking to. Liu blinked. Asterisk, who is this guy? Do I know him? Asterisk. He shot a panicked look my way, looking for a signal. I'd told him to act like a master, but I hadn't given him a script for this. I was too busy brooding over the limitations of my gun to notice his silent plea for help. Liu scalp itched. It was his first time playing this strong, silent type, and he had no idea how experts were supposed to talk to each other. He stiffened his neck and went for the safest option. Who are you? He asked coldly. Li Xiao's lips curled into a sharp, arrogant smile. Shadow Man, Li Xiao. Li Xiao? Never heard of him, asterisk Liu thought. He was a low-level wastelander until recently. The only big names he knew were the Silent Court and the 10 Kings, and he only knew about the kings because I'd mentioned them. Ah, Liu said, trying to sound knowledgeable. So you're one of the 10 kings. My mistake. Li Xiao's expression froze. His lips twitched. He looked like he'd just swallowed a fly. The atmosphere turned incredibly awkward. Behind the mask, Li Xiao's eyes darted back and forth. After a long, painful silence, he grunted out 2 words. I'm not. Crap, Liu thought. Asterisk total fail. I just insulted him. My master persona is going to crumble. Asterisk. Too embarrassed to say anything else, Liu just let out a stiff, dismissive sound. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Li Xiao snapped. To him, this was a blatant provocation. He'd praised Liu's potential to be a king, and Liu had responded by mocking him for not being one yet. It was like saying, if you aren't a king, why are you talking to me? If Liu knew what the shadow user was thinking, he would have felt framed. He didn't mean to provoke anyone. He just thought Li Xiao was acting way too important for someone who wasn't even on the list. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Thankfully, Gao Banqing broke the silence by pulling out a slip of paper. Mr. Li, he said with a smile. This is a check for 5 million. Please, accept it. 5 million. Liu almost broke character right then and there. He'd never seen that many zeros in his life. He bit his lip hard to keep from grinning like an idiot. But just as he reached for the money, I stepped in and snatched the check. I'll take that, I said, smiling at Gao Banqing. Mr. Li doesn't care for such worldly, vulgar things. Liu's face twitched. I could practically hear his heart breaking. Asterisk, who said I don't like vulgar things? I love them. Asterisk. He knew damn well that once the money was in my hands, he wouldn't see a cent of it. Gao Banqing didn't suspect a thing. He just nodded frantically, convinced he was in the presence of a true eccentric master. Gao Banqing looked relieved the moment I tucked that check away. His face relaxed, and he let out a hearty, booming laugh. Since you've accepted the payment, I take it we're friends now. Are you two heading toward shelter 189? Liu gave a stiff, cold nod. He was playing the part of the aloof master perfectly. That's wonderful. Gao Banqing clapped his hands. We're heading there too. Why don't we travel together? To be honest, this group of ours was just thrown together on the road. Aside from Li Xiao and my maid, Xiao Kuei, the others are all elite bounty hunters I picked up along the way. Since we're going to the same place, we might as well look out for each other. Meeting like this is fate, after all. He leaned in a bit closer, his eyes gleaming with business instinct. Besides, if you find any relics from the old era inside the shelter, you won't have to waste time looking for a buyer. I'm right here. We don't need to look for a buyer? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Gao Banqing gave me a confident, smug grin. Because I'm the best buyer there is. Brother Bai, I'm not bragging when I say my prices are the highest you'll find. Do you know why they call me Half-City Gao? I looked him up and down, feeling skeptical. Is it because you only do half the work? Like, everything you make is a half-finished product? Gao Banqing froze. He looked like he wanted to snap at me, but he caught a glimpse of Li Yu's stony expression and forced a laugh instead. You've got a sense of humor, kid. No, it's not about half-finished products. It's about the city of Wanguan, one of the major hubs controlled by the True Wealth Chamber of Commerce. When I was born, my father gave me half of that city as a gift. That's how I got the name. He laughed again, that polite, rhythmic chuckle of the ultra-rich. I listened to that sound and knew he wasn't lying. You can't fake a laugh like that unless your net worth has at least 8 zeros. Mr. Li, what do you say? Gao Banqing asked, turning back to my master. Li Yu already knew my plan, so he didn't refuse. He just gave another silent, expressionless nod. The rest of the group looked thrilled. In the wasteland, everyone wants a powerhouse on their side. We set off together. With a master like Li Yu and a forbidden object wielder like me in the mix, the tension in the air evaporated. The bounty hunters, like Double Gun Sunday, kept trying to strike up conversations with Li Yu. They wanted bragging rights. In their world, being able to say you shared a drink or a word with a top-tier expert was social currency in the taverns. Bounty hunters were a loose breed. They did the dirty work, assassinations, hunting, acting as mercenaries. They lived on the edge, spending their days bleeding and their nights drinking. Li Yu kept his mouth shut for the most part, only whispering to me occasionally. He was terrified that if he talked too much, he'd reveal he was just a low-level scavenger. But the others didn't mind his silence. In fact, they seemed to respect him more for it. To them, a true master was supposed to be arrogant and cold. Li Xiao, the shadow user, wasn't happy about it. Before we showed up, she was the star of the show. Now, even her employer was calling her by her first name instead of showing her the usual deference. She glared at Li Yu, muttering to herself about defeating some tyrant Yang Jie and becoming the new Stone King so she could look down on everyone. She didn't pick a fight, though. She was too proud to attack someone who had just helped her, even if she hadn't asked for it. At the back of the line, Li Yu leaned toward my ear. Brother Yi, about that money. Money? What money? I asked, my face a mask of pure innocence. Mr. Li, are you feeling all right? You're talking nonsense. Brother Yi, my hand is literally broken from acting out your script, he hissed. You can't withhold a disabled man's wages. I let you act like a badass for an hour, I whispered back. I should be charging you for the experience. Li Yu opened his mouth to argue, but Gao Banqing waddled over, so he immediately shut up and resumed his mysterious master pose. Brother Bai, you're young to be containing a forbidden object, Gao Banqing said, his fat face crinkling into a smile. He clearly realized Li Yu wasn't going to chat, so he targeted me instead. Your future is limitless. I gave him a fake smile. It's nothing compared to you, Boss Gao. You don't even have to walk. You've got a maid to carry you. Aren't you worried those skinny little legs of hers will snap under your weight? I glanced at the maid, Xiao Kuei. She was tiny, with a face as delicate and perfect as a porcelain doll. She hadn't said a single word since we met, just silently marched forward with a grown man strapped to her back. I honestly wondered if she was being blackmailed. Gao Banqing didn't seem to catch my sarcasm. You misunderstand, brother. I'm a rich man, but I don't mistreat people. Then what about her? I pointed at Xiao Kuei. Gao Banqing smiled thinly. Oh, she isn't a person. I blinked, staring at the fat man. I thought I was a cold-hearted guy, but this was next-level capitalist ruthlessness. Calling your servant not a person to their face? That was dark. Brother Bai, look, Gao Banqing said. He reached toward the collar of Xiao Kuei's dress and pulled it down slightly. Holy crap, I thought, my eyes widening. Asterisk, is this free? Am I really about to see this? Asterisk. I looked, but I didn't see skin. I saw a flash of silver-white metal that nearly blinded me. Under the fabric, there was a glowing metallic shell covered in intricate, interlocking grooves and circular patterns. As she moved, faint ripples of light flowed through the tiny channels like liquid mercury beneath a transparent skin. "That's some unique metallic-style lingerie," I muttered, stunned. Gao Banqing looked at me like I was insane. "What are you talking about? It's not lingerie. It's her body." He let go of the collar. "Like I said, Xiao Kuei isn't human. She's a robot, a relic from before the Great Cataclysm. Someone found her in a shelter, and I bought her." I was floored. A robot? This world was so twisted. Half the population was starving to death, yet the rich were walking around with high-tech androids. "Anyway, Brother Bai," Gao Banqing continued, watching me closely. "I noticed you're keeping up with the pace easily. You haven't broken a sweat. I don't see any signs of gene medicine injections on you. Are you a practitioner of blood qi martial arts? Or are you an awakened?" Blood qi martial arts. I'd heard the term before from the soldiers back in town. It sounded mystical, but in reality, it was pretty straightforward. It was a way of training the body using specific breathing techniques. After the cataclysm, the survivors had changed. Even if they looked normal, their bodies contained a biological energy called blood qi. Some researchers claimed humans always had it, but the cataclysm just forced it to the surface. Over the years, people developed martial arts to circulate and strengthen that energy, giving them physical abilities far beyond a normal human. You didn't even need a forbidden object to be dangerous if your blood qi was strong enough. I looked at my hands, feeling the power humming in my veins. "Something like that," I replied vaguely. I wasn't about to tell him all my secrets just yet. As long as you have enough food and keep training, your blood qi will grow. It makes the body stronger and stronger. Breathing techniques just make the process faster. People call it the commoner's dance because anyone can do it, just like anyone can go to the gym. But to actually achieve anything, you have to put in a massive amount of effort. Even then, you usually end up weaker than some rich kid who just injected a vial of gene medicine. Out here in the wasteland, there's a saying, the poor rely on effort and blood qi, while the rich rely on technology and gene modification. As for the awakened, they don't care about money. That's all down to talent and luck. I practiced the blood qi dance, I told Gao Banqing. I wasn't an awakened, and I hadn't used any injections or mechanical parts. I had just used a forbidden object to steal a little blood qi from others. Technically, that put me in the blood qi category. Gao Banqing laughed, his eyes crinkling. "Ah, Brother Bai, a true hero of the younger generation. The path of blood qi requires immense willpower. Most people give up. I can see you have great ambitions." I almost rolled my eyes. This guy was a master of flattery. He could spin anything into a compliment. Everyone knew the blood qi path was for desperate poor people who had no other choice. You could train your whole life and still get flattened by a gene mod soldier who spent 5 minutes under a needle. We kept moving through the dangerous Black Mountains, chatting as we went. It felt less like a life-or-death mission and more like a casual hike. I felt pretty smart for joining this group. We were already halfway there and expected to reach Shelter 189 by tomorrow. Our speed was thanks to Gao Banqing's expensive maps and Li Xiao's weird obsession. Li Xiao seemed desperate to show off in front of Li Yu. Every time we encountered a mutated beast or a killer plant, he charged ahead like a madman, using flashy techniques to slaughter everything before we could even draw our weapons. Then, he'd always turn back to steal a glance at Li Yu, looking for approval. When night fell, the mountains became deathly silent. The only sound was the soft crackle of our campfire. I sat by the flames, roasting a piece of wild rabbit meat and feeling quite relaxed. I had saved a lot of time today. I checked my internal clock. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. That was all the time I had left. Since joining this team, I hadn't needed to use my time stop ability once. The others were handling all the trouble. I pulled out my golden pocket watch. In 3 hours, I'd earn another minute. "Please, no surprises," I prayed silently while chewing on the rabbit. "Just let me get through the night peacefully." My prayers were answered. Nothing happened. The next morning, we set off again. I felt a bit dazed. The mountain forests at night are supposed to be the most dangerous places on Earth, yet we hadn't seen a single threat. I started wondering if the rabbit meat had been poisonous and I was just hallucinating. Before I entered the Black Mountains, I was fighting off 3 waves of monsters a day. I brought it up to Gao Banqing while we walked. The Panga Project? It's just a deathbed fantasy, he said, shaking his head. After Shugwang City discovered Shelter 189, they sent their army in here multiple times to clear it out. Most of the mutated beasts are either dead or have fled. The threat level dropped significantly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to come. That made sense. The monster attack on Gray Soil Town was Shugwang City's fault to begin with. But I looked around the empty forest. Then where is the army now? I haven't seen a single soldier. Gao Banqing chuckled. They withdrew. Moving an army isn't easy. The food costs alone are a nightmare. Plus, the dangers here aren't just the monsters you can see. It's the poisonous insects and toxic mists. Those are the real killers. Shugwang City is powerful, but they can't afford to inject every soldier with gene medicine. At the end of the day, a trained soldier is still just a human. They can drive away beasts with guns, but they can't survive out here long-term. He leaned in closer. Word is, Shugwang City couldn't get the shelter doors open. They made so much noise that the secret got out. Now, every faction, awakened organization, and bounty hunter is swarming this place. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Shugwang City is backed by the Apocalypse Technology Company. He continued, a mocking glint in his eyes. They're strong, but they can't fight the whole world at once. So, they stopped the blockade. They only left a few elite squads behind to wait for an opening. Personally, I think Apocalypse knows they can't open the door, so they're letting everyone else try. Once someone finally cracks it, that's when they'll show their teeth. This is their territory. Unless a full-scale war breaks out, nobody can outmuscle them here. I looked at the fat man with new respect. He wasn't just a rich merchant. He actually had a brain. His theory matched what Mr. Ng had told me. Ng said only the tyrant, Yang Jia, could open the shelter, and my job was to snipe him once the doors were open. If you know it's a trap, why are you here? I asked. Gao Banqing grinned, his fat face jiggling as Xiao Kuei carried him along. Apocalypse only cares about the Panga Project. They won't care about the smaller relics inside. As long as I don't touch the Panga stuff, they won't kill me. I'm just here for the scraps. You're very disciplined, I noted. Most people couldn't resist the Panga Project. The Panga Project is bullshit, he spat. Brother Bai, do you know how many times this project has popped up? I blinked. How many? He held up 5 chubby fingers. 5 times. My heart sank. If there was no Panga USB drive in these mountains, I was wasting my life. 5 times, he repeated. It's a giant trap. Shelter 112, Shelter 134, Shelter 181. 2 others I can't remember. Every time a shelter opens, people claim the Panga Project is inside. It's always a lie. I don't think it even exists. It was probably just a lie the old world leaders told people to give them hope before the end. If it really had the power to remake the world, the old civilization wouldn't have collapsed. I felt cold. He was probably right. In a dying world, leaders would definitely invent a myth called hope. But wait, even if the project was a myth, the USB drive had to be real, right? They had to have saved their knowledge somewhere. There was still a slim chance. People ahead, Li Beitian whispered, dropping into a crouch. He signaled for us to stay quiet. I crept forward with the others. We were close to Shelter 189 now, so seeing people wasn't a surprise. 2 groups, Li Beitian muttered, his eyes sharp. They're in a standoff. Li Beitian pulled a pair of tactical binoculars out of nowhere and started observing the distance. I watched him scan the area in silence. He muttered that there were 2 groups. One side had 8 people, all dressed in matching gear, likely a professional bounty hunter team. The other side was just 1 person. He was a young man with 4 swords strapped to his back. Give me those, I said, reaching for the binoculars. The others were curious, but they didn't dare challenge me, so I got first look. Through the lenses, the scene became clear. The swordsman was holding a ginseng root, still covered in fresh soil. He must have just dug it up. The group of 8 had their guns trained on him, their mouths moving as they argued. I read their lips as best I could. They were fighting over the root. Brother Bai, let me see, Gao Banqing whispered, sounding like a gossip-hungry neighbor. I handed him the binoculars. They found a ginseng root in the Black Mountains, I explained to the rest of the group. Now they're stuck in a standoff. Suddenly, Gao Banqing let out a quiet gasp. I know that guy with the swords. That's Xiao Yi, the the straight sword man. Li Zhao's eyes narrowed, a dangerous coldness flickering in his gaze. The supernatural user with an $85 million bounty from the East State Federation? Xiaoyi. Gao Banqing nodded, looking strangely excited. He passed the binoculars to Li Xiao, who stared at the swordsman. When Li Yu heard the bounty amount, 85 million, his jaw almost hit the dirt. I had to clear my throat loudly to remind him to keep his mysterious expert act together, or he would have blown his cover right there. I knew about the East State Federation. Everyone on the wasteland did. They were the supposed rulers of this continent, an organization built to keep the peace between various factions. In reality, their control was loose, and the local powers did whatever they wanted. The bounties were just a clever trap, an open scheme to divide and conquer powerful supernatural users and gene-modded freaks. By labeling them criminals, the Federation forced these people to either hunt each other for money or become dogs for the big factions to get immunity. Technically, someone like Li Yu was also a criminal, but he wasn't famous enough to have a price on his head yet. Some of the more arrogant supernaturals even took pride in their bounties, purposely picking fights with higher-ranked targets just to see their own numbers go up. I've been looking for him for a long time, Li Xiao said coldly. I didn't expect to find him here. Do you have a grudge against him? Gao Banqing asked, confused. Li Xiao lowered the binoculars. No grudge. Then why? He killed some second-generation brat from a big family and got an 85 million bounty. Li Xiao interrupted, his voice dripping with disdain. That's 20 million more than mine. It's pathetic that a nobody like him is more famous because of a number. Gao Banqing rolled his eyes at me. It was clear Li Xiao was one of those disturbed types who obsessed over rankings. Li Xiao, I hired you to protect me, not to start fights, Gao Banqing hissed. Don't worry, Li Xiao sneered, his eyes full of arrogance. The tyrant, one of the 10 Stone Kings, is coming soon. A mere swordsman like Xiao isn't worth my interest. I just shook my head. Li Xiao was obsessed. If it wasn't about a Stone King, he didn't care. Boss Gao, what's the move? Li Beitian asked. Do we go around them, or what? Gao Banqing put on a fake, saintly smile. I'm a kind-hearted man. I can't stand the sight of blood. We should go over there and stop this conflict. Down in the clearing, Xiao Yi stood calmly in his green, ancient-style robes, facing the 8 gunmen. Gentlemen, he said smoothly, I found this 100-year-old ginseng first. I'd appreciate it if you let this go. You found it first? A burly man shouted, clutching a shotgun. I'm Black Leopard. I might have lost an eye, but my cybernetic replacement sees better than any human. I saw it first. You just moved faster. His mechanical eye glowed with a cold, red light. Black Leopard wasn't stupid. He didn't know Xiao Yi's background, but he knew anyone wandering the Black Mountains alone was dangerous. Normally, he wouldn't pick this fight, but this wasn't a normal route. It was a mutated medicinal herb that could boost blood energy and strengthen the body. On the black market, it was worth a fortune. With 8 men behind him, he felt like the odds were in his favor. I guess we're doing this the hard way, Xiao Yi said, rubbing his forehead with a sigh. Black Leopard's eyes turned vicious. He signaled his men, and the sound of 8 guns chambering rounds echoed through the trees. Just as they were about to fire, Xiao Yi yelled, Wait! Now you're scared? Black Leopard laughed. But his laugh died in his throat. A crisp sword chime rang out. A streak of cold light flew from the scabbard on Xiao Yi's back. It was an ancient blade, moving like a white bolt of lightning. The gunman froze. The sword wasn't being held by anyone. It was flying through the air as if it had an automatic navigation system. In the blink of an eye, Black Leopard's shotgun was sliced clean in half. The pieces hit the dirt with a heavy thud. Xiao Yi waved his hand, and the sword zipped back into its sheath. He smiled at the stunned hunters. Still want to fight? Black Leopard's face twisted. You coward. You said wait just to distract us for a sneak attack. Xiao Yi shook his head, grinning. When I said wait, I wasn't asking you to stop. That's the name of the sword. The sword chime, wait. I'll kill you, Black Leopard roared, feeling toyed with. His muscles began to bulge and ripple. Thick black fur sprouted across his skin as he dropped to all fours, his spine arching like a predatory leopard ready to pounce. That was when we stepped out. Gao Banqing jumped down from his mount and shouted, Stop! Black Leopard froze, his eyes darting toward us with suspicion. Xiao Yi looked over too, nodding politely at Gao Banqing. Clang. Suddenly, a second sword flew out from Xiao Yi's back, turning into a blur of light as it shot toward the group. Another sneak attack. Black Leopard screamed, his rage turning into pure terror as the blade closed the distance. The sword light expanded in Black Leopard's vision until it filled his entire world. The shadow of death wrapped around him, freezing him in place. Gao Banqing's expression soured. He clearly didn't expect Xiao Yi to be so disrespectful as to keep attacking. But then, the unexpected happened. The blade, aimed straight for Black Leopard's skull, screeched to a halt just 5 centimeters from his eyes. Black Leopard snapped out of his trance and scrambled backward, gasping for air. Xiao Yi was suddenly standing right there, his hand white-knuckled as he gripped the sword's hilt. Phew! Xiao Yi exhaled, looking genuinely shaken. Cutting it close. Glad I caught it in time. Everyone stared at him, completely lost. What was he doing? Xiao Yi turned to Gao Banqing with a look of mild resentment. Boss Gao, you can't just go shouting stop like that. This specific sword is named Stop. Gao Banqing stood there, stunned. What kind of freak was this? Who names their sword something so confusing? I was just as baffled. I started to wonder if being an awakened meant you had to be mentally unstable. Li Xiao was a poser, Xiao Yi was a weirdo, and Li Yu was an idiot. None of them were normal. Let me guess, I said, the words slipping out before I could stop them. Your other 2 swords are named Wait a Sec and Hold On. Xiao Yi looked at me, his eyes wide with shock. How did you know? Clang, another sword shot out from the sheath on his back. He scrambled to pin it down, his face turning bright red from the effort until he finally forced it back in. Don't say those names again. Xiao Yi panted. You'll get someone killed. But you only guessed half right. That one was Wait a Sec, the last one isn't Hold On, though. I had a bad feeling about this. Then what is it? Xiao Yi gave me a mysterious, slightly pathetic smile. It's called My Mistake. I stood there, stunned by the sheer absurdity of it. I slowly raised a thumb to him. Impressive. Xiao Yi took the compliment gracefully. Think about it. After wait a sec, and stop, if the enemy is still alive, I have no choice but to admit I messed up. Hence, my mistake. How long are you going to keep chatting? Black Leopard roared. He was shaking with rage, feeling completely ignored. Xiao Yi turned back to him, his playful tone vanishing. You still want to fight? Black Leopard looked intimidated, but he refused to back down in front of his men. You only got the upper hand because of a sneak attack. I'm a rank 3 genetic mutant. I won't lose so easily. Oh, Xiao Yi acted surprised. A rank 3 powerhouse. I'm shaking. I'll kill you. Gentlemen, please. Everyone, calm down. Gao Banqing stepped between them, playing the peacemaker. Give me some face. Let's drop this. We're all here in the Black Mountains to make money, not to die. Black Leopard sneered at him. Give you face? Who the hell are you? Gao Banqing didn't get angry. He just smiled politely. My name is Gao Banqing. Gao Banqing. Never heard of you. My father is Gao Shanha. The air suddenly went still. Black Leopard's face went pale. What? The president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce? The richest man in Beimang, Gao Shanha, is your father? Gao Banqing nodded and pulled out a solid gold medallion. It was engraved with intricate mountains and rivers, the craftsmanship so fine it looked alive. The mountain river token, Black Leopard whispered. He clearly knew what it represented. Now, Gao Banqing said, his voice smooth. Can you give me some face? This time, the answer was different. Black Leopard hesitated for a moment, then lowered his weapon. Since it's young Master Gao asking, I'll give you that face. But, he glared at Xiao Yi. He took my mutated ginseng. We found it together. I want half. If you cut this ginseng, its value drops significantly, Xiao Yi said coldly. Don't even dream about it. Boss Gao, stay out of this. Gao Banqing just smiled. He walked calmly between the 2 hostile groups, pulled out a checkbook and a pen, and started writing with total confidence. A mutated ginseng like this is worth about 1.5 million, Gao Banqing said. Let's round that up to an even 2 million. Rip. He tore off 2 checks and handed one to Xiao Yi and one to Black Leopard. They both looked at the papers and froze. Xiao Yi's eyebrows shot up. 2 million? You gave him 2 million too. Black Leopard was stunned. They both expected him to split the 2 million between them. That's what a fair split meant to normal people. Gao Banqing beamed at them. I'm buying the ginseng from both of you at double the market price. Let's just call it a down payment on a new friendship. What do you say? I felt like I was being blinded by the sheer glow of money radiating off the guy. This was the definition of more money than sense. To rich people, a fair split meant paying everyone the full price twice. Not bad, young Master Gao? Xiaoyi grinned, pocketing the check. I'll definitely be your friend. Me too, Black Leopard added quickly, his anger completely evaporated. Gao Banqing took the ginseng and walked over to Li Yu. Mr. Li, you saved my life earlier. I know a man of your caliber doesn't care for vulgar things like cash, so I bought this century-old mutated ginseng for you. Please, accept it. Li Yu stared at the ginseng, completely dazed. For me. He was still processing the fact that Gao Banqing just dropped 4 million like it was pocket change. This was a different world. Even I was shocked. Gao didn't just throw money around. He used it to smooth over every possible grievance and buy loyalty in one smooth motion. I decided right then that I definitely wanted to be this guy's friend too. Before Li Yu could even react, I reached out and snatched the ginseng. I'll hold on to this for Mr. Li, I said, tucking it into my coat. With the power of money on our side, Gao Banqing officially invited Xiao Yi and his group to join us. Nobody refused. They didn't even hesitate for a second. Li Xiao, who usually looked down on everyone, looked even more disgusted now. Bowing for gold. Pathetic. Not the behavior of the strong. I overheard him and couldn't help but ask, didn't you take the fat guy's money too? Li Xiao gave me a cold, sideways glance. I'm different. They are here for profit. I am here for the Stone King, Tyrant Yangjia. The money is just for travel expenses. I just stared at him. Sure. Whatever you say. I realized Li Xiao and Gao Banqing were two sides of the same coin. One couldn't stop talking about his dad, and the other couldn't stop talking about the Stone King. No wonder they traveled together. With Xiao Yi's group added to our ranks, the journey became much easier. Sometimes, I actually had to rush forward and use the breath of bone just to make sure I got enough kills to keep my blood essence up. The mutated beasts were being wiped out so fast there weren't enough to go around. By noon, we finally reached the outskirts of Vault 189. Li Beitian pulled out a map of the Black Mountains and pointed to a red circle. Through these woods, and we'll be at the entrance. Why is there a mountain drawn inside the red circle? I asked, looking at the map. Li Beitian smiled. Brother Bai, you might not know, but Vault 189 isn't just in the mountains. It's built directly inside the mountain itself. I looked up at the massive structure and wondered how the people of the old era had managed it. Building a sanctuary in a place like this seemed impossible. But we were finally here. Xiao Yi's spirits lifted instantly. He took the lead, marching at the front of the party with renewed energy. Little brother, Gao Banqing called out, catching up to him. Are you also here for the Panga Project recruitment? Xiao Yi gave him a look that suggested he was asking a stupid question. Do you think I'm like you? Not a chance. I'm here to find a few decent swords. Gao Banqing froze. The technology of the old era was incredibly advanced, but they mostly used firearms. I'm afraid looking for a sword in a vault is going to be a waste of time. Xiao Yi shook his head and smiled. You're mistaken. I've heard that the old era possessed a divine sword. Its blade was like lightning piercing the red sky. It had no physical edge, but it dissolved anything it touched like boiling water through snow. Wherever its light reached, armor melted. It was a masterpiece. Gao Banqing thought about it for a long time, but couldn't recall any legendary weapon that fit that description. Beside them, my heart skipped a beat. A sword made of light that melts armor? You mean a laser sword? I blurted out. Xiao Yi looked at me, his eyes lighting up with joy. I didn't expect Brother Bai to have such vast knowledge despite his humble origins. You actually know of the divine laser sword. My face darkened. He really didn't need to add the humble origins part. Don't look at it that way, Xiao Yi continued, sensing my mood. The ancients said that a lowly birth is no disgrace. A true man is one who can adapt to any situation. In my eyes, Brother Bai is a talented youth who associates with men like Mr. Li Xiao. You're bound for greatness. Over the course of our journey, we had all learned a bit about each other's backgrounds. Naturally, that included Li Xiao, the Shadow Man, and his reputation for taking down powerful targets. The laser sword is a high-tech weapon, I pointed out. It probably won't fit your requirements for traditional swordsmanship. Xiaoyi shook his head seriously. A laser sword is still a sword. As long as it's a sword, I can use it. I stared at him, speechless. Was he some kind of conceptual god? If he followed that logic, were supersonic rockets, aircraft carriers, and interstellar warships also swords to him? As we talked, we cleared the edge of the forest and stepped into a wide, open clearing. Whoa, Xiaoyi gasped. That's a lot of people. The clearing was packed with at least 500 people. They were split into two distinct camps, occupying the north and south sides with a clear path left open between them. The tension was thick enough to cut. The group to the south consisted of nearly 200 men in crisp, matching uniforms. The Eye of the Apocalypse logo was stitched onto their chests. These were clearly soldiers from the Apocalypse Technology Company. They stood like spears, cold and silent, radiating a thick, murderous aura. The northern side was larger, with about 300 people, but they were a mess. Their clothes were mismatched, their weapons were a chaotic variety of models, and they huddled in small, suspicious groups. They looked like a total rabble. I ignored the crowds and looked past them toward my real goal, Vault 189. It was a massive cavern carved directly into the mountain face. Broken rocks and scorch marks from explosions littered the entrance. A dozen charred corpses lay scattered on the ground, abandoned and rotting. The cave itself was pitch black, looking like a void that swallowed the sunlight. The people in the clearing seemed terrified of it. No one dared to step within 100 meters of the entrance. Those guys to the south, they're Apocalypse's gene warriors, Gao Bansheng whispered. I snapped out of my trance and looked at the soldiers. My eyes were immediately drawn to a man and a woman standing in the center of the unit. They were clearly the leaders. The man was shirtless, sitting atop a massive boulder. His bronze skin glistened like polished oil in the sun. He was a giant, standing at least 2 meters tall. His eyes weren't human. They had vertical slits like a predator's, glowing like toxic amber. The woman was even more striking. She wore a tight, shimmering snakeskin skirt that hugged her curves. Her eyes were tilted upward, hiding a sharp, predatory look behind a mask of laziness. She sat perched on the giant man's broad shoulder, glancing toward us with a playful smirk. Well, if it isn't Xiao Yi and the Shadow Man, she purred. I didn't expect two transcendents with bounties over 10 million to be traveling together. I stole a glance at my companions. Were Xiao Yi and Li Xiao really that famous? Before Xiao Yi could speak, Li Xiao stepped forward. He stood in front of the group, looking down his nose at the hundreds of people watching us. He looked like he was loving the attention. To recognize me at a glance means you aren't a nobody, Li Xiao said arrogantly. State your name. The woman let out a melodic laugh that made her whole body tremble. The 12 Zodiacs. Silver Snake. My expression turned weird. I immediately thought of that eccentric old man, Mr. Ng. I tried to catch Li Yu's eye, but he wasn't looking at me. His eyes were glued to Silver Snake, his pupils tracking every movement of her body. I sighed. I didn't know what to say about Li Yu anymore. He smoked, drank, gambled, and was a total lecher. Did he have a single redeeming quality? I nudged him and coughed. He finally snapped out of it, his lips barely moving. What is it, Brother Bai? What do you think? I whispered. Li Yu swallowed hard. I think I need to watch her, repeatedly. I almost cursed it out loud. Can you focus for 1 second? Look at her bag. It's the one holding the black M300. Li Yu finally regained his senses. He quickly pulled his own tattered sack behind his back to hide it. Then he paused, looking at me. Wait, did you just insult me? No, I snapped. I said your focus is amazing. In the center of the clearing, Li Zhao's eyes flashed with a faint green light. He completely ignored Silver Snake's figure and focused on the wild man beneath her. In the 12 Zodiacs, Silver Snake and Fierce Tiger are never apart. They call you Tiger's head and Snake's tail. I assume you're a Fierce Tiger. The giant man, Fierce Tiger, gave Li Xiao a cold, dismissive look. He didn't say a word, treating Li Xiao like he was beneath his notice. Li Xiao's expression darkened instantly. I didn't realize the famous Fierce Tiger was a mute. It seems Apocalypse Company has poor standards when choosing their members. My jaw dropped. Holy crap. Man, what are you doing? They had 200 Gene warriors with them. Did he think he was the main character? I realized right then that Li Xiao was the kind of guy who would pick a fight in the worst possible place. I didn't want to be anywhere near him when the bullets started flying. I quietly backed away, heading for the rear of our group. When I reached the very back, I realized someone had beaten me to it. Li Yu? When did you get back here? Just a second before you, Li Yu said, scratching his head sheepishly. Back in the center, Fierce Tiger stood up from the boulder. His presence surged, his bloodlust radiating like a top-tier predator. The air grew heavy. Shadow Man, Li Xiao. Fierce Tiger growled, his voice low and dangerous. Do you want to die? Li Xiao's shadow seemed to stand up on its own behind him. He sneered. You think you can kill me? The atmosphere turned electric. Everyone in the clearing leaned in, waiting for the show to start. Gao Bansheng was sweating bullets. He rushed forward to intervene. Wait. Please, don't. Mr. Fierce Tiger, my father is. Clang. Gao Bansheng froze and looked up. Xiao Yi's sword had already left its sheath, flying through the air toward Fierce Tiger. That was it. The Apocalypse soldiers took that as a declaration of war. 200 submachine guns were raised in unison, all aimed directly at Gao Bansheng and the rest of us. Hey, come back. Xiao Yi yelled, suddenly sprinting forward to grab his sword midair. He landed and looked at the 200 barrels pointed at his chest. He gave a sheepish, awkward grin. If I said this was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? The only response was the sound of 200 safeties clicking off. Gao Bansheng looked like he wanted to cry. What kind of teammates did I hire? I thought Mr. Li and Brother Bai were the quiet, reliable ones. He looked back to find us, but we were already long gone. Just as the situation reached a breaking point, Gao Bansheng let out a desperate shout. He yelled his father's name, Gao Shanha, and a wave of raw, domineering pressure suddenly erupted from him. It was heavy enough to make everyone flinch. Fierce Tiger's eyes flickered with a strange light. He raised his hand, signaling his men to hold their fire. He looked at the fat man and grunted, asking who he was. Gao Bansheng was panting heavily, his face pale. He introduced himself as the son of the president of the Shanha Association. He fumbled in his pockets and pulled out a golden token, the Shanha Decree. He pleaded with Fierce Tiger, calling it all a misunderstanding. He promised that his friends had no intention of becoming enemies with the Apocalypse Company. He just wanted Fierce Tiger to give him a bit of face. Fierce Tiger glanced at the token. His expression softened. He acknowledged that the company had a lot of business dealings with the Shanha Association. He agreed to give the young master his face. He ordered his men to put their guns away and sat back down on his boulder. He went silent, as if he were waiting for something else to happen. But Li Xiao wasn't satisfied. He looked like he wanted to keep pushing. Gao Bansheng rushed over to block him, whispering frantically. He reminded Li Xiao why they were at Black Mountain in the first place. Li Xiao sneered. He said he didn't mind teaching these lowlives a lesson before he went after the king. Gao Bansheng looked like he wanted to slap him. If the 12 zodiacs were considered lowlives, then there were no strong people left in the world. Gao Bansheng's eyes darted around, and he came up with a plan. He leaned in and told Li Xiao that Fierce Tiger wasn't even the Lion King. If Li Xiao fought him now, he'd just be lowering his own status for nothing. That seemed to work. Li Xiao's expression relaxed slightly, though his voice remained cold. He admitted there was some logic to that. He decided to let the man live for today. Gao Bansheng let out a massive sigh of relief. He quickly ushered us toward the northern side of the clearing. There were at least 300 people gathered there. It was a larger crowd than the Apocalypse Company, but they were a mess. They were split into dozens of small groups, wearing mismatched gear and carrying all sorts of random weapons. There were bounty hunters, members of supernatural organizations, and scouts from other major factions. Apocalypse had the home field advantage and better gear, so these smaller groups had formed a shaky alliance. They wanted to make sure the company didn't hog Vault 189 for themselves. I blended into the crowd, keeping my eyes open. Some groups were just 2 or 3 people whispering in a circle. Others were larger teams of 20 or 30. Then there were the loners. I spotted the night girl from the Silent Court again. I wasn't surprised to see her. She was clearly here for the vault, even if her personal morals led her to save starving towns along the way. She was leaning against the mountain wall, guarding her back. Her long black hair swayed in the wind, and she clutched her silver cross sword to her chest. She was still dressed in black and silver, looking sharp and dangerous. No one dared to stand within 2 meters of her. They knew better than to pick a fight with her. She seemed to sense my gaze. Her light brown eyes met mine. Her expression was calm, almost empty. She gave me a tiny, respectful nod before looking away. I didn't let it get to my head. I hadn't washed my face in 3 days, and between the wind and the dust, I looked like a mess. I knew she only acknowledged me because of what I did back in Gray Soil Town. I turned my attention to the rest of the crowd. Suddenly, the bushes nearby rustled. A man stepped out, smiling at everyone. He walked into the northern crowd, found a spot, and sat down. He was a loner, and he immediately drew every eye in the place. He was impossible to ignore. He wore a tattered suit and full clown makeup. His bright red lips were painted in a grin that almost reached his ears. We had people in masks and people with mechanical faces, but nobody else was dressed like a clown. Once he sat down, he got even weirder. There was no one near him, yet he was laughing happily. He wouldn't stop talking to the empty air beside him, making funny faces and gestures. People looked at him like he was a total lunatic. Some started laughing at him, but he didn't seem to hear them. He just kept chatting with his invisible friend. I turned to the fat man and asked who the clown was. Based on my experience, the crazier a person acted in this world, the stronger they usually were. Gao Banqing's face went dark when he saw the man. He whispered that it was the ghost clown. He looked genuinely worried that the madman had shown up. He told me it was his first time seeing him in person, but the description was unmistakable. I asked if the clown was a supernatural user. Gao Banqing shook his head. He said the ghost clown was famous but had never shown any supernatural powers, gene mutations, or mechanical upgrades. He relied entirely on blood-chi martial arts. I was stunned. I took another look at the skinny man. To reach that level of fame through pure physical training was insane. He was a regular human who could stand toe-to-toe with high-level gene-modded soldiers. I asked why Gao Banqing sounded unsure about him being a supernatural user. He explained that the clown claimed to have an invisible girlfriend. He spent all his time talking to the air because he believed she was right there with him. The Cataclysm era really produced some freaks. People called him the ghost clown because of that invisible partner. Some rumored that the ghost was actually his supernatural ability, but no one had ever proven it. Do you know what his bounty is? Gao Banqing asked, sounding mysterious. I shrugged and asked how much. 170 million, he said. My jaw nearly dropped. That meant Li Xiao's bounty wasn't even a fraction of this guy's value. Li Xiao heard us and turned around with a murderous glare. He told me I had a lot of nerve and challenged me to say it again. I didn't back down. I told him it was just a fact. If he wanted respect, he should get his bounty up to 170 million first. Li Xiao was fuming, but he didn't move. He seemed to have a rule about only fighting people he considered strong. I watched his face and started counting down in my head. 3, 2, 1. Right on cue, Li Xiao started ranting about the 10 kings. He brought up Tyrant Yang Jie and his 1,200 million bounty. He claimed that once he defeated the tyrant, his own bounty would easily pass 1,500 million. I just sighed. I knew he was going to bring up the kings again. I ignored him and focused on the clown. I was curious, so I crept a little closer to see if I could hear what he was saying to his girlfriend. In the middle of the noisy crowd, the clown had one arm draped over thin air. His touch was gentle, his smile genuine, as if he were holding a woman. Ee, he whispered to the wind. Do you think the scenery here is beautiful too? We should come here more often. I heard the sunrise at the peak is even better. Once we're done here, I'll take you to the top to see it. He paused, tilting his head as if he were listening to a response. All around him, people were snickering. They thought the clown had wandered away from a circus and into a war zone. The clown didn't care about the monsters or the danger. He just wanted to see the sunrise at the peak of Black Mountain. I watched from a distance, feeling a chill run down my spine. People around him were whispering, calling him a lunatic and warning others to stay away before he decided to bite someone. In this age where information was dead and the world was broken, not everyone was as well informed as Gao Banqing. As the son of the richest man in the region, Gao knew things ordinary people couldn't imagine. To these scavengers, The ghost clown was just a freak in makeup. They didn't realize who they were dealing with. The clown kept smiling at the empty air. In his mind, he wasn't alone. He was looking at a girl in a white pleated skirt with soft eyes and a gentle smile. She looked to be about 16, not stunningly beautiful, but possessed by that vibrant, innocent glow of youth. To the clown, she was a flower in full bloom. Ee, he whispered, stroking the air as if smoothing her hair. Why are they laughing? The air seemed to ask him. Because they can't see you, the clown replied, his smile widening. Then why are you smiling? Because only I can see you. I took a sharp breath, my skin crawling. I couldn't see or hear this, but the absolute sincerity in the clown's voice made my scalp numb. I backed away slowly, returning to my own group. I didn't want to be anywhere near that level of madness. Back at the camp, Gao Banshing was busy playing the socialite, chatting up a man he called Brother Bao. I listened in as they stood near the cave entrance. Brother Bao, why is everyone just standing around? Gao Banshing asked, acting curious. Why aren't we going inside? Bao leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper. Boss Gao, I'm only telling you because it's you. Look at those dozen corpses near the entrance. You see them? Gao nodded. How did they die? The guard killed them, Bao said, his voice trembling slightly. A guard? Gao feigned surprise. Bao's ego swelled at being the one to educate the rich man's son. Not just a guard, a massive suit of silver armor. It fires lasers from its eyes. It's terrifying. We have all these people, Gao pressed. We can't handle one robot. Don't underestimate it, Bao warned. It's a war machine from the old era. It has an energy shield. We've tried everything. Guns, fire, explosives. We can't even scratch it. See the Zodiac members over there? They've been here for a month and haven't broken through yet. Gao Banshing looked worried. So we just wait? We're not just waiting, we're wearing it down, Bao explained. The Steel Brotherhood and the Zodiac made a plan. The robot is rigid. It only attacks if you step within 100 meters. We take turns drawing its fire, draining its battery bit by bit. It's been active for 100 years. Its power has to run out eventually. Gao Banshing gave a forced laugh. I knew what he was thinking. As the son of a tycoon, he knew about the old era's secrets, including cold fusion. If that robot had a nuclear core, these people could wait 100 years and it would still be standing. Suddenly, a strange, rhythmic sound echoed through the camp. It was a sound Gao knew well, but he looked shocked to hear it here on Black Mountain. I followed the noise to a tent belonging to the Apocalypse Company. The fabric was shaking violently. I realized Ming Hu and Yin Shi were missing from the crowd. My eyes widened. Are they serious right now? I muttered. I was stunned. Was there a single normal person on this mountain? It was like a circus. Gao Banshing looked like he'd swallowed a fly. Are they always this open? Bao chuckled darkly. Don't be surprised, Boss Gao. We're used to it. They do this every day. Word is, the gene serums the Zodiac use are different from the ones on the market. They give them power, but they leave them with animal instincts. And well, animals don't care about timing. Half an hour later, the noise stopped. Ming Hu stepped out of the tent, fully dressed, carrying a glowing, flushed Yin Shi in his arms. She looked more like a predatory serpent than ever. Finally, a dry, raspy voice called out. I've been waiting long enough. A thin, elderly man with white hair stepped forward from the north side of the camp. A dozen cyborgs followed him, their mechanical parts gleaming. That's He Qianjun, Bao whispered to us. A master of blood martial arts and an instructor for the Steel Brotherhood. They say he trained 100,000 iron guards. He's one of the few in the Brotherhood who refused mechanical implants. He relies purely on his own strength. Gao Banshing narrowed his eyes. The Brotherhood was clearly serious about this raid, even if they only sent a small squad. Ming Hu grinned at the old man. Sorry, I wasn't at my best today. Inshi gave him a playful glare, but He Qianjuan's face remained stone cold. If the Zodiac doesn't want to break into Vault 189, you can leave now. Don't be angry, old He. Ming Hu said, his tone casual. We all want the same thing. Despite his words, Ming Hu wasn't in a rush. He knew they couldn't drain the robot's power. His company had tried everything. They were just waiting for the tyrant to arrive, but he was still 3 days away. What are we waiting for then? He Qianjun snapped. He turned his back and started walking toward the cave, his cyborg guards trailing behind him. The rest of the crowd stood up, moving cautiously. It was time. Boss Gao, let's go, Bao suggested. Everyone agreed to help drain the energy. If you stay behind, the others will turn on you. Gao nodded and looked at us. Mr. Li, little brother, Li Xiao, let's move. Let's see what an old era war machine can really do. I followed at the back of the group, my hand resting near my holster. I was curious too. I wanted to see how powerful the past really was. As He Qianjun crossed the 100-meter mark, a heavy, mechanical rumble shook the earth. A low, heavy rumble echoed from deep inside the cave. It sounded like a massive beast was waking up from a long slumber. The ground began to vibrate, sending ripples through the dirt like a miniature earthquake. Pebbles danced on the surface. Then, a giant silver shadow emerged. It was a massive robot, standing 2 stories tall. Its outer shell was a bright, liquid silver that shimmered like mercury, reflecting the cold light of the gray sky. Every line on its body looked like it had been precision cut by a laser. Armor plates on its shoulders bulged slightly, revealing rows of diamond-shaped cooling vents that hissed with trails of white steam. This relic of the old era had no face. Its head was encased in a silver metal mask, broken only by 2 glowing crimson eyes. They looked like twin flames that would never go out. Warning! Warning! A cold, electronic voice boomed from within the machine. Crimson sickness infectees detected. Commencing immediate clearance. The red eyes began to flash rapidly. Move! He Qianjun roared. Behind him, a dozen cyborg guards raised their metallic limbs. Gears ground and metal clicked as their arms transformed, revealing multi-barreled Gatling guns. Muzzles flashed blue as a hailstorm of bullets tore through the air, weaving a dense web of fire around the giant. But a second later, a pulse of sapphire light erupted from the robot. A diamond-shaped energy shield flickered into existence. The moment the bullets hit the shield, they vaporized into mist, leaving not even a scratch on the silver armor. Everyone attack! Minghu shouted. The crowd surged forward, but nobody was brave enough to get close. Hundreds of people opened fire from a distance, creating a metal storm that could have leveled a small town. Yet, the silver robot stood its ground, completely unfazed. I pulled out the breath of bone and fired a couple of shots just to look busy. I didn't use my vitality, so they were just ordinary bullets. I wasn't stupid. If a snake-level forbidden object couldn't break an energy shield, there was no point wasting my life force. I wasn't the only one slacking. Gao Banqing, the rich heir, didn't even bother drawing a weapon. He just shuffled behind his maid, Xiao Kuei, and watched the show. Hey Gao, I shouted over the deafening gunfire. What did that robot mean by crimson sickness? It's the mysterious virus from the Great Cataclysm. Gao yelled back, cupping his hands. That's what turned the animals into mutated beasts. I leaned closer to his ear. So, you're saying our vitality and supernatural paths are caused by a virus too? Ow. Watch the ears. Gao pushed me away, rubbing his head. But yeah, exactly. Most people died when the cataclysm hit. The survivors adapted to the sickness, and that gave us vitality. The lucky ones with talent became awakeners. I frowned. If animals turn into monsters, why didn't humans? Did we just adapt or die? Gao gestured for me to come closer. When I did, he screamed at the top of his lungs, nearly blowing my eardrums out. There are mutated humans. Keep your damn voice down. I snapped, trying to kick him in the shin. I didn't connect. Xiao Kuei moved with blurring speed, her hand shooting out to block my leg. She stared at me with blank, lifeless eyes. Even though she looked human, there was no soul behind that gaze. Gao calmed her down with a few words before turning back to me with a smug grin. Little brother, I'm just a guy with a bit of free time. If I'm coming to the Black Mountains, I've got insurance. Don't get handsy. I'd hate for Xiao Kuei to misunderstand. He cleared his throat and continued. Anyway, there used to be mutated humans a long time ago, but we hunted them to extinction. They were weak, honestly. They only scared civilians. Humans are powerful because of our brains, not just our bodies. Those mutants had no minds, just savage instincts. They couldn't stand up to heavy weaponry. They weren't even as dangerous as the mutated beasts. I blinked. I guess I'd watched too many old zombie movies in my past life. In those stories, a virus wiped out the world. In reality, modern weapons don't just stop working because people get sick. Do you know where the sickness came from? I asked. Or how the cataclysm actually started? Gao rolled his eyes. If I knew that, my old man wouldn't just be the head of a chamber of commerce. He'd be running the whole government. Fair point. While we talked, the battle reached a fever pitch. The attackers were running out of ammo. Ming Hu, Yin Shi, and He Qianjun decided to ditch the guns and go in for melee. Other top-tier fighters followed: Li Xiao, Xiao Yi, the ghost clown, and that silent girl from the silent court. The robot wasn't very agile, but its energy shield was thick. This was high-tech suppression. To most people, awakeners are mysterious and godlike. But at the end of the day, we're still carbon-based life forms. Unless you can face tank a nuclear bomb, technology can still make you kneel. Still, the sheer power of these top fighters was terrifying. Ming Hu let out a primal roar and threw a punch. The air cracked with a sonic boom. When his fist slammed into the energy shield, a massive shockwave exploded outward, sending rocks and dead leaves flying like a hurricane. The shield shuddered violently. The giant robot was actually forced back several steps, its massive metal feet plowing deep furrows into the earth. I watched in shock. Hundreds of gunmen couldn't move this thing an inch, but Ming Hu did it with one hand. So this was the power of the Zodiac? Thinking back, that guy Mr. Ing was way too weak. I killed him with one shot. He must have gotten his position through connections. If he knew I was comparing him to these monsters, he'd probably crawl out of his grave just to argue. Then again, he was a sniper, not a brawler. The others closed in, attacking from every angle. But besides He Qianjun, nobody could match Ming Hu's raw intensity. There was a clear hierarchy here. Watch out, He Qianjun barked. He dropped low as a beam of red laser light sliced through the air where his head had been. The heat was so intense the air began to smoke. He dodged the direct hit, but the radiant energy scorched his few remaining hairs, turning them black and curly. Behind him, 3 of his cyborg guards weren't so lucky. The 3 cyborg guards behind He Qianjun weren't as fast as their master. Even though they saw the laser coming, their heavy mechanical bodies couldn't react in time. The beam sliced through them like a hot wire through paper. Their high-tech armor offered no more resistance than wet cardboard. They didn't die instantly. Half bodies slumped to the ground, and the air filled with their agonized screams as blood sprayed like crimson fountains. It was a gruesome sight. The surrounding crowd felt a chill run down their spines, and they scrambled back, desperate to put distance between themselves and that metal monster. In the end, only He Qianjun and the members of the Zodiac remained in the fight. They moved with a terrifying grace, looking almost relaxed. They couldn't break the robot's energy shield yet, but the robot couldn't touch them either. I watched for a while and started to lose interest. The raw power was impressive at first, but after a few minutes, it got repetitive. Real combat isn't like a movie. There's no choreography. It's just the simplest, most direct killing moves. He Qianjun and his team would dodge a laser, strike during the opening, and then retreat. It was a slow game of attrition. However, one detail caught my eye. The energy shield could disintegrate bullets on impact, yet when He Qianjun and the others punched it, their hands stayed perfectly intact. How was that possible? I narrowed my eyes and focused. That's when I saw it. Every time they struck, a faint red glow flickered around their fists. That light acted as a buffer, neutralizing the shield's damage. Was that blood energy? I looked down at my own hands. I clenched my fist until my knuckles turned white, but no matter how hard I tried, no red light appeared. Maybe my vitality was too low, or maybe I just didn't know the right techniques. I realized then how little I actually knew about the world of the super-awakened. Once this Black Mountain business was over, I needed to get some answers. Why don't they just rush into the cave? Gao Banqing asked, spotting a potential opening. He was looking at Brother Bao, who was currently catching his breath on He Qianjun's back. Because there's a massive alloy door inside, Brother Bao panted, his face pale. You can't break it quickly. If you get trapped in a confined space like that cave with that robot blocking the exit, the lasers will turn you into ash. It's a death trap. An hour passed. He Qianjun finally delivered a sharp kick to the robot's head shield and used the momentum to perform a long, graceful backflip. He landed steadily 100 meters away. As if on a prearranged signal, the rest of the fighters retreated at the same time. The robot's sensors seemed to have a limit of exactly 100 meters. Once everyone cleared that line, it stood still for a moment, its red eyes flickering. Then, it turned around and vanished back into the darkness of the cave. Silence returned to the mountain. Damn it, Minghu spat, walking back toward the camp. That turtle shell is as hard as ever. Bring me some wine. One of his men rushed over with a bottle. Minghu sat down with Silver Snake and started drinking like there was no tomorrow. Empty bottles were already scattered at his feet. They had been stationed here for days with nothing to do, so fighting the robot and then getting drunk had become their daily routine. The bounty hunters nearby watched them, swallowing hard. They had been stuck on Black Mountain for days too, but their supplies were gone. They were surviving on whatever stringy meat they could hunt in the woods. Seeing the Zodiac members enjoying luxury was torture. The Zodiac had the backing of Dawn City. Gene warriors brought them fresh food and alcohol regularly. It was a bitter sight. Xiao Yi and his crew looked on with envy, especially Sunday and Black Panther. Those guys were tavern rats back in town. Being sober this long was one thing, but watching someone else drink right in front of them was a different kind of pain. Gao Bansheng saw the looks on their faces. He thought for a moment and stood up. I'll go see if I can buy some from them. Boss Gao, don't waste your money on us, Xiao Yi said. He was clearly craving a drink, but he tried to play it cool. Still, his eyes kept drifting toward Minghu's bottle. In this wasteland, alcohol isn't just a drink. It's a psychological lifeline. The harsher the world gets, the more people need to drown it out. You can't change the reality of the apocalypse, but you can change how you feel about it for an hour or two. Haha, don't worry about it, Gao Bansheng laughed, waving a hand. To be honest, I'm a bit of a lush myself. Seeing them drink has triggered my own cravings. Even if you guys don't want any, I do. This mountain is boring as hell. If we don't drink, what are we supposed to do? Stare at each other? I watched him walk away and felt a flicker of respect. The fat man's emotional intelligence was high. He wasn't doing this for himself. He just didn't want the others to feel like they were receiving charity, so he made himself the excuse. Xiao Yi and the others realized it too. You could see the gratitude in their eyes. Gao Bansheng walked over to Minghu's spot, his assistant Xiao Kuei following close behind. He cupped his hands politely. Mr. Minghu, I'd like to buy some of your wine, if possible. Minghu slowly lowered his glass. Young Master Gao, you're being too formal. It's just a bit of wine. If you want a drink, sit down and join us. No need for money. Gao Bansheng shook his head. I have to pay. I have friends over there, and we'll need quite a bit. Minghu's eyes drifted toward Li Xiao in the distance. Then he looked back at Gao Bansheng with a mocking smile. Young Master Gao, since when did a man of your status start making friends with bounty hunters and wanted criminals? You're a man of quality. You shouldn't hang around with such trash. It'll ruin your reputation. He didn't lower his voice. He wanted everyone to hear. Li Xiao's face went dark, and the rest of the crew stiffened. Gao Bansheng's smile vanished. He dropped his hands to his sides. Friendship has nothing to do with status. If we get along, we're friends. If you want to sell, name your price. If not, there's no need to insult my friends. Minghu laughed, but his eyes stayed cold. I'm not selling. Gao Bansheng was silent for a moment. Fine. Excuse me. As he walked back to us, I heard Silver Snake's high-pitched giggle behind him. Oh, Brother Hu, you've really offended the young master now. Minghu let out a contemptuous snort. He's just a bastard son. I gave him face earlier by letting Li Xiao go, but that was my generosity. Now I invite him to drink, and he rejects me just so he can take wine back to that loser? Does he think I'm made of clay? Gao Bansheng paused for a second, his back tense, but he didn't turn around. He walked back to us and forced a bright smile. Well, they won't sell. Never mind. When we get out of here, I'll take you all to the best hotel in Wangguan capital. His laughter sounded hollow. The group fell into a heavy, angry silence. I felt a dangerous spark ignite in my chest. I liked the fat man. He was decent. Being insulted was one thing, but Minghu had insulted the whole group. I had been trying to stay low-key, but even a god in training has his limits. Fatty Gao, I said, breaking the silence. I was still dressed in my slave rags, my face covered in dust, but I was wearing a very thin, very dangerous smile. How about this? You give me the money, and I'll kill Minghu for you. The group froze. I tilted my head and corrected myself. I'll ask Mr. Li to do it. The group fell silent, their eyes darting back and forth between me and Li Xiao. They weren't just shocked by my words. They were stunned by the sheer audacity of suggesting we take out one of the 12 zodiacs. Minghu wasn't just some random thug. He was a powerhouse. Gao Banqing looked touched, his eyes shimmering with emotion, but he quickly waved his hands in a panic. No, it's not worth it. Let's not go that far. Li Xiao let out a cold snort. This started because of me. I'll give you an account for this. I'll be back in a moment. Wait. It's really not necessary. Gao Banqing scrambled to grab him, trying to hold the swordsman back. I sat there silently, watching the drama unfold, and started a mental countdown. It won't work, I muttered. A mere member of the 12 zodiacs, death in 3. 3, I said aloud. 2, I continued. 1, death in 3 steps. Li Xiao barked, finishing his sentence exactly as I predicted. He froze, staring at me in utter bewilderment. His face went dark behind his mask. You stop talking for me. I burst out laughing, clutching my stomach. What can I say? I'm a good guesser. Was I right? The rest of the group watched Li Xiao tremble with rage, their expressions turning strange. They bit their lips, desperate to keep from laughing out loud. But Gao Banqing couldn't hold it in. A wheezing giggle escaped him, triggering a chain reaction. Soon, everyone was howling. We weren't deaf. We had spent the whole trip listening to Li Xiao's predictable, edgy catchphrases. We had just been too intimidated to say anything. Now that I'd broken the ice, the tension snapped. You people. Li Xiao's black mask was actually shaking from his fury. He looked like he had never been so insulted in his entire life. Over by the other fire, Minghu stopped mid-sip. His eyes flashed with a murderous glint. Silver Snake leaned against his arm, her voice dripping with venom. Brother Hu, do you think they're laughing at you behind your back? Let them laugh, Minghu growled. I'll settle the score once the tyrant is dead. Back at our camp, Liu reached into his tattered burlap sack. It was like a magic trick. He pulled out 1 bottle, then 2, then 10. We all stared at him. We had spent the whole journey wondering what was so important that a powerful awakened would carry it through a wasteland. We expected high-tech weapons or ancient artifacts. It was booze. Cheap, nasty, wasteland rot gut. I don't know if you're used to this, Liu said coldly, cracking a bottle open. He took a massive swig, his eyes narrowing in pure satisfaction. Then, he handed the bottle to Gao Banqing. The fat man stared at the bottle. The glass was so cloudy it looked like it was coated in lime scale. Then, he grinned. He took the bottle and downed a mouthful. The harsh liquid hit his throat like liquid fire. His face turned bright red, coughing from the intensity, but his smile only widened. It's strong, Gao Banqing gasped. But this is the best drink I've ever had. Xiaoyi laughed and grabbed a bottle for himself. It's not about the wine. It's about who you drink it with and where you are. Drinking with friends in the middle of the Black Mountains? That's the life. Gao Banqing's defense of them earlier had earned him their respect. The atmosphere shifted instantly. These bounty hunters lived for 2 things, fighting and bragging. Once the alcohol started flowing, they were in their element. They started fires, roasted meat they had hunted earlier, and began trading tall tales. Even Li Xiao looked tempted. He tried to maintain his brooding loner persona, refusing bottles when they were offered, but I saw his eyes lingering on the wine. I decided to give him a push. I clinked my bottle against Xiao Yi's. To the executioner, a man with an $85 million bounty. Not only is your price high, but your tolerance is clearly better than most. Before I could finish, a blur moved through the crowd. A dark shadow snatched a bottle and began pouring it directly into the mouth hole of a black mask. I roared with laughter. Take it easy, Li Xiao. Leave some for Xiaoyi. He's a big drinker. Li Xiao didn't say a word. He just tilted his head back further, the bottle nearly vertical as he chugged. The group cheered and clapped. In the middle of this godforsaken mountain range, our rowdy celebration felt completely out of place, but no one cared. Old He Qianjun watched us with a nostalgic glint in his eyes, likely remembering his own youth. The night girl, however, wasn't looking at the wine. She was staring at the golden brown roasted meat. She glanced around shiftily to make sure no one was looking, then pulled a piece of chocolate from her pocket. She tried to shove it in her mouth, hit her silver mask, and froze. She looked around again, used her left hand to shield her face, and lifted the mask just enough to reveal lips as red as rose petals. She jammed the whole chocolate bar inside and snapped the mask back down. She leaned back against the rock, trying to look cool and mysterious, but the chocolate was too big. Her jaw worked overtime, making her silver mask bounce up and down in a ridiculous rhythm. Nearby, the ghost clown was hugging his invisible E. His voice was tender, yet heartbreaking. "It's okay, E. There must be a way to bring you back in these mountains. Then you can eat, too. You're such a little glutton. If you're hungry, I can eat for you and describe the taste. Don't be mad. Should I kill everyone who's eating so you don't have to watch? Okay, I won't kill them. Don't cry." He looked like a panicked child, comforting a ghost that wasn't there. The joy at our camp was a poison to Ming-Hu. He watched us, his face darkening until the fine wine in his hand tasted like ash. Smash. He hurled his empty bottle onto the ground. The sound of shattering glass cut through our laughter like a knife. The silence that followed was heavy. So noisy, Ming-Hu spat, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. "You're ruining my drink." It was a blatant provocation. The fire in our camp died down instantly. The bounty hunters looked uneasy, their faces tight with suppressed anger. Ming-Hu smirked, satisfied with the silence he had forced. He picked up a fresh bottle and began pouring it slowly, looking down his nose at us. Gao Banshing gripped his wine bottle so hard his knuckles turned white. He didn't say a word. He knew he couldn't afford to offend the 12 Zodiacs or the Apocalypse Corporation, especially not here. Li Xiao couldn't take it anymore. He started to stand up, but Gao Banshing grabbed his arm, holding him down with a desperate look. Nobody noticed my hand. It was already reaching for the charcoal black revolver hidden beneath my rags. I reached behind Li Yu's back and started tracing words on his skin with my finger. I needed him to be my mouthpiece. Meanwhile, Ming-Hu acted like he owned the camp. He filled his glass with a smug grin, moving it toward his lips for a long drink. "If you don't want to drink, then don't." A cold voice cut through the silence. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. It was Li Yu. He sat there in his blue and green rags, his right hand wrapped in thick, heavy bandages. To anyone else, he looked like just another crippled scavenger. But this nobody had just insulted one of the 12 Zodiacs. Ming-Hu froze. His eyes narrowed into slits, glowing with a predatory, beast-like hunger. He opened his mouth to snap back, but he didn't get a word out. Crack. The sound of shattering glass was soft, yet it hit like a thunderclap. The wine glass in Ming-Hu's hand exploded. Shards and dark liquid sprayed across his bare chest. The wine trickled down his stomach and soaked into his crotch, leaving a massive, dark stain. He looked like he'd pissed himself. Ming-Hu bolted upright as if he'd been electrocuted. He dropped into a defensive stance, his muscular body surging with a faint red light. He looked like a man facing a god. But Li Yu didn't even give him a second glance. He just lowered his bandaged hand, picked up a fresh bottle, and looked at our group. "Drink," Li Yu said calmly. Gao Banshing and the others just stared, paralyzed. They had no idea what had just happened. They looked at the shattered glass, then at the humiliated Ming-Hu, and finally at the stoic Li Yu. The realization hit them like a physical blow. The camp was full of high-level hunters and killers. They knew Ming-Hu wasn't clumsy enough to crush his own glass by accident, and the timing was too perfect. The glass had disintegrated the moment Li Yu finished speaking. In-Shi, the woman beside Ming-Hu, lost her playful smile. She stared at the fragments on the ground, her face pale. She leaned in and whispered to him. She couldn't see any projectile. There was no wind, no movement, no warning. It was as if an invisible hand had crushed the glass from an inch away. "Don't be impulsive," In-Shi warned him quietly. "We don't know his depth. We have a mission. We need to wait for the tyrant, Yang Jie, to arrive so we can trap him. Don't let this ruin the company's plans." Ming-Hu clenched his fists so hard they shook. He was furious, but he wasn't a fool. He couldn't risk being injured before the main event. He took a deep breath and stared intensely at Li Yu. "Who are you?" Ming-Hu demanded. Liu took a sip of his drink and spoke the name I had given him. The magician, Liu. Ming-Hu nodded slowly, committing the name to memory. He didn't say another word. He and his 200 genetic soldiers sat back down, effectively silenced. The name, Magician Liu, was now burned into the minds of everyone in the camp. What are you all staring at? I laughed, breaking the tension. Keep the music going. Keep dancing. I took a long swig of wine. I could have killed Ming-Hu right then, but it would have been a waste of energy. Killing him meant killing Yin Shi and 200 soldiers. That would cause a riot and scare off my real targets. I needed things to stay predictable so I could get my hands on the Panga USB drive. Gao Bansheng suddenly raised his bottle, his eyes shining with genuine respect. Mr. Li, I'll never forget this drink as long as I live. Liu looked a bit lost. He didn't actually know how I'd pulled off the trick. He was just following my lead. He stayed silent for a moment before giving a short, gruff response. It's all in the wine. Gao Bansheng took that as a challenge. He tipped his head back and chugged the rest of the bottle. He was coughing and tearing up from the burn, but he didn't stop until it was empty. His face turned bright red, and he started laughing like a madman. He tried to say something else, but he ended up vomiting instead, which made the whole camp roar with laughter. The atmosphere turned warm again. I took another gulp of the harsh liquor, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Those few seconds of effort were worth it. Values aren't always about money or power. Sometimes, value is found in the fire of youth and the loyalty between friends. We were just strangers passing through a wasteland, but in this moment, under the shadow of the Black Mountain, we were brothers. I've always lived my life with a certain arrogance. I want to be happy. I want to be free. If someone tries to ruin my drink, I'll ruin their life. A moment of true joy is worth a lifetime of memories. So what if I wasted 5 seconds of my life to humble a bully? It felt damn good. Liu was struggling. I could see it in his eyes. He looked at me, then at the crowd, feeling completely out of place. He wanted to match that cold, detached aura I had projected earlier. He saw the way I had treated Ming-Hu with total disdain, sitting calmly while everyone else was losing their minds. To Liu, that was the peak of coolness. He straightened his back, trying to mimic my posture. He even looked like he wanted to wrap some bandages around his own arms just to look the part. Once everyone was full and the drinks were gone, the piece ended. It was time for a new round of attacks. Like a synchronized clock, the crowd headed back toward the cave to lure out the robots. The battle erupted instantly. But this time, things were different. Ming-Hu didn't charge in first. He hung back in the crowd, throwing half-hearted strikes and keeping his eyes glued to Liu. A crimson laser cut through the air, sweeping across the battlefield. Ming-Hu dropped low, dodging it with ease. It wasn't that he was faster than light. He had realized the robot's eyes glowed brightly right before they fired, like they were charging up. Once you learned the rhythm, dodging became simple. After the laser passed, Ming-Hu sprang into action. He pivoted his hips, putting his whole weight into a kick that slammed into a robot's energy shield. The impact sent the machine stumbling back several paces. As he stood up, he immediately glanced at Liu, who was just standing in the back, watching. Ming-Hu's brow furrowed. He turned to look at He Qianjun and realized the other top fighters were doing the same thing. Every expert capable of close-quarters combat was splitting their attention, keeping one eye on Liu. I knew exactly what they were thinking. In their eyes, they were all competitors on the same tier. They could tolerate the weaklings hiding in the back because the weak didn't matter. But they couldn't stand a powerhouse like Liu sitting idle. If he had some mysterious ability and decided to stab them in the back, they'd be finished. It was like a dozen men fighting on the front lines with guns while one man stood behind them, also armed, just watching. Anyone would be worried about a bullet to the back of the head. Ming-Hu decided to push the issue. He knew he was the center of attention, but he also knew Liu couldn't just stand there. I gave Liu a subtle look, a silent command to do something. Liu looked back at me, his eyes screaming for help. I realized then that I'd messed up. I had told him I was colorblind, but Liu was acting like he couldn't even read a basic signal. Under the intense pressure of a dozen elite stares, Liu finally spoke. His voice was cold, almost robotic. There is no need for me to act. Ming-Hu's eyes narrowed. What do you mean by that? You want to enter Vault 189, but you won't contribute? He was determined to force Li Yu's hand. He wanted to see what kind of superpower Li Yu was hiding. With so many experts on his side, he wasn't afraid of a confrontation. Inside, Li Yu was panicking. He had never dealt with this kind of tension before. Having the most dangerous men in the wasteland staring him down made his scalp tingle. His brain went completely blank. He couldn't think of a clever response, so he just repeated himself. I said, there is no need for me to act. When people get nervous, they tend to repeat things. But to Ming Hu, this sounded like the ultimate insult. He thought Li Yu was looking down on everyone there. The other experts grew cold, too. They thought Li Yu was being arrogant. No need to act? Do you think these ancient robots are beneath you? Then what does that make us? A bunch of circus performers? Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a low rumble echoed from the east. It started as a faint hum, but grew into a thunderous roar. Everyone stopped. The sound was unmistakable. It sounded like a train. I knew that sound well from my past life, but it made no sense here. We were in the Black Mountain ruins. Even off-road vehicles couldn't make it up here. How could there be a train? The roaring grew deafening. The sharp hiss of high-pressure steam, venting through valves, pierced the air. Someone pointed at the eastern horizon and screamed in terror. We all looked. I felt like I'd been hit by lightning. A massive, soot-black steam train was barreling through the sky. Thick, dark smoke tore through the clouds. The colossal iron body looked like a 1,000-meter-long black dragon flying through the heavens. It was a miracle of engineering that defied gravity, leaving everyone, even Ming Hu and He Qianjun, paralyzed with shock. I stared, my mouth hanging open. I had lived through the civilized era, but I had never seen a train fly. Then I saw him. As the train drew closer, a figure became visible on top of the engine. A man stood there, arms crossed, draped in crimson armor with dark gold engravings. His shoulder plates were shaped like roaring beasts. He looked down at us with cold, mocking eyes, like a god looking at ants. The tyrant, Yang Jie, Li Xiao gasped, his voice trembling. His eyes were wide with a mix of terror and awe. This was the man on the wanted posters, the man Li Xiao had made his life's goal to surpass. He had imagined this meeting 1,000 times. He had dreamed of the day he would challenge the tyrant. But seeing the man arrive on a flying steam train crushed every fantasy he ever had. I took a deep breath. So this was one of the 10 kings. The difference in their styles was staggering. Xiao Yi had her swords, the ghost clown had his tricks, and Ming Hu had his martial arts. But Yang Jie? He showed up in a flying train. It felt like an adult walking into a kindergarten. I didn't know what his specific power was, but anyone who could make a 1,000-meter train fly was terrifying. I looked at Li Xiao, who was standing there like a statue. I gave him a silent thumbs up. Asterisk Li Xiao, I used to think you were just good at acting tough. I was wrong. You're not just tough. You're a comedian. You actually thought you could take this guy on. I decided then and there that he needed a new nickname. Shadow Man didn't fit anymore. He should be the funny darts guy. Li Xiao didn't hear a word I said. She was frozen, her eyes locked on Yang Jie with a terrifying mix of resentment, fear, and pure helplessness. She had spent her whole life treating the Stone Kings as her ultimate goal, but now that one of them was standing right in front of her, she didn't even have the courage to draw her weapon. Up in the sky, Yang Jie's fingers brushed against the train's smokestack. Suddenly, the steam engine let out a violent burst of thick white vapor, looking like a black dragon exhaling clouds. The front of the train tilted down, diving straight toward the clearing where we were standing. Run! Someone screamed in terror. They didn't even care about the giant robot anymore. They just turned and bolted. The rest of the crowd followed suit, scattering in every direction. Nobody wanted to find out what it felt like to be crushed by a flying locomotive. In an instant, the area was cleared, leaving a massive empty space just for Yang Jie's arrival. The steam train slammed into the ground with a deafening roar. The earth shuddered so violently that those of us hiding in the woods could feel the vibration rattling our teeth. Damn it! How did Yang Jie get here so fast? Ming Hu growled, his teeth clenched tight. Inshi stared at the descending tyrant, her narrow eyes shimmering with a strange light. Are you blind? He came by train. Of course he's fast. The tyrant is even more handsome than his wanted posters. If I could have a man like that, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. She bit her lip, her gaze lingering on him. "Shut up," Minghu snapped. He started to say something else, but suddenly froze. He turned his head sharply toward Liu, who was still hidden in the trees nearby. A wave of shock washed over his face. "I told you, there was no need to step in," Liu's cold voice echoed in his ears. Minghu finally realized what those words meant. He stared at Liu, his mind racing. Where did this magician Liu come from? Was it possible he had sensed the tyrant's arrival before anyone else? That kind of perception was terrifying. It far surpassed Minghu's own beast instincts. Everyone else heard it too. As the tyrant landed, people started looking back at Liu with newfound horror in their eyes. "Brother Hu, what's wrong?" Inshi asked, noticing his pale face. Minghu shook his head, trying to push thoughts of Liu aside. The tyrant was the bigger problem. "I'm fine. His sudden appearance just messed up my plans." He looked visibly shaken. "Luckily, the company sent Eagle out days ago. He should have reached the peak of Black Mountain by now. Have you contacted him?" "No," Inshi replied. "The magnetic field around Black Mountain is weird. It's probably because of Shelter 189. Our communication tech can't get a signal through. But don't worry, Eagle is reliable. He values the mission more than his own life. He hasn't failed in years." "Reliable? How can I be sure?" Minghu grumbled. "This mission is different. Our target is one of the Stone Kings. There's no room for error. I was going to send someone to meet up with him, but now that the tyrant is here early, we don't have time." Inshi let out a small laugh. "Eagle isn't like you. I remember one time, we were right in the middle of, and a mission came in. He just pulled up his pants and walked out without a second look. Since then, I knew he was the most dependable one in the Zodiac." Minghu's face turned a shade of green. "You slept with him too?" "Oh, stop it," Inshi said, waving him off. "We're all colleagues. Don't be so sensitive. Besides, those were just flings. My heart is only for you." "Those? How many were there?" "What? You men can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but I can't have a few boyfriends?" Inshi didn't even bother hiding it anymore. She looked perfectly unbothered. "Everyone loves beautiful things. I like handsome guys. What's the problem? Don't you like pretty girls? Keep your voice down." Minghu hissed. "If the tyrant notices us, we're dead. The company has a history with him." He knew this wasn't the time for an argument. "Just stay quiet," he whispered. "As long as we don't provoke him, he won't attack us." "Why not?" Inshi asked, her eyes sparkling. "Because Yang Jie is too arrogant," Minghu explained, his voice low. "A man like him only cares about fighting other Stone Kings. To him, attacking the weak is beneath him. It's like insulting himself." Listening to this, Inshi's eyes practically turned into hearts. "Oh no, I think I like him even more now." Minghu was furious. "This isn't the time for your obsession. He might not care about the weak, but if you try to seduce him, he won't hesitate for a second to kill you." Outside the cave, Yang Jie stood alone in the massive clearing. He cast a disdainful glance toward the woods where Minghu and the others were hiding. A cold, blade-like smile touched his lips. He knew this trip to Black Mountain was a trap set by the Apocalypse Company. But he had come anyway. He was the tyrant, one of the 10 kings. That title alone was enough to make any trap irrelevant. Warning! Warning! Scarlet sickness infected detected. Commencing elimination, the giant robot droned. Its eyes flashed with a rhythmic, crimson light. Yang Jie stared at the machine with total indifference. He didn't move. Compared to the robot, he looked tiny, like a man standing before a skyscraper. But the reality felt the opposite. Yang Jie's presence was overwhelming. His crimson armor gleamed under the sun, and he stood there like a pillar holding up the sky. "Can he actually beat that thing?" someone whispered in the trees. "Is that even a question? He's a Stone King. So what? He's still human. That robot has an old-world energy shield. It can stop missiles. Even Ming couldn't dent it. Can the tyrant really be stronger than everyone else combined?" The answer came a second later. The robot charged, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Its eyes glowed bright red, charging up a lethal laser. Yang Jie frowned, but not at the robot. He looked at the dust settling on his crimson armor. He reached up and delicately brushed a speck of dirt off his shoulder plate. "A war machine from the old era," he said. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried across the entire clearing. "What a pathetic creation." Everyone was stunned. Pathetic? If this monster was pathetic, then what were they? They had been throwing everything they had at it for days. Just a millisecond before the laser fired, Yangjia moved. He slowly raised his hand, snapping his fingers. Snap. The sound was sharp and clear. Suddenly, the robot's glowing eyes shattered. Red glass and metal fragments exploded outward from the sockets. Warning. Visual systems destroyed. Activating biological sensing mode. The robot shrieked, its alarms wailing. Too noisy, Yangjia muttered. He raised his palm and made a gripping motion in the air toward the massive machine. In an instant, the robot's massive body froze midair. It looked like a man being strangled by an invisible hand. As Yangjia's palm continued to tighten, the robot's alarms cut off abruptly. The steel plates groaned and creaked under unbearable pressure, sounding like the metal was being crushed by an infinite force. Bang! 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 The hydraulic rods at its joints snapped violently one after another. Countless sparks and electrical arcs exploded across its chassis. With one final, deafening crack, the robot collapsed. It hit the ground in a twisted heap, nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. A deathly silence fell over the clearing. Ming Hu and the others stared, their pupils shrinking to the size of needle points. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This machine had blocked them for days, yet the tyrant, Yangjia, had ended it in a single move. It felt like a sick joke. One move, and the monster was gone. Was Yangjia even human? Why didn't the energy shield work against him? It looked like he had bypassed the defenses and attacked the internal structure directly. Was this the power of a king? People began to whisper and gasp, their minds unable to process the scene. They expected a struggle, a long battle, but instead, it was a slaughter. I was stunned too. Holy crap. How could the gap between two people be this large? Say something, Li Xiao. I muttered, nudging the man next to me. He was standing there like a stone statue, his face pale. Gao Banqing couldn't watch Li Xiao suffer anymore. He leaned in and whispered to me, trying to offer some comfort. Little brother Bai, don't push him. Li Xiao, look, it's not actually as crazy as it seems. The tyrant's ability is metal control. It's a perfect counter for a robot. That's why he could do that. Don't lose heart. You still have a long way to go. Li Xiao finally snapped out of his trance. A flicker of hope returned to his numb, desperate eyes, like a drowning man grabbing a floating branch. Right, Li Xiao stammered. You're right. It's just an elemental counter. Metal manipulation is great against machines, but it might not be as effective against people. I still have a chance. Gao Banqing stared at him, looking worried. He leaned back and sighed. Come on, man. It's fine to lie to others, but don't lie to yourself. Even if it was just a counter, the man could make a 1,000-meter-long train fly through the sky. How could anyone not see the gap? He just hoped Li Xiao wouldn't do anything impulsive. Metal control. I turned the words over in my mind. So that was the tyrant's power. It explained everything. The flying train, the instant destruction of the robot. It also explained why Mr. Ing said only the tyrant could open the vault doors. Yang Jie didn't even look at us after finishing the fight. He walked straight toward the cave. As he passed the wreckage, the robot's remains let out a piercing screech of grinding metal. Countless parts rose into the air, reassembling themselves into a humanoid shape. The scrap metal puppet followed behind Yang Jie like a loyal servant, completely under his command. As he neared the cave entrance, Minghu took a deep breath and glanced at Inshi. Are you ready? Inshi nodded obediently. Don't worry. To deal with Yang Jie, I didn't bring a single metal weapon. Minghu's face darkened. Be serious. I'm talking about the ribbon. Why are you being so mean? Inshi reached into her top and pulled out a long red ribbon. She began to gather her hair, tying the loose strands into a high ponytail. The red ribbon was long, trailing down past her waist and fluttering in the wind like a small whip. Get ready to move, Minghu said in a low voice. He reached out and took a signal flare from one of his men.